Chapter 429. That's right. That must be it. Otherwise, why would so many youths come here? However, the number of people invited this time might be at least 3 times that of the previous one. The age of geniuses has already sprouted. After 10-odd years, those geniuses have all grown up. The Heavenly Extermination Union will definitely invite more people. I just don't know what the test will be this time. Will there be a few more slots? The others all agreed. They were certain that the matter at the Clear Spring Inn had something to do with the ancient desolate tower. A huge arena stood in the middle of a spacious backyard behind the Clear Spring Inn. It was several hundred meters long and wide. There were some tables and chairs around the arena. Boom, boom, boom. 2 young swordsmen with unfathomable strength and long auras were currently exchanging moves in the arena. The violent energy, along with the collision of the weapons, stirred up energy shock waves that overflowed in all directions. Just as the shock waves were about to break through the arena, a formless barrier blocked them. Ripples appeared around the arena. It turned out that there was a strong barrier protecting the arena. This allowed cultivators to fight without worry about the strong energy destroying the surrounding buildings. Thunder, wind, sword, flash. 9 yang sword. Boom. The 2 of them shouted and raised their auras to the peak. They executed their killing moves. Surging sword chi clashed with each other, giving off a chain of explosions. Sword chi flew everywhere in the arena, as well as boundless sword images. The 2 of them exchanged dozens of moves in the midst of the strong sword dance before they slowly stopped. Both of them stood firmly. After a series of exchanges, they were evenly matched. They no longer had any desire to continue. Furthermore, it was not yet time for them to make a move. Lu Chunsheng, it has been 3 years. Your sword is still as sharp as before. However, I only used 70% of my strength. You will not have it as easy for you in the next Tianwu ranking. The gray-robed cultivator sheathed his sword first, appearing very confident. The swordsman called Lu Chunsheng smiled faintly and said, Zhuotiansheng, don't think that you're the only one who did not use your full strength. I only used 50% as well. Just at this moment, Ding Fengshuo led Jin Wuji in from outside the courtyard. The moment Xiao Chun entered the courtyard, the 2 people in the arena immediately looked over and focused their gazes on Ding Fengshuo. Sensing the other party's sword intent, a cautious look appeared in his eyes. In the depths of his eyes, there was a blazing fighting spirit. The sword intent from Xiao Chen's body pressed over without fear. Unexpectedly, the 2 of them worked together to put pressure on Ding Fengshuo. Ding Fengshuo raised his eyelids slightly, and the surging sword intent in his body soared into the sky. There seemed to be the faint hum of a sword in the air. Even when fighting 1 against 2, Ding Fengshuo was not at a disadvantage. He slowly walked forward, and his sword intent surged, suppressing Lu Chunsheng and Zhuotiansheng. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, we cannot suppress Ding Fengshuo even after working together. Ding Fengshuo, it looks like you gain a lot in the deep-sea battlefield. A hearty laugh came from outside the courtyard. A young man with an elegant figure and a playful smile on his face slowly stepped into the courtyard. When Jin Wuji saw this person, his expression changed slightly. This was the beast taming abodes Pei Xiaoxian, one of the top 100 rankers of the previous Heaven Martial rankings. Jin Wuji was eliminated by this person. He cannot even block 3 moves and had to leave in a sorry state. Jin Wuji felt a deep fear for this person. Pei Xiaoxian also saw Jin Wuji. He mocked, "Why did you bring trash to such a big event? Ding Fengshuo, are you not afraid of embarrassing your heavenly sword gate?" When Jin Wuji heard this, he became enraged. If he did not fear the other party's strength, he would have flared up on the spot. Ding Fengshuo withdrew his sword intent and looked at Pei Xiaoxian. He smiled faintly and said, "Even your first senior brother does not dare to speak to me like this. Pei Xiaoxian, have you forgotten about that sword strike from back then?" Pei Xiaoxian's face sank. When he thought of the sword strike on his chest, he did not say anything more. He said coldly, "Don't worry. No matter how strong you become, I will definitely take revenge for that sword strike from back then." The two people in the arena walked down somewhat dispiritedly. The two of them had lost to Ding Fengqiu in the previous Heaven Martial rankings. After 2 years of hard work, the gap between them and Ding Fengqiu had grown even wider. We have to fight for a spot in the ancient desolate tower this time. Otherwise, if he gets in first, we will not have a chance to surpass him. The two of them thought to themselves. Only by entering the ancient desolate tower could they ensure that their strength could soar quickly or have a fortuitous encounter. Only then could they surpass Ding Fengqiu. As time slowly went by, the number of people in the courtyard increased. Many people gathered at the tables and chairs in the courtyard. The 100-odd people in the courtyard all found people they were familiar with. They gathered together and chatted in whispers. After a while, 4 old men walked into the courtyard. The leader of the group swept his gaze across the people in the courtyard. All the conversation stopped. He emitted a formless aura from his body. Unexpectedly, this old man was a bona fide martial monarch. The 3 people beside him were not simple either. They were all half-step martial monarchs. They were all experts. Oldly, it seems like not everyone is here yet. The myriad fiend palaces Xianxia and Xianxia are not here yet. One of the people at the side said respectfully to the leader of the group after he looked around. Oldly went to a table in the middle of the courtyard and sat down. He said indifferently, "Then let's wait for a while. If Xianxia does not come, the higher-ups will definitely gossip." The geniuses in the courtyard started to get excited. These 4 people were the upper echelons of the Heavenly Extermination Union. They were also the people in charge of the trial of the ancient desolate tower. How the spots for this batch would be decided was still a mystery. Everyone was filled with anticipation. Outside the Clear Spring Inn, Xianxia and Xianxia occasionally looked around as if they were looking for someone. Xianxia withdrew her gaze and said with some disappointment, "Zimo, it looks like the person you mentioned will not be coming." Xianxia smiled helplessly and said, "Never mind, this is the first time we meet. He probably thinks that I'm up to no good. Let's go." It is not good to make the others wait for too long. On an extremely desolate peak of the Heavenly Spring mountain range, Xianxia was covered in wounds. He hung miserably from a tree. He held an illusionary grass in his hand as he panted. The inferior-grade inner vest on his chest was already in tatters. It had lost all its spiritual energy. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. The wound was so deep that his bones could be seen. Just taking a breath would cause intense pain. It could be imagined that if it wasn't for the defense of this inner armor, this wound would have directly split him in half. Xianxia placed the illusionary grass in his universe ring and said with a fatigued expression, "That dazzling shadow Panther King should not be chasing us anymore, right?" 1 day ago, Xianxia had just finished dealing with 2 superior grade martial kings and was preparing to sweep away all the illusionary grass in the valley. Who knew? After Xianxia picked 10 illusionary grass and relaxed, he would be ambushed. That was a dazzling shadow Panther King. It had lived for a long time and eaten many illusionary grass. Unexpectedly, Xianxia could not detect it with his spiritual sense. When Xianxia was preparing to pick the illusionary grass earlier, the killing chi he felt did not belong to Qin Pingyu or Xianxia. Instead, it belonged to this dazzling shadow Panther King. Actually, Xianxia should have guessed it long ago. Given Qin Pingyu's cultivation, how could his killing chi be so dense from a distance of a kilometer? Xianxia could only blame himself for placing too much trust in his spiritual sense. In the end, a dazzling shadow Panther King suddenly appeared. Xianxia could not detect it with his spiritual sense. Hence, tragedy struck. The dazzling shadow Panther King's first attack tore through Xiaoqian's inner vest and left a huge wound on his chest. Xiaoqian's combat prowess plummeted. Furthermore, he could not detect the dazzling shadow Panther King's position or figure. Caught off guard, Xiaoqian sustained injuries. If not for his body being tempered by a heaven-ranked cultivation technique, the dazzling shadow Panther King would have torn him to shreds long ago. Xiaoqian used his cloning technique and all his trump cards. After fleeing for a day, he finally managed to escape from danger. Xianxia casually tossed away the inner vest on his chest and bandaged his wounds. Then he placed a medicinal pill in his mouth and started to treat his injuries. After this lesson, Xianxia did not dare to be careless in the future. Even if his spiritual sense confirmed that he was in a safe place, he could not let down his guard. This world was very big. It was hard to say if there were any cultivators with tools that could evade spiritual sense. If Xianxia was forced into a corner by a cultivator, he would not be able to escape easily. After half an hour, Xianxia's injuries were mostly healed. Then, he called out his silver warship and flew quickly towards Heavenly Spring City. When Xianxia saw the blazing sun above him, he felt somewhat anxious. Today was the 17th, and it was already noon. Xianxia did not know if he could make it to the Clear Spring Inn. If he missed this opportunity, he would suffer a great loss. This was a fortuitous encounter that most geniuses could participate in. If Xianxia missed it, he would fall behind by a long distance. There was already a gap in cultivation in the first place. It would be even more difficult to catch up. Furthermore, according to the cultivator in green, the ancient desolate tower was a place that even the geniuses of the Thunder King's generation had to go to. Xianxia did not want to miss it. Xianxia traveled at full speed for an hour before he finally arrived at Heavenly Spring City. Then, he rushed to the Clear Spring Inn, looking travel-worn. The inn looked the same as before. Business was booming. The sounds of people eating, drinking, and chatting filled the place. It did not look like anything major had happened. Xianxia felt suspicious. He stopped a waiter and casually tossed a medial great spirit stone to him. He asked, "Is there a girl called Xiaxia or a man called Xianxia in the inn?" The waiter caught the medial great spirit stone and said with a smile, "You must be here to ask about the ancient desolate tower's candidates. However, you are too late. The Heavenly Extermination Union has already brought these people to Lonyang Island." Xianxia felt somewhat disappointed. He immediately asked, "In that case, are Xiaxia and Xianxia still around?" Naturally, they left together. The waiter continued, "However, the Xianxia you mentioned stood outside for a long time in the morning. He forced the Heavenly Extermination Union to delay their selection by 2 hours. Because of this, he offended several young, outstanding talents." Xianxia walked out of the Clear Spring Inn and looked at the sky above him. He appeared somewhat disappointed. Chapter 430. Xianxia had already done all he could. Unfortunately, he was still lacking in luck. He was fated to not be able to enter the ancient desolate tower. Xianxia smiled helplessly and said, "It looks like the ancient desolate tower does not welcome me. It was just an ancient desolate pass." Unexpectedly, a dazzling shadow panther king appeared. Xianxia calmed himself and headed for the Heavenly Extermination Union branch. Since he no longer had a chance, he should not continue to be dejected. Not being able to enter the ancient desolate tower did not mean that he could not reach the peak of cultivation. No matter what, he could not let his mental state fall. The number of people in the Heavenly Extermination Union branch was much smaller than when Xianxia arrived yesterday. This was somewhat surprising. When the old man behind the counter on the second floor saw Xianxia arrive, his face was filled with surprise. He received the illusionary grass from Xianxia and smiled. "Brat, you managed to escape from a dazzling shadow panther king. Your strength is truly extraordinary." Xiaoqian's expression changed. He said angrily, "You knew long ago that there was a dazzling shadow panther king. Why did you not warn me? Do you know that you nearly caused my death?" The old man shrugged and smiled innocently. "Young man, don't be so angry. Did you ask for my permission?" Xiaoqian felt very depressed. This was a matter of life and death. Even if he did not ask, he should have warned him. The old man was clearly acting shamelessly. Since he could not do anything to him, Xiaoqian could not be bothered with him anymore. He said, "Stop speaking nonsense. Give me the ancient desolate pass." The black-robed old man laughed loudly. He took out a white medallion and handed it to Xiaoqian. He said, "This is the medallion I just made. It is all rank 1. However, although there is no reward for your mission, it is already recorded." Xiaoqian received the medallion and looked at it. The words Heavenly Extermination Union were written on the front of the white medallion. Xiaoqin's name was carved on the back. After the black-robed old man handed the ancient desolate pass to Xiaoqin, he took out an engraved card and said, "This engraved card is an extra reward for you. After all, this illusionary grass mission was quite a headache. You helped me solve a big problem." "What is it?" Xiaoqin looked at the old man and asked suspiciously. The old man held the engraved card and gently knocked on the table. He smiled and said, "What is it?" "It is what you want now." Xiaoqin couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the old man with interest and smiled. "Interesting. Do you know what I want now?" The old man said casually, "The ancient desolate tower." Xiaoqin's expression could not help but change. He did not think too much about how the old man knew. He pointed at the engraved card and said, "This thing can allow me to enter the ancient desolate tower?" The old man shook his head and said, "No, they only gave you a chance to compete fairly with others. Do you know why you did not receive an invitation from the Heavenly Extermination Union? It is because your cultivation is too low. White-robed bladesman Xiaoqin, you are quite famous in the Great Qi Nation. The upper echelon of the Heavenly Extermination Union noticed you long ago. However, at that time, your cultivation was too low. Even now, you are only an inferior grade martial king. The minimum requirement for an invitation is to be a medial grade martial king. As for whether to give you an invitation or not, the Heavenly Extermination Union split into two factions. They debated for a long time. You're very lucky. I happen to be on the faction that supports you." Xiaoqin had not expected such a small invitation to have so many tricks up his sleeves. "So, you did not tell me about the mission for the illusionary grass. Is this a test for me?" The old man nodded and said, "That's right. In fact, to obtain this ancient desolate pass, you just have to complete an ordinary mission. No matter what you choose in the end, I will give you the mission for the illusionary grass." "You did not disappoint me. You were able to escape from the hands of the dazzling Shadow Panther King. You are definitely strong enough." Right now, Xiaoqin felt like he had gained something and then lost it. He originally thought that the ancient desolate tower was far away from him. Unexpectedly, he found an opportunity that was even more reliable than Jiang Zimos. Xiaoqin stretched his hand out to take the engraved card. However, the old man did not rush to hand it over. He smiled and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you this time. By taking this engraved card, you will only gain an opportunity. It does not guarantee you entry into the ancient desolate tower. The test you will meet might really take your life." Xiaoqin did not hesitate to take the engraved card. He said resolutely, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Tell me the details." The black-robed old man muttered to himself for a while before telling Xiaoqin the rules of this election in full detail. There were simply too many geniuses from the four nations and the ancient desolate land. Even though the minimum requirement was to be a medial grade martial king under the age of 24, there were still more than 1,000 people. This was more than twice as many as the previous elections. Hence, the selection changed from one round to two. The peak geniuses from the four nations were split into four groups and brought to the four main islands of the Heavenly Extermination Lake. The first test was to obtain 60 victories in the A-rank matches of the main island's wrestling city. Everyone would have a chance to win 100 matches. The old man said indifferently, "The rank A wrestling rings are second only to the rank S wrestling rings. Aside from half-step martial monarchs and above, cultivators and demonic beasts of any cultivation realm will appear. Furthermore, these 60 victories have to be completed within 6 days. Completing it within 3 days meant that one would have to fight at least 10 matches a day. Furthermore, the cultivation of the opponents in these 10 matches would not be much weaker than one's." Xiaoqin thought to himself, "If this is the case, I will have to eliminate half of the people in the first round of the test." The old man continued, "After passing the first test, the remaining cultivators will gather in Desolate City. After that, they will compete in the arena for points. The 20 strongest participants will obtain the qualifications to enter the ancient Desolate Tower. Among the 1,000 geniuses of the various nations, only 20 would be selected. The odds were small. It was easy to imagine how intense the competition would be. Xiao Chun felt suspicious as he asked, "Why not invite the geniuses of the great Jin nation to the ancient desolate tower?" This time, the people who came were all cultivators of the four nations and the local clans of the heavenly extermination lake. None of them were geniuses of the great Jin nation. Xiao Chun had his suspicions for a long time. The old man smiled and explained for a long time. Only then did Xiao Chun slowly understand. Aside from the great Jin nation, the other four nations had very few spirit veins. The density of their spiritual energy was worlds apart from that of the great Jin nation. Hence, in every five-nation youth competition, most of the top 100 of the Tianwu ranking were from the great Jin nation. The higher they went, the fewer people there were from the other four nations. Needless to say, the top 10 contestants were all taken up by the warriors of the Jin nation almost every time. No matter how talented the cultivators of the other four nations were, very few could break this rule. At best, they could only make it to the top 20. The Myriad Fiend Palace controls half of the authority behind the Heavenly Extermination Union, and the other half is split between the four nations. The Great G Nation has nothing to do with it. Do you think that the other four nations would allow him to enter the ancient desolate tower after being suppressed so miserably by the Great G Nation? Xiao Chan said with some disbelief. Are the geniuses of the Great G Nation really that strong? The old man had a grave expression as he said, "They are stronger than you imagine. With your current strength, it would be difficult for you to rank within the top 500 of the Great G Nation's younger generation." Xiao Chun did not refute this. He acknowledged this point as well. However, he did not feel too dispirited. All along, Xiao Chun had never thought that he was weaker than anyone else, even the geniuses of the Great G Nation. All he lacked was time. As long as he had enough time, he would trample on all these people and rise up in this budding era of geniuses. I have spoken enough nonsense. I will not speak any further. When you go to Wrestling City, hand this engraved card to the leader of the Heavenly Extermination Union. He will make the necessary arrangements for you. The old man waved his hand and dismissed Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun did not linger. He took his leave and quickly flew towards Longyang Island. Longyang Island was the core of the southern group of islands. Its position was equivalent to the capital of the Great Qin Nation. It was more than 2,500 kilometers away from Heavenly Spring Island. After checking the map carefully, Xiao Chun muttered, "Jiang Zimo and the others should have been gone for more than 6 hours. There are many of them, so they will not be very fast. I might be able to catch up to them." After leaving the city, Xiao Chun soared into the air and tore off the blue strip of cloth on his forehead. Xiao, with a thought, a scarlet light lit up. The Scarlet Massacre throne appeared from nowhere. A thick scarlet cloud churned under the throne. The Massacre throne only needed to exhaust the state of Massacre in order to fly at an extremely fast speed. If one did not worry about the exhaustion, the Massacre throne could reach Mach 4. In the future, when the cultivation of the state of Massacre increased, the speed would increase even more. However, the state of Massacre was normally used for combat. If it was used for flying, it would be inferior in combat. Hence, under normal circumstances, Xiao Chun would not use the Scarlet Throne to fly. At this moment, the situation was urgent. Xiao Chun could not care so much. He sat on the throne and rode the scarlet cloud in the sky. A strong wind blew from the front. Xiao Chun leaned on the armrest and propped up his chin, appearing relaxed. After all, he did not need to exhaust his essence. He only needed to exhaust the scarlet pool in the throne. Furthermore, this was obtained after killing people. It had nothing to do with Xiao Chen's body. In order to avoid meeting other cultivators and attracting unnecessary trouble, Xiao Chen flew up to 10,000 meters. As Xiao Chun flew at full speed, the scarlet pool in the throne shrank at a visible rate. After flying for a long time, only a small portion of the scarlet pool remained. Then, Xiao Chun recalled the scarlet throne into his sea of consciousness. It was not easy to replenish the scarlet pool. After exhausting it, it would be even more difficult to replenish it. Xiao Chun was already close to Longyang Island. If he still could not catch up to Jiang Zimo's group, there was no need to force himself. It was better to keep some state of massacre as a backup. Xianxia slowly descended. The silhouette of a huge island appeared before Xianxia. This was the main island of the south, Longyang Island. The number of cultivators in the sky gradually increased. Most of them were in groups of 2 or 3, flying quickly towards the island. Xianxia looked up and discovered that all the cultivators who came to Longyang Island were flying in the same direction. This was the famous wrestling city of Longyang Island. It was a city made up of wrestling arenas of various sizes. The entire city was filled with blood and violence. Chapter 431. There were 4 other wrestling cities like this in the entire ancient desolate land. They were located on the other 3 main islands. Strange, there are more than 10 cities on Longyang Island. Why are all these people heading in the direction of wrestling cities? Xianxia felt confused as he looked at the departing figures. I really can't figure it out. Wrestling City has not held a large-scale rank, a wrestling ring, in the past 10 years. Who knows what is going on this time? They actually held dozens of matches. Hee, who cares? The Rank A wrestling rings are a great opportunity to earn money. If you win 10 matches in a row, you'll be able to obtain 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. If you win 20 matches in a row, you'll even get an inferior grade secret treasure. I heard that the rewards this time will be increased. I wonder if that is true. If it is, then they will be spending a lot of money. A group of cultivators who passed by Xianxia spoke excitedly about why they were going to Wrestling City. When Xianxia heard this, his expression sank. He looked at the sky and saw the cultivators rushing towards Wrestling City. He muttered, "The news has spread so far. It looks like I will meet many famous cultivators of the ancient desolate land in the first round." The full moon hung high in the sky, and the sky was dotted with stars. Under the bright moonlight, most of the stars were covered up. In a residence within Wrestling City, the 4 people in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union led more than 200 geniuses from various places to a banquet. From tomorrow onwards, the cultivators below would start a cruel competition. They would be fighting high-intensity battles for 6 consecutive days. Hence, the people in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union decided to hold a banquet to let everyone relax. At the same time, they would take the opportunity to answer some questions. Oldly sat in the middle of the hall. Beside him were his 3 assistants. A long wooden table was placed in front of the 4 of them. There were also long wooden tables placed against the walls on both sides. Wine and snacks were placed on the tables. There were 3 or 4 cultivators behind each table. The cultivators chatted happily with each other, and the atmosphere was very lively. Seniorly, I heard that in the next 5-nation youth competition, the top contestants of the Tianwu ranking will be able to go to the upper realm. On the right side, a young cultivator put down the wine cup in his hand and respectfully asked Old Li, who was on the stage. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall instantly quietened down, and everyone's gazes converged on his Senior Li. The so-called upper realm was a mysterious place to everyone. Rumor had it that the land of the 3 holy masters was in such a world. No one knew what kind of world it was. In the Sky Martial continent, it was said that only those with the strength of Emperor Wu could break through the void and go to the upper realm to have a look. Before reaching Emperor Wu's level, if one wanted to go up and take a look, they would have to participate in the 5-nation youth competition. Of course, not every 5-nation youth competition had such an opportunity. Only when the geniuses of the various nations reached their peak would they attract the attention of the upper realm. Then, they would be given such an opportunity. However, in the past few thousand years, there had been no news of anyone obtaining the qualifications to enter the upper realm from the 5-nation youth competition. The earliest 5-nation youth competition was 4,000 years ago. It was said that the young geniuses of the Thunder King's generation obtained such an opportunity in the 5-nation youth competition. 4,000 years was too long. The matter of that time had already become a legend. Now, the young cultivators could only make some guesses. They did not dare to confirm whether it was true or not. However, this 5-nation youth competition had already revealed some suspicions. Not only would the various nations and powers of the Tianwu continent send people to participate, but even the distant shallow seas of the boundless sea had already become a legend. Even the 4 shallow seas in the distant boundless ocean were planning to send people to participate. If it wasn't for the fact that they had obtained the opportunity to go to the previous World Championships, they definitely wouldn't have caused such a huge commotion. When Oldly heard this, he smiled gently and said, "What I know, the supreme elders of the older generation of the sects behind you know as well. Since they did not tell you, naturally, I will not tell you either." "Why?" everyone asked, feeling confused. Oldly shook his head and said, "It is not the time yet. Now is the budding age of geniuses. Your generation has not matured yet. Telling you will only bring you harm. I can only say that if you all do your best, those with great luck will be pleasantly surprised." Jin Wuji and Ding Fengshou sat at a table to the right, at the back. Jin Wuji felt suspicious as he said, "This is strange. Why does your tone sound exactly the same as Master's? First senior brother, Master dotes on you the most. Do you have any inside information?" Ding Fengshou took a sip of wine. A deep look flashed in his eyes, making him look very mysterious. Ding Fengshou put down his wine cup and shook his head. He smiled and said, "I'm not sure. Don't overthink this. If you're not strong enough, you might not end up well there." The banquet continued. During this time, someone asked about the rules of the Rank A wrestling ring. Oldly answered all of them, not hiding anything at all. "Once you go to the wrestling ring, this old man will not be in charge there. Let me make things clear first. If there is any danger, just retreat. Don't try to be brave. As for the rules, they're the rules of the wrestling ring. You do not have any special privileges. Just think of a way to obtain 60 victories." Dong, dong, dong. Just at this moment, urgent footsteps could be heard. An attendant outside the hall held an engraved card in his hand. He quickly walked over to Old Li and whispered something into his ear. Old Li's expression changed slightly. He instructed, "Go down first and bring him up. I'll take a look at him personally." A few of Old Li's assistants looked at the engraved card and said in astonishment, "Elder Huang's engraved card. Who is he protecting?" Old Li casually put away the engraved card. His expression was somewhat sullen. He said indifferently, "It's that brat who objected so strongly back then. I want to know why this old Huang wants to protect him so many times." When the outstanding talents in the hall saw Old Li's expression suddenly turn sullen, they could not figure out what was going on. They felt that something was going to happen. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange, and the hall became extremely quiet. Everyone looked at the door outside the hall, wanting to see who had offended Old Man Li. Mu Xinyao whispered to Jiang Zimo, who was beside her, "Could it be that the person you spoke of is here again?" Jiang Zimo said softly, "It is hard to say. However, if it is really him, I will not be of much help. This elderly is not from our myriad fiend palace's faction." Ta! Ta! Soft footsteps came from outside the door. Xiao Chun, dressed in blue robes and holding the lunar shadow saber in his hand, entered the hall with a calm expression. Xiao Chun looked around from the corner of his eyes and scanned the faces of everyone in the hall. He saw a few familiar faces. There was Xia Xian, whom he had fought with before. There was Jiang Zimo, whom he had met before. The silver-haired girl beside Jiang Zimo seemed familiar, but Xiao Chun could not recall where he had seen her before. There were also his 2 old friends, Jin Wuji and Ding Fengshou. Unexpectedly, they were here as well. When Xiao Chun felt Jin Wuji's hostile gaze, he ignored it. The atmosphere in the hall did not seem right. Xiao Chun did not think too much about it. He raised his head and performed a cup fist salute to Old Li. Junior Xiao Chun greets Senior. However, Old Li ignored Xiao Chun's words. He smiled indifferently and said, "I personally believe that cultivation realm is the foundation of a cultivator. Back then, I was the one who suggested the threshold for medial grade Martial King. I really want to know why an inferior grade Martial King like you is here. Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen's face sank. He remembered the words of the Heavenly Extermination Union's old man. It looked like he was unlucky. The old man in front of him was the one who opposed him back then. "Go back to where you came from. Enter the wrestling ring and renew the life and death contract. Come back again when you're a medial grade Martial King. It would be a pity if you fall here at such a young age." Don't think that after being famous in the great Qin nation for a while, you have great talent and can ignore the rules. The great Qin nation is always the weakest of the 5 great nations. When the people below heard old Li's words, their expressions became playful. It turned out that this person had used his connections to enter and compete with them for a spot. Unfortunately, his backer was not that strong. This old Li did not buy it, and ended up being humiliated instead. A quick-witted young cultivator could tell that old Li did not like Xianxia. He immediately followed along and mocked. An inferior grade martial king wants to compete with us for a spot in the ancient desolate tower? You overestimate yourself. The others immediately agreed. Indeed, go back. If you die in a wrestling ring, you'll have nothing left. This is not the great Qin nation. You are a peak genius there. Here, you are nothing. Xiaoqian's expression remained calm. He did not care about the words around him. He only committed them to memory. He looked straight at old Li and said, "Cultivation is indeed the foundation of a cultivator. However, combat techniques, martial techniques, and cultivation techniques are equally important. They might even be more important than cultivation." Old Li snorted coldly and said, "Do you think you are qualified to speak to me? I do not need you to teach me what is the most important." Scram immediately. Jiang Zimo could not stand it any longer. He said, "Seniorly, as far as I know." Elder Huang took out his engraved card. He has the authority to recommend someone. Old Li seemed to be afraid of Jiang Zimo's identity. He did not refute him. What Jiang Zimo said was the truth. However, back then, he was the one who proposed the requirement to become a medial grade martial king. He was also the one who vetoed sending an invitation to Xiaoqian. Now that he had to agree to Xiaoqian's request, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. If he could persuade Xiaoqian to withdraw, he could say that Xiaoqian withdrew of his own accord. Elder Huang would not be able to do anything to him. However, looking at the current situation, Xiaoqian was very patient. Furthermore, Jiang Zimo had spoken up for him. It would not be good to chase him away. When old Li's gaze fell on Xiaoqian, he thought of a countermeasure. He smiled gently and said, "Very well, I will give you a chance. Since you say that combat techniques and cultivation techniques are more important than cultivation, then choose a person in this hall. Then choose someone from this hall. If you can defeat him within 10 moves, I'll give you this opportunity. Let everyone see just how brilliant your combat skills are." The hall was very quiet. Everyone looked at Xiaoqian with eyes filled with schadenfreude. Clearly, this person had offended old Li. It was impossible for Xiaoqian to defeat them within 10 moves. The weakest cultivator here was a peak medial grade martial king. Chapter 432. They were all top-notch geniuses in their respective sections. They did not lack high-rank cultivation techniques or martial techniques. As for the so-called combat techniques, they did not think that they were inferior to Xiaoqian. Jin Wuji laughed in a carefree manner. To think that this brat would have such a day. After being humiliated by the Heavenly Extermination Union's elders, the anger in his heart has lessened somewhat. A girl beside Xiaoxian also smiled and said in a soft voice, "Senior sister, who is this person? He is just an inferior grade martial king. Why is he here?" However, Xiaoxian's expression did not change much. She said, "Xiaorou, don't think that way. He is not an ordinary inferior grade martial king." A trace of killing intent flashed in Xiao Chen's calm eyes. He looked at Old Li and said, "May I know Senior's name?" Old Li said indifferently, "This old man is Li Xiaozhu. If you are afraid, you can leave. If you stay, you have to agree to my request." Li Xiaozhu, Li Xiaozhu. He firmly remembered this name in his heart. Xiao Chen swore that he would return today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Without changing his expression, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "As you wish. I hope you will not regret your decision today." Li Xiaozhu smiled coldly and said, "I will regret it? This old man has seen many geniuses, and I've seen even more people like you who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even if I give you 10 years, you won't be a threat to me." Bang! Li Xiaozhu slammed the table heavily and snorted coldly. I will let whoever defeats him pass the first round." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd instantly burst into an uproar. All of them rushed towards Xianxia at the same time. If he directly passed the first round, not only would it be a pity that he could save a lot of energy, but he could also observe the various trump cards of others and not reveal his own trump card. There were many benefits, and they would be able to gain a great advantage in the second round of the arena battles. There was no one who wouldn't want this opportunity. Xiao. However, a figure rushed ahead of everyone else. It was the heavenly sword sex Jin Wuji. His gaze was fixed on Xiaochun. The moment Li Xiaozhu spoke, Jin Wuji's figure appeared before Xiaochun with a so sound. Ding Fengqiu's hand hovered in the air. He had just been about to stop Jin Wuji when he withdrew his hand. In such a short period of time, he had actually burst forth with such great speed, not giving him a chance to react at all. I can't even stop him. How foolish. Fine, if you want to send yourself over as a stepping stone, it's up to you. Ding Fengqiu shook his head as he drained the wine in his cup in one gulp. However, this was a good opportunity for him to see what cultivation realm Xiaochun had reached. Jin Wuji's killing chi spread out uncontrollably. He smiled somewhat savagely and said, "Xiaochun, you did not expect such a day to come, did you? Back then, you sneak attacked me and trampled on me. You definitely did not expect that one day I would personally bury your hopes." Ha! Jin Wuji laughed heartily. Back then, on the island, he had been stepped on by Xiaochun. He had not even been able to retaliate. That was simply a nightmare. After that, when he cultivated several times, Xiaochun's appearance would appear in his mind, causing him to break down. Jin Wuji knew that this was a heart demon. Xiaochun had already become his heart demon. If he did not deal with him personally, the heart demon would exist forever. His inner demons would always exist, and his strength would always be stagnant, and there would even be the danger of regressing. Now, as long as he could endure 10 moves, he would be able to destroy Xiaochun's hopes of entering the ancient desolate tower. This was undoubtedly a good opportunity to deal with his heart demon. How could he not be in a good mood? Jin Wuji withdrew his smile and said with a sullen expression, "White-robed bladesman, today, I will let you know that if you had not sneak attacked me, you would not have stood a chance against me." Xiaochun flipped his palm, and the lunar shadow saber appeared in his right hand. He said indifferently, "What a joke. Do you really think it was only because of sneak attack?" When Xianxia saw Xiaochun take out the lunar shadow saber from the universe ring, her expression fluctuated. She muttered, "It really is him." Song Kei's palm strike did not kill him. From the moment Xiaochun stepped into the hall, Xianxia's gaze never left Xiaochun. This was because Xiaochun's temperament was too similar to that of the person in her memories. Calm, decisive, and unhurried. No matter what happened, his expression would not change. No matter who he met, he would not be servile or overbearing. At this moment, when Xiaochun took out the lunar shadow saber, the saber from Xianxia's memories, she could finally confirm Xiaochun's identity. "Senior sister, do you think the Xiaochun can win?" Xiaoxian's junior sister, who was beside her, asked. Xiaoxian replied uncertainly. "It is hard to say. His overall strength is definitely stronger than Jin Wuji's. However, it would be too difficult to defeat him within 10 moves. Even I am not confident." Most of the cultivators present felt the same way. This Jin Wuji is lucky. He does not need to go through the first round. Li Xiaozhu sat calmly in his seat. He had a faint smile on his face. He did not have any expectations for Xiaochun. Such an ignorant cultivator would not be able to achieve much in the future. Chi! Suddenly, a resonant sword hum resounded in the hall. Jin Wuji finally could not endure it any longer and made the first move. The tip of the sword pointed at Xiaochun. The long sword trembled continuously, and the air rippled like water. A sharp metal concept was emitted from the sword's edge. Before the sword moved, the wind from the sword had already arrived. An unparalleled sharp sword-intent shot toward Xiaochun. It tore through the air and entered Xiaochun's forehead, trying to break his heart and disrupt his mental state. The state of metal had only one attribute: sharpness. It was incredibly sharp. Based on Jin Wuji's aura, it was clear that he had cultivated the state of metal to great perfection. There is no more chance. Jin Wuji's state of metal has already reached great perfection. Although it has not reached peak consummation, it is impossible to defeat him within 10 moves, Xianxia sighed. The others in the hall all shook their heads. This battle was unfair from the start. Now, Xiao Chun had no chance at all. Li Xiaoju's frown relaxed, and he relaxed completely. He muttered to himself, "The result is already decided." When Xiao Chun felt that sharp sword intent, he had an idea. He circulated the qi that he had not used before. Ever since Xiao Chun condensed his martial spirit, he had experienced failures, setbacks, tribulations, perplexities, and worries. This was the qi that only a bladesman possessed. Dang! A melodious clang resounded in the air. It was like divine weapons clashing in the air, giving off a heavy, vibrating sound that spread into the surroundings. Jin Wuji's sword intent was immediately blocked. The state of metal in the sword intent also vanished like smoke in thin air. Saber intent. When they heard the heavy, vibrating sound and felt the qi from Xiao Chen's body, some of the people in the hall felt suspicious. Sabers were formed from swords. Saber intent was also derived from sword intent. However, it was even harder to comprehend than sword intent. If the chances of comprehending sword intent were 1 in 100,000, then the chances of comprehending saber intent were 1 in a million. Furthermore, in the past few thousand years, no one had heard of anyone comprehending saber intent before the age of 30. The 10 great bladesmen of the ancient desolate land had all comprehended saber intent at the age of 40. Only the generation of the Thunder King had such a talented bladesman. If one wanted to trace this back, it would be the Tianwu dynasty or even earlier, the ancient era. Ding Fengqiu's expression relaxed slightly. He said, "Fortunately, it is not saber intent. It is just a strand of qi. However, just a strand of qi can resist Jin Wuji's sword intent. How powerful would saber intent be?" The others in the hall also heaved a sigh of relief. If it was really saber intent, it would be a huge blow. Jin Wuji is not weak. If I want to defeat him under normal circumstances, I would have to fight him for more than 100 moves. If I want to defeat Jin Wuji within 10 moves, I have to catch him off guard. Then I have to charge forward like a ferocious tiger and crush him in one go, not giving him time to react. Coincidentally, I have a set of saber techniques that can be used in one go, the rushing thunder chop. Although it is of a lower rank, Xiao Chen's essence and state can make up for it. It is sufficient to deal with Jin Wuji. After scattering Jin Wuji's sword intent, Xiao Chun took advantage of the moment his opponent was stunned to raise his right foot by half a meter. Then he stomped down ferociously. Bang! This stomp merged vital qi and essence. Xiao Chun did not hold back at all. It contained 350 tons of force, and a crack immediately appeared in the ground. Boom! 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 The entire hall shook. All the wine on the wooden table shattered with a ka-cia sound. The crack quickly extended towards Jin Wuji. Hu qi! Hu qi! A sharp energy that was half a meter tall soared up from the crack. As the crack extended, it charged straight at Jin Wuji. It was like a sharp knife trying to split Jin Wuji in half. The stunned expression on Jin Wuji's face turned into one of extreme shock. He had not expected Xiao Chun to suddenly make such a move. This was what it meant by catching the enemy off guard and attacking them when they were unprepared. Jin Wuji's body shook along with the ground. When he saw the energy rushing at him, he quickly dodged to the side. The energy passed by Jin Wuji and continued towards Li Xiaoju, who was behind him. Li Xiaoju remained expressionless as he stomped on the ground. The sharp energy instantly shattered into nothing. At the same time, the crack in the ground stopped. When it reached Li Xiaoju's table, it was difficult to move an inch further. Xiao! Jin Wuji had just stabilized his footing when he saw Xiao Chen's right hand grasping his saber hilt. Xiao Chen's eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he rushed at him. Dong! 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 Xiao Chen's footsteps sounded like thunder. He moved as fast as lightning, creating a strong wind. Jin Wuji could not keep his eyes open. Jin Wuji had a bad feeling in his heart. He pushed off the ground and retreated. Can I retreat? It is already too late. Xiao Chun snorted coldly in his heart. His right hand, which was on the saber hilt, swung out. Drawing the saber, it was like a bolt of lightning had shot out from the scabbard. The purple light was so dazzling that it hurt everyone's eyes. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Jin Wuji quickly spun his sword and held it horizontally in front of his chest, blocking this sword strike. Dang! The saber and sword clashed, giving off intense sparks and a chi-chi sound. As he ran, Xiao Chen's aura was raised to its peak. On the other hand, Jin Wuji, who had lost the initiative and wanted to retreat, lost most of his aura. Jin Wuji's arm felt numb, and his sword trembled. He nearly lost his grip on it. Arclight Chop. Xiao Chen activated the Blood Flame shoes, and his speed increased explosively. In an instant, he arrived at Jin Wuji's side. The Lunar Shadow Saber sent out a strange arclight. The arclight flickered with electricity. Chapter 433. Retreat. The arcs of light sealed off all points of attack. There was no weakness at all. There was no way for Jin Wuji to counterattack. Jin Wuji retreated again. No, I cannot retreat anymore. If I do, my momentum will plummet, Jin Wuji thought anxiously. I have to attack and regain control of the rhythm. Jin Wuji's sword trembled as he started to gather his killing move. Just as he was about to attack, he saw Xiao Chun charging at him with his saber. If Jin Wuji did not retreat, his chest would be pierced by Xiao Chun in the next moment, and he would die without a complete corpse. Retreat. How hateful. Jin Wuji felt extremely depressed. He scattered his killing move and retreated once more. Xiao Chen's figure paused in the air. As he looked at the retreating Jin Wuji, it was like he had frozen. Rushing Thunder Chop. In the next moment, there was an explosion behind Xiao Chun. It shook off all the dust on the roof, and his aura instantly soared again. Carrying the boundless might of thunder, Xiao Chun chopped down with his saber. It was like rolling thunder. Jin Wuji was horrified. This saber descended like lightning, not giving him a chance to dodge at all. Its aura locked onto him, as if it knew where he would land. Sword light flashed, and Jin Wuji expended his essence without any regard for his life. He quickly created layers of solid sword screens, trying to block this saber strike. However, his momentum was already exhausted. No matter how strong the sword screens were, they were useless against Xiao Chen's saber strike, which had reached its peak. Bang! 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 The layers of sword screens were easily broken. The surging energy shot out in all directions. The many cultivators quickly made their moves to block. Wuxia. The saber energy entered Jin Wuji's body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion was extremely pale. Rushing Thunder Second Chain Chop. After Xiao Chun landed, he did not hesitate. The lightning-attributed energy that he had accumulated for 4 moves burst out ferociously. The electric light on his saber instantly became extremely resplendent. Jin Wuji did his best to block, but he was still knocked back by this saber strike. His clothes were in tatters, and his skin was mangled. Jin Wuji fell miserably to the ground. The electricity on his body had not dissipated yet, crackling nonstop. The surroundings were silent. The martial artists who had previously mocked Xiao Chun were all stunned. Xiao Chun did not even use 10 moves. He only used 5 moves to defeat Jin Wuji. Even if he included that kick, it was only 6 moves. Bang! Li Xiaozhu was so angry that his face turned red. He smashed the wooden table in front of him into wood shavings. He looked at Jin Wuji, who had just climbed up with great difficulty. His eyes were filled with disgust. Trash! You cannot even deal with an inferior grade martial king. What qualifications do you have to participate in the selection? Scram! From a distance, Jin Wuji suffered a heavy blow. He vomited a large mouthful of blood and flew out of the hall. Then, he rolled a few times on the steps before coming to a stop. Li Xiaozhu glared at Xiao Chun before getting up expressionlessly. Without saying anything, he quickly left the place. Li Xiaozhu left in a huff, and his 3 assistants left one after another. Naturally, the banquet ended on an unhappy note. Inside the hall, the outstanding talents from all over no longer looked at Xiaochuan with the same gazes as before. They no longer viewed him as a strong competitor. Their expressions were somewhat depressed. It was not a good thing to have another competitor in the intense election. There were still 10-odd people in the hall, but their eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. They did not fear challenges. The more opponents they had, the more excited they would be. "Hey Xiaoxian, what do you think?" The Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord, Lung Yun, asked indifferently as he looked at the beast-taming abode's Pei Xiaoxian. Pei Xiaoxian played with the scarlet ring on his index finger gently. He said softly, "He is very strong, but there is no need to be too shocked. If you can catch him off guard, you could defeat Jin Wuji in 10 moves." Lung Yun nodded and said, "Naturally, I understand this principle. However, it's a pity that it's a little difficult to seize the initiative against a cultivator whose cultivation is not lower than his. This is where this person is brilliant." Pei Xiaoxian stood up. Before he left, he said indifferently, "The 100 battles are all real. You can catch him off guard once or twice. However, if you want to fight continuously, your foundation is the most important. I will see you tomorrow." The outstanding talents in the hall discussed the earlier battle for a while before they left. Since the banquet was over, there was no need for them to remain here. Xiaoxian led her junior sister over to congratulate Xiaochun. She said, "Congratulations. It looks like I have another competitor for the ancient desolate landslot." Xiaochun smiled gently and said, "Miss Xia, you are exaggerating. In a battle between us, we would only have a 50-50 chance of winning." "Humph. My first senior sister comprehended sword intent at the age of 16. Now, she is a superior grade martial king. She also cultivates a peak earth-ranked cultivation technique. Her martial techniques are also peak earth-ranked martial techniques. She is not inferior to anyone in the same generation. Don't overestimate yourself." "Don't overestimate yourself," Xiao Rou, who was beside Xia Xian, said in dissatisfaction when she heard Xiao Chun comparing himself to Xia Xian. In her opinion, Xiao Chun was able to defeat Jin Wuji in 6 moves. Although he was very strong, it was mostly due to his trickery. If it were not for that kick catching Jin Wuji off guard and causing him to lose the initiative, then forcing him to retreat again and again, it would have been impossible for Xiao Chun to defeat Jin Wuji within 10 moves. However, Xiao Rou did not think that being able to catch an opponent of the same cultivation realm off guard and seize the initiative was a display of strength. When Xiao Chen looked at Xiao Rou, he did not get angry. He could tell that she was trying her best to protect his first senior sister. She was like a little girl worshipping her idol. When Xia Xian heard this, she glared at Xiao Rou. Then, she said apologetically, "Sorry, this little fellow always speaks without thinking. Don't mind her." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and did not say anything. "I will take my leave first. See you tomorrow." Seeing that Xiao Rou still wanted to say something, Xia Xian quickly pulled her to the side and took her leave. Xiao Chun sheathed the lunar shadow saber and did not linger. He prepared to leave. The battle in the wrestling ring tomorrow would be the real start. This was just an appetizer. "Brother Xiao, please wait a moment." Just as Xiao Chun reached the threshold of the hall, Jiang Zimo called out to Xiao Chun. Then, he walked over with Muxinya. Although Xiao Chun understood Jiang Zimo, this person had helped him time and time again. This made Xiao Chun want to make friends with him. This was especially so when Jiang Zimo risked defending Li Xiuzhu and spoke up to help him. Compared to those people who try to curry favor with Li Xiuzhu, Jiang Zimo was even more valuable. Stopping, Xiao Chun turned around and performed a cup fist salute. He said, "Many thanks to Brother Zimo for helping me earlier, helping me obtain this opportunity." Jiang Zimo smiled gently and said, "It is just a small matter. I'm not afraid of Li Xiuzhu. He would not dare to do anything to me." Jiang Zimo sounded very confident. It seemed like he had a strong power behind him, something that even Li Xiuzhu feared. Xiao Chen did not continue with the pleasantries. He directly said, "Why are you looking for me? If there is anything I can help you with, just ask. In that case, I will remember what you said. If there is nothing, I will look for you." Jiang Zimo smiled and pointed to the silver-haired girl beside him. He said, "She's the one looking for you. I will take my leave first." After Jiang Zimo left, Xiao looked suspiciously at the silver-haired girl before him. Although she looked familiar, Xiao did not remember seeing this girl before. "Speaking of which, do we know each other?" Xiao asked probingly. Mu Xinyao looked at Xiao and revealed a bitter smile on her exquisite face. She said, "If I tell you, will you kill me again?" Xiao was shocked. When he heard the other party's voice, he finally recalled who this silver-haired girl was. Back then, in the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, this girl had disguised herself as a human girl, Mu Xinya, for the sake of rescuing the imprisoned Heavenly Wolf King. They had interacted with each other for more than a month. No wonder this girl's gaze never left me the moment I entered the hall. She must have found me familiar. When Xiao thought about the events of that day, it was still vivid in his mind. The pleading expressions of the miners appeared clearly in his mind. However, Xiao already had a different view of the events of that day. Those miners were sacrificed by the Heavenly Saber Pavilion on purpose. It was hard to tell who was in the right and who was in the wrong. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao shook his head and replied, "No, I do not wish to mention the matters of the past. Everyone has their own beliefs. It is just that their point of view is different." When Mu Xinya heard this, she heaved a sigh of relief. She said, "Can we have a chat?" Xiao nodded, and the two of them flew out. Outside the hall, Jin Wuji's clothes were tattered. He lay on the ground in a sorry state. Occasionally, electricity would flicker on his body. The bones in Xiao chest caved invisibly. That was a palm strike from Li Xiuzhu filled with rage. As a bona fide martial monarch, this palm strike caused more damage than Xiao. Furthermore, Xiao had injured Jin Wuji. Without half a year of recuperation and miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Jin Wuji to recover to his peak state. To these geniuses, wasting half a year was an extremely cruel thing to do. It might result in a gap that they would never be able to cross. When the cultivators passing by saw this scene, they felt that the world was like a game of chess. The universe was unpredictable. 15 minutes ago, Jin Wuji was the envy of everyone. As long as he did not lose in 10 moves, he would be able to pass the first round easily. However, 15 minutes later, an inferior-grade martial king defeated him in 6 moves. If news of this spread, his reputation would be ruined. Furthermore, Li Xiuzhu made a move to injure Jin Wuji, disqualifying him from being a candidate. This was like adding snow to snow. It was a tragic sight. Everyone remembered this lesson. In the future, they could not underestimate any cultivator with a lower cultivation. They could not guarantee that it would be another Xiao. Jin Wuji, lying on the ground, was the best example of how miserable their fates were. Ding Fengqiu slowly walked over to Jin Wuji and sighed to himself. Jin Wuji was completely crippled. He had lost the qualifications to compete with the top geniuses forever. In this age of geniuses, where the age of geniuses had just sprouted, this was undoubtedly a tragedy. I told you long ago, it is important to know one's limits. If you are not strong enough, don't use the heavenly sword gate to show off. You're asking for it if you're crippled. Ding Fengqiu placed his palm on Jin Wuji's chest and circulated his essence. The electricity in Jin Wuji's body was immediately sucked into Ding Fengqiu's palm. Chapter 434. Ding Fengqiu raised his palm, and a ball of lightning-attributed spiritual energy gathered on his palm. The unconscious Jin Wuji's expression immediately relaxed. Bang! Ding Fengqiu casually waved his hand, and the ball of lightning landed on the ground. It blasted a huge pit and kicked up a cloud of dust. What a strong lightning-attributed energy. This person might be cultivating a heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, he would not have such surging energy as an inferior-grade martial king. Ding Fengqiu frowned slightly as he muttered to himself. Furthermore, this was only the remnant energy. If he used it at full power, it would be even stronger. It had to be said that Ding Fengqiu's eyes were very good. With just the remnant energy, he was able to roughly guess Xiao Qian's true strength. Ding Fengqiu, I told you long ago not to bring out trash. Now, you have embarrassed yourself. The beast-taming abodes, Pei, Xiaoxian laughed loudly as he walked over. You are seeking death. Ding Fengqiu's expression turned cold. He formed 2 fingers on his right hand into a sword and pointed at Pei Xiaoxian. Xiao! The sword at Ding Fengqiu's waist hummed and quickly came out of its scabbard. Under his control, it carried a surging sword intent as it flew at Pei Xiaoxian. Woo! Woo! The sword hummed in the air. Water-like ripples spread out from the sword. It seemed like space itself turned blurry. Pei Xiaoxian's expression changed. He had not expected Ding Fengqiu to make a move. He quickly formed hand seals with both hands. A circular formation appeared in front of Pei Xiaoxian. An ape with skin as hard as steel blocked Pei Xiaoxian's path. Bang! As soon as the ape appeared, a huge bloody hole was opened up in its chest by the longsword. The sword pierced through its body, and it couldn't be any more dead. Wuxia! Pei Xiaoxian had not expected Ding Fengqiu to break the steel ape, which had a high defense, in an instant. Pei Xiaoxian did his best to dodge. However, the sword still managed to leave a deep wound on his right arm. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Soon, his entire right arm was dyed red. It looked very scary. Pei Xiaoxian, on account of your first senior brother, I will not kill you immediately. In the future, you better watch your mouth. The people of the Heavenly Sword Gate are not for you to speak. Gotcha! Ding Fengqiu waved his hand, and his sword returned to its scabbard. He picked up Jin Wuji's body and left without even looking at Pei Xiaoxian. As Pei Xiaoxian watched Ding Fengqiu leave, he revealed an extremely hateful gaze. The grudge between him and Ding Fengqiu had started long ago. During one of his fortuitous encounters, he had been severely injured by the other party while fighting for a natural treasure. The other party had even stolen all of his treasures, and he had always viewed it as a great humiliation. Otherwise, he would not have dealt a heavy blow to Jin Wuji in the previous 5-nation youth competition and eliminated him in a sorry state. After that, he retracted his gaze and stopped the sword wound on his arm. He squatted down and pointed the red ring on his right hand at the steel ape lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Chi-chi! With a flash of red light, the steel ape's corpse and blood were sucked into the ring. Kacha-kacha! A series of hair-raising sounds came from the ring. It was very strange. The full moon hung high in the sky, like a silver plate adorning the night sky. Xiao Chun and Mu Xianxia sat on a roof in the city. Although they were chatting, Mu Xianxia was the one speaking most of the time. Xiao Chun had a rough understanding of what happened after she left the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. After inheriting the Heavenly Wolf King's power, Mu Xianxia's strength increased rapidly. Now, she was already a peak superior grade Martial King. The most important thing was that she did not have any bottlenecks. As long as she absorbed the Heavenly Wolf King's power, her strength would continue to increase. Her potential was unlimited. When fighting with others, she could draw on the Heavenly Wolf King's power. Even if she faced a half-step martial monarch, she would still be able to hold her own. She would not be like Xiao Chun, who had no chance and could only find an opportunity to retreat. Because of her, the Heavenly Wolf race, which was in a precarious situation, obtained a large amount of resources from the Myriad Fiend Palace. The overall strength of the Heavenly Wolf race increased by the day. Yi-chun, did you know? That month in the underground world was actually the most ordinary period of my life. Mu Xianxia raised her head and looked at the bright moon in the sky. The moonlight shone on her silver hair, adding a faint glow to it. It looked somewhat dreamy. Haha. However, I cannot stop. The burden of the clan rests on my shoulders. There are 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. I must obtain one. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. In that case, I wish you success. I must obtain one of the 20 spots. Mu Xianxia smiled. In that case, let's work hard together. When the time comes, we will work together in the ancient desolate tower. With our tacit understanding, we might be able to reach a height that no one has ever reached before. I'm leaving. Thank you for chatting with me for so long. I can finally let go of the burden in my heart. Mu Xianxia waved her hand at Xiao Chun. Then, she jumped off the roof and landed far away. Xiao Chun stood up and looked at the distant Xianxia. He sighed softly. There are more than 1,000 peak geniuses. Just in this group, there are geniuses among geniuses like Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Xianxia. These 20 spots will not be easy to obtain. However, no matter what, he had to obtain these 20 spots. The ancient desolate tower had a total of 9 floors. Back then, the genius Thunder King had made it to the 7th floor before he rose up. In the past few years, although there were not many people who made it to the 5th floor, they had all obtained great benefits. Some of them had a great increase in their cultivation. Some had obtained ancient heaven-ranked martial techniques or heaven-ranked cultivation techniques. There were also those who had reached a bottleneck in comprehending martial techniques. They had a huge breakthrough in there, and their combat prowess had increased greatly after they came out. It would not be an exaggeration to say that without the ancient desolate tower, it would be very difficult for the cultivators of the 4 nations to enter the top 50 on the Tianwu ranking. The next day, just as dawn broke, the light of dawn shone on every corner of Wrestling City. More than 200 outstanding talents from all over the world were already waiting in the great hall of Old Li's residence. Xiao Chun stood in a corner of the crowd, waiting calmly for Li Xiuzhu to arrive. This was only the first round of selection. He believed that he had the strength to clear it. After a while, Li Xiuzhu walked out from the back of the great hall. Aside from his 3 assistants, there was an unfamiliar cultivator beside him. That person wore tight cultivator robes. His muscles were bulging, making him look very strong. He looked to be in his 40s and was actually a half-step martial monarch. There was a faint scar on the right side of this person's face, giving him a ferocious aura. His eyes were dim and lifeless, making him look very sinister. Li Xiuzhu found Xiao Chun in the crowd and smiled coldly. Then, he withdrew his gaze and said, "Let me introduce everyone. This is Wrestling City's City Lord, Gao Yangyu. We will not be in charge of what happens next. 6 days from now, I will be in charge of counting the people who won 60 matches. I will bring those who meet the criteria to Desolate City and meet up with the people from the other 3 groups for the second round of selection. Those who do not meet the criteria will be sent home." After Li Xiuzhu spoke, he did not care about anything else. He led his 3 assistants and left, leaving the scene to Gao Yangyu. Gao Yangyu looked at the crowd calmly. With a flip of his hand, a stack of contracts appeared. Then, he silently distributed them to the crowd. Xiao Chun took a look at the contract. It was a life-and-death contract. The general content of the contract was that he was willing to participate in the A-rank wrestling matches. His life and death had nothing to do with Wrestling City. Let me state this first. Wrestling City does not have much of a relationship with the Heavenly Extermination Union. They have no control over me. In fact, I only received news about you people wanting to participate in the A-rank wrestling matches a week ago. I will not give you any special privileges. You will be the same as the other cultivators participating in the A-rank wrestling matches. Your life and death will be up to fate. If you want to participate, you'll have to sign this contract first. After Gao Yangyu finished distributing the contracts, he spoke calmly. Li Xiuzhu had already told everyone about this. The outstanding talents present all had calm expressions. They did not hesitate to sign the contracts. Perhaps it might really be deaths in the A-rank wrestling matches. However, everyone here was an outstanding talent. They were all very strong. Who would think that they would be the ones dying? After signing the life-and-death contract, Xiao Chun lined up at the back of the crowd. He was the last to hand the contract to Gao Yangyu. Gao Yangyu looked at the name on the life-and-death contract. He could not help but glance at Xiao Chun. An undetectable killing intent flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chun could clearly feel this killing intent. However, his expression did not change as he slowly moved to the back. Xiao Chun had no grudges with Gao Yangyu. Logically speaking, Gao Yangyu could not possibly have any killing intent towards him. The only possibility was that Li Xiuzhu had left some instructions for him. It looks like this old thing really wants to fight with me, Xiao Chun thought to himself coldly. I will endure this for now and keep an eye out. After Gao Yangyu put away the contract, he appeared very satisfied. He smiled faintly and said, "Very good. No one is absent. I wish you all good luck in advance." Gao Yongyu twisted the ring on his right hand, and space fluctuated intensely. Suddenly, a door of light appeared in the hall. "Let's go." Gao Yongyu took the lead and stepped into the door of light. None of them were ordinary cultivators. They knew that this was a rarely seen teleportation door. There was nothing to be surprised about, so they all followed suit. As usual, Xiao Chun was the last to enter. When he stepped into the door of light, he felt a mysterious energy pull his body infinitely. All the sensations disappeared. It felt like only an instant, but it also felt like an eternity. Xiao Chun finally regained control of his movements. Roar, roar, roar. Just as Xiao Chun found his footing, he heard earth-shattering shouts. The sound did not stop for a long time. Xiao Chun looked up and discovered that he and the others were in a majestic wrestling ring. The circular wrestling ring was at least 10,000 square meters in size. It was surrounded by a ring of spectator stands. The 10,000 seats were all occupied. It was very lively. Gao Yongyu gathered everyone together and pointed in a direction. He said, "Later, 1,000 demonic beasts will charge out from the cages over there. There will be a total of 200 iron medallions in the bodies of the 1,000 demonic beasts. You have to kill the demonic beasts and obtain the iron medallions before you can truly qualify to fight in the rank A wrestling ring." Chapter 435. Everyone looked in the direction of Gao Yongyu's finger. They saw countless scarlet eyes flashing in a pitch-black space behind a metal railing. A strong aura came from inside, accompanied by the roars of beasts, causing everyone to tremble in fear. Damn it! They're all rank 7 demonic beasts. When someone sensed the rank of the demonic beasts inside, his expression changed drastically. He was clearly horrified. Gao Yongyu smiled faintly and said, "That's right. They are all rank 7 demonic beasts. Furthermore, they are extremely hungry." One rank 7 demonic beast was not scary. Everyone here could deal with it easily. However, 1,000 rank 7 demonic beasts, even if they split the rewards evenly, everyone would have to fight 4 rank 7 demonic beasts alone. Furthermore, they would have to split their attention to snatch the iron medallion. That would be extraordinarily dangerous. Xiaxian's expression turned grave. She said softly to Xiaoro, "Don't get separated later. Follow me closely." Although Xiaoro was strong, she did not have much experience. The Thousand Sword Pavilion's plan was to let her undergo experiential training and try her luck. Perhaps she could even enter the ancient desolate tower. However, the Thousand Sword Pavilion did not expect that they would meet with such danger at the start of the selection. The other people in the crowd also looked for companions. Under such circumstances, it was too dangerous to be alone. Jiang Zimo and Mu Xinya also sent invitations to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shook his head and rejected them. He knew that they were helping him out of goodwill. However, he had the advantage of speed and was not afraid of such a situation. There was no need to owe them a favor. Gao Yongyu was very satisfied with the atmosphere. After he stopped the discussion, he said, "After you obtain the iron medallion, you can be challenged by anyone here. As long as you're not a half-step martial monarch, you can challenge them. All you need to do is defeat these challengers and obtain 60 victories. Open the gates." Without giving the crowd any time to react, Gao Yongyu jumped out of the dojo and waved his hand. The iron railing holding the 1,000 rank 7 demonic beasts immediately opened. Boom, boom, boom. Intense footsteps resounded as all the demonic beasts rushed out. Blood dripped from their mouths as they charged at the crowd with bloodshot eyes. Thousands of demonic beasts crawled on the ground and flew in the sky. There were wind-attributed, fire-attributed, ice-attributed, all sorts of demonic beasts. All of a sudden, they all rushed over together. Black chi soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Their imposing manner was incomparably terrifying. The crowd did not hesitate in the slightest as they rapidly retreated. At this time, no one dared to test the sharpness of these demonic beasts. When a demon beast that was starving to the extreme suddenly smelled the scent of humans, it became several times more ferocious than usual. No one will be so stupid as to wantonly attack it now. Retreat. Everyone used their own movement techniques to retreat and quickly spread out. Boom, boom, boom. However, there were simply too many demonic beasts. The entire wrestling ring could only accommodate this group of demonic beasts. Soon, there were cultivators fighting the demonic beasts. Four demonic beasts surrounded Xianxia. One of them was a scarlet steel snake that was as thick as a bucket and had steel-like spiritual scales. It was tens of meters long. Two flame wolves covered in black chi walked on their hind legs, and an extremely fierce lightning bull stood on all fours. Wuxia, the incredibly fast scarlet steel snake, took the initiative to attack. It opened its huge mouth and shot toward Xianxia, wanted to swallow Xianxia whole. Xianxia pushed off the ground and activated the blood flame shoes. His speed reached Mach 3.5, drawing a purple arc in the air. Xianxia's figure flickered and landed on the scarlet steel snake's head. Then he stomped on it. Dang! Dang! A huge force landed on the scarlet steel snake's head, giving off an intense metallic sound. Xianxia stomped the scarlet steel snake's upper body into the ground. Rumble! A deep pit appeared in the ground. Cracks extended in all directions. Xianxia stood in the air. His ankle felt somewhat numb. However, he did not feel that the scarlet steel snake had suffered any fatal injuries. The rank 7 demonic beast scarlet steel snake was famous for its defense. Its scales were as hard as superior-grade frost iron. Swords and spears could not break them, making it very difficult to deal with. A purple bolt of lightning shot over quickly. It was the lightning bull attacking as well. Two flame wolves covered in black flames followed the bolt of lightning and charged over. Xianxia smiled faintly and pulled back his palm. The purple bolt of lightning turned into a whirlpool and quickly gathered in his palm, turning into a clump of fierce purple flames. Without the protection of state, Xianxia could absorb as much lightning-attributed energy as he wanted. Xianxia took a step forward and did not advance. Instead, he retreated and punched at the two flame wolves. A purple flame spread out from his fist, encasing the two flame wolves. Demonic beasts were very intelligent. The two flame wolves originally intended to take advantage of the time. Xianxia blocked the lightning to charge up and attack. Who knew? Xianxia did not fear the lightning at all. With a flip of his palm, he withdrew the lightning. After the two demonic beasts charged up and attacked, they would remain in that state forever. Boom! The purple flames clashed with the black flames around the flame wolves, giving off intense heat. Then, Xianxia's punch knocked the purple flames back to the ground. After tumbling a few times, the flame wolves climbed back to their feet in a sorry state. Their fur was scorched, giving off black smoke. Roar! Roar! When the lightning ox saw that the lightning it was so proud of could not harm Xianxia, it became anxious and pressed its huge body toward Xianxia. The physiques of demonic beasts were generally stronger than those of human cultivators. When clashing head-on with their physical bodies, humans would usually be the ones at a disadvantage. Many demonic beasts like to use this move. If used well, they could even cause internal injuries to cultivators. Unfortunately, the lightning ox met with Xianxia. Xianxia clenched his fists, and the image of a tiger and a dragon circled around his arms. The roars of the tiger and dragon resounded continuously. Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. Xianxia shouted and crossed his arms, taking on the lightning ox's frenzied charge. Bang! There was a loud sound of collision. Xianxia did not move at all. No matter how fast the lightning ox moved, it rebounded with a huge force. Dragon hisses, tiger roars. With the power of the crouching tiger, hidden dragon, Xianxia moved and arrived beside the lightning ox. Then he punched the lightning ox, which had just gotten up. Roar! 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 When Xianxia punched, boundless tiger roars and dragon roars resounded endlessly. The sounds were ear-splitting, and intense explosions came from the lightning ox's body. Wuxia! Wuxia! The lightning ox retaliated with all its might. Electricity lit up all over its body, giving off a purple light. Boundless electricity danced around in the surroundings. As the electricity surged, Xianxia's hair and clothes fluttered continuously. There were even faint traces of electricity moving about, giving off a zhizhi sound. Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He punched the lightning ox's body with his right fist. Following the roars of the tiger and dragon, he punched the lightning ox continuously. The purple thunder divine incantation circulated rapidly in Xiao Chen's body. His left hand continuously absorbed the electricity, forming a spinning whirlpool of electricity. After a while, the internal organs of the lightning ox were completely shattered by Xiao Chen's punch. The electricity finally dissipated. The scarlet metal snake and the flame wolves took advantage of this opportunity to pounce over. The three demonic beasts executed their best moves. The scarlet metal snake's long tail swept down with a heavy force. The two flame wolves had black flames burning on their claws, leaving long black flaming tails in the air. Xiao Chun turned around and retreated. As he looked at the fierce, purple flame on his palm, a strange thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Could I use this purple flame to execute the life bestowal spell? In theory, the life bestowal spell could make use of anything. When it reached great perfection, it could even make use of the air. Since he thought of it, there was no problem trying it out. Xiao Chun used his spiritual sense to split off a strand of purple flame and quickly made it into a soaring lightning fire goshawk. Puchi. Xiao Chen's right hand formed hand seals as the mental energy in his sea of consciousness drained continuously. The essence liquid in the qi whirlpool also diminished at a visible rate. Using energy to execute the life bestowal spell actually drained twice as much. It could also be understood as merging essence and mental energy together. Xiao Chun shouted and executed the life bestowal spell. The lightning fire goshawk immediately came to life. When it spread its wings, it was 10 meters wide. The goshawk crashed into the snake tail, descending from the sky. There was a kasi sound, and the scales, which were as hard as frost iron, shattered. The entire snake tail broke from the impact. It really works. It is actually so strong, Xiao Chun said with a smile, revealing a joyful expression. When Gao Yangyu, who was in the spectator stands, saw this scene, his expression changed slightly. This move seems to have merged essence and mental energy. How did this brat do it? How could the mental energy of a martial king not be able to withstand the explosive essence? This was a technique that only martial monarchs could grasp. Even a half-step martial monarch like Gao Yangyu could only barely grasp it. The lightning ox was already dead, and the scarlet metal snake was severely injured. Xiao Chun only had to face 2 flame wolves. Victory was basically in the bag. As long as Xiao Chun's luck was not too bad, an iron medallion should appear within the 4 demonic beasts. However, the one with the most dazzling performance was not Xiao Chun, but someone else. The many cultivators in the spectator stands all focused on the battle in the wrestling ring. They wanted to see who was worth betting on. Chapter 436. Wrestling City had been in operation for over 100 years. It had already formed a very commercialized chain of events. Not only could the challengers obtain generous prizes, but it was also very profitable. Not only could the challengers obtain bountiful prizes, but the ordinary spectators could also participate in the various competitions organized by Wrestling City. Wrestling City was only 5 kilometers away from the island's main city, Longyang City. Every day, tens of thousands of cultivators would come to watch the fights. The total flow of people was more than 1 million. Almost everyone would go down the mountain to place a few bets. Even if each person only bet a few hundred medial grade spirit stones, the bets would reach hundreds of millions of medial grade spirit stones. That was a very large sum. Not only could they earn some extra income, but they could also watch some strong combat techniques in the wrestling rings. Wrestling City was very attractive to cultivators. Look, Ding Fengqiu already obtained an iron medallion and left. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, someone in the spectator stand exclaimed, "Not bad, he's strong enough. He managed to pierce through a vital point with 1 strike. He is indeed strong. I will place my bets on him after today's competition ends." The beast-taming abodes Pei Xiaoxian obtained an iron medallion as well. What a fellow! He controlled 7 or 8 rank 7 spirit beasts by himself. He completely crushed them. Jiang Zimo and Mu Xianxia obtained iron medallions as well. It looks like the 3 experts of the Myriad Fiend Palace's younger generation are not undeserved. The Holy Fire Manor's young manor lord obtained an iron medallion as well. Lung Yun has been famous in the southern islands for a long time. It is not strange that he obtained an iron medallion so early. Some of the young experts who had been famous for a long time obtained an iron medallion and leaped out of Wrestling City. The moment these people entered the arena, they displayed a strong aura. After killing a few demonic beasts, no more demonic beasts dared to attack them. They went to look for weaker opponents. Their auras grew stronger as they fought. It was a tragedy for those who were weaker. The number of demonic beasts surrounding them increased. The originally difficult situation became even more difficult to deal with. Several people did not even have time to give up before the demonic beasts tore them to shreds and devoured them. Xiao Chan fought 4 demonic beasts alone. He did not even draw the lunar shadow saber. With his strong aura, no demonic beast dared to find trouble with him and take the initiative to attack him. Xiao Chan shifted his target to the other cultivators who were still struggling bitterly. The 2 flame wolves finally fell under Xiao Qin's iron fists. Xiao Qin broke open the corpses of the demonic beasts and discovered that his luck was not ordinary. 4 demonic beasts had actually allowed him to obtain 2 iron plates. However, no matter how many iron medallions there were, 1 was enough. As Xiao Chun prepared to leave, he discovered that Xia Xian and her junior sister were still blocking the attacks of 7 or 8 demonic beasts. Xia Xian already held an iron medallion in her hand. Unfortunately, her junior sister had too little combat experience. She was already flustered when dealing with 2 demonic beasts. When 4 or 5 demonic beasts attacked together, it was even more dangerous. He had no choice but to think of ways to help her deal with them. With Xiao Rou dragging them down, the number of beasts surrounding them increased. Initially, there were 4 beasts, but now there were 8 of them. If this dragged on and the number of demonic beasts increased, even Xia Xian would find it hard to escape. Xiao Qin hesitated for a while before deciding to help. No matter what, when he first arrived at Heavenly Spring Island, Xia Xian had given him a good impression. Furthermore, this was not something that would require much effort. If he could help, he would. There was no harm in making more friends in the future. Bang! Xiao Chun pushed off the ground heavily and leaped into the air. With the help of the blood flame shoes, his figure moved at lightning speed. With a whip kick, he sent a demonic beast surrounding Xia Xian flying. Half of the demonic beast's head caved in. When it fell to the ground, it could not be more dead. This shocked Xia Xian and Xiao Rou. Seeing Xiao Chun help, Xia Xian could not help but rejoice. She said, "Many thanks, Brother Xiao, for helping." Xiao Chun nodded gently and did not say anything more. He tossed an iron plate to Xia Xian and said, "Bring your junior sister away. I'll hold off these demonic beasts first." When Xia Xian heard this, she rejected, "No way. There's still 7 demonic beasts. How can you hold them off by yourself? Even if you can, you will have to expose some of your trump cards." "That's fine. I have the advantage of speed. There is no need to be afraid. You go first." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and sent out a few sharp fist winds, attracting the attention of the 7 demonic beasts. The pale Xiao Rou heaved a sigh of relief. When she saw Xiao Chun attracting the attention of the demonic beasts alone, she felt somewhat embarrassed. She had not expected that Xiao Chun, whom she had looked down on, had already obtained 2 iron plates. He even gave one to her. Now, he even helped her lure all the demonic beasts away. Seeing Xiao Chun lead the demonic beasts far away, Xia Xian said to Xiao Rou, "The other demonic beasts are about to surround us. Take the iron plate and leave first. I will help him kill the demonic beasts. No matter what, I cannot owe him too much." Xiao Rou was not insensible. She knew that she would not be of much help. So, she quickly took the iron plate and flew away. The 7 demonic beasts launched all sorts of attacks at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun used his advantage in speed to dodging most of the attacks. As for the few attacks that were too concentrated, Xiao Chun simply blocked them. The larger the attack range, the weaker it would be. There was no problem blocking them. Kassier. Just as Xiao Chun was about to break through, a sharp sword light flashed. Blood spurted out, and a flame wolf's head flew into the air. However, Xiaxian turned back and landed beside Xiao Chun. Xiaxian did not say anything. Her sword light danced, and she danced around like a butterfly. She moved about the demonic beasts as she pleased, appearing graceful and natural. However, her sword chi was very dense and imposing. Furthermore, it was complemented by sword intent. Its might was startling, unlike her movement technique. When Xiaxian swung her sword, no matter how strong the demonic beasts were, they would be significantly injured. The weaker ones would have their limbs chopped off. This was Xiaxian's true strength. Without Xiao Rou holding her back, the first batch of people to obtain the iron plate would definitely have Xiaxian's name on it. Xiao Chen did not intend to leave immediately. He clenched his fists and relied on his strength and the strong defense of his physical body to fight the demonic beasts. With the two of them working together, the 7 demonic beasts slowly fell. The two of them took some time to extract their demonic cores. In the end, they discovered that the 7 demonic beasts did not even have an iron plate. Xiaxian felt somewhat fortunate as she said, "Fortunately, you helped me deliver an iron plate. Otherwise, after so much effort, we would not even have obtained an iron plate." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Sometimes, luck is just like that. It is hard to say. Let's go." Xiao. Just at this moment, a man landed beside the two of them in a hurry. He smiled at them and said, "Help me block them for a while. I'll leave first." The expressions of the two of them changed. They saw 10-odd demonic beasts chasing after them aggressively. This fellow had actually used Xiao Chun and Xiaxian as a shield. The lines on the blood flame shoes suddenly lit up. Xiao Chen's speed increased to Mach 4. With a shio sound, he arrived in front of that person. Before that person's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen kicked out and said expressionlessly, "Scram." Xiao Chen's speed was too fast. That person did not even have a chance to react. The kick struck his chest and sent him flying back into the encirclement of the demonic beasts. Xiaxian took advantage of this opportunity and dashed forward. The two of them flew out of the wrestling ring one after the other and arrived at the spectator stands specially prepared for the participants. In the spectator stands, there were already 100 people who had obtained an iron medallion. They sized up Xiao Chun for a while before returning their attention to the wrestling ring. In the wrestling ring, 60 or 70 people were bitterly holding on. Forced by the situation, they had to work together to fight against the remaining 300-odd demonic beasts. Actually, as long as these people jumped out of the wrestling ring, even if they did not have an iron medallion, they would not receive any punishment. At most, they would automatically forfeit. Dozens of corpses littered the wrestling ring. Some demonic beasts cruelly devoured these corpses as tens of thousands of people watched. Dying without a complete corpse, reduced to food, this was the most tragic fall of geniuses. When Xiao Chun saw this, a ripple appeared in his calm heart. In this budding age of geniuses, geniuses were like fish in the river, emerging in an endless stream. To those talented cultivators, this was the best age. Only in this age could geniuses find a stage that belonged to them. They could shine brightly and leave their names in history. Just like the Tianwu Emperor who founded the Tianwu dynasty. Just like the Thunder King from thousands of years ago. Even after tens of thousands of years, they were still remembered by history. This was also the worst age. Normally, the people here would be the ones who led the tide of the age. However, now, even the geniuses that appeared once in 100 years were no different from the crowd. If you did not work hard, you would be eliminated by the times, losing the opportunity to shine on this stage. The owners of the corpses in the wrestling ring had all thought of giving up when they were alive. However, once they gave up on this opportunity, they would be left behind. In this age, they could only be a spectator. To these proud and aloof geniuses, who would be willing to be a nameless spectator? Xiao Chun clenched his right fist tightly and muttered to himself, "The age of geniuses is here. Since I have come to this world, I cannot be a spectator. 300 rank 7 demonic beasts surrounded 67 cultivators. The battle could no longer be described as intense. It was extremely miserable. Another 10 cultivators obtained an iron medallion and broke through the encirclement of the demonic beasts, returning to the crowd. What surprised Xiaoqian was that the cultivator who wanted to use him and Xiaxia as a stepping stone was actually one of these 10 people. After that cultivator arrived, he looked at Xiaoqian with a sullen gaze before slowly walking into the crowd. Xiaxia said, "Don't underestimate him. He is the second disciple of the great Xia nation's Lamenting Valley's Valley Master. His Lamenting Palm is very powerful. He probably did not want to reveal his trump card, so he delayed obtaining an iron medallion." Xiaoqian nodded in agreement. In reality, he had hidden his strength as well. If he drew his saber, he was confident that he would be one of the top 10 people to obtain an iron medallion. After a while, no one else obtained an iron medallion. Instead, many of the cultivators who persisted died. Gao Yangyu shook his head and said to the people beside him. After a while, 10 half-step martial monarchs landed in the wrestling ring. Their strong auras merged together and pressed down on the rank 7 demonic beasts. Wuxia, the previously insufferably arrogant rank 7 demonic beasts, felt fear before this strong aura. They all retreated. Chapter 437. Dong, dong, dong. The 10 of them did not make a move. They only slowly walked forward and chased the demonic beasts back into the prison. The remaining people knew that they no longer stood a chance. Their expressions were very dispirited. They all left the wrestling ring through another exit with ashen faces. This was no longer a stage that belonged to them. Gao Yangyu withdrew his gaze and looked at the crowd. He smiled and said, "This really exceeded my expectations. There are actually more than 100 people who qualified. The Rank A wrestling ring has never seen such a grand scene before. The wrestling ring will officially begin in 2 hours. According to the rules, you will all receive rewards based on the number of victories. Someone will inform you about this later. Now, go and register your medal medallion numbers." A manservant of the wrestling ring led the crowd to a basement and started to register. At the same time, there was someone who gave everyone a rough explanation of the wrestling ring's reward system. For every victory, they would receive 300 inferior grade spirit stones. It did not seem like much, but if they could win continuously, the reward would be doubled. After 2 consecutive victories, the reward would be 600 inferior grade spirit stones for the second match, 900 for the third match, 1,200 for the fourth match, and 1,500 for the fifth match. If a person could win continuously, winning 100 matches in a row, the reward would be astronomical. Just thinking about it was horrifying. No wonder the wrestling ring could make so many cultivators go crazy. Under the stimulation of the huge rewards, there would be some intense battles. Originally, the people who did not pay much attention to the rewards became excited when they heard about the rules of consecutive victories. This was not a small sum. No matter which sect or power it was, they would not be able to give out medial grade spirit stones without limit. However, Xiaoqian felt that it was not that simple. If there really was a cultivator who could win so many matches in a row, the wrestling ring would suffer a huge loss. Indeed, that person continued, "Haha, don't think that consecutive victories are that simple. The current record is 60 consecutive victories. Furthermore, no one has been able to achieve that in the past 100 years. The registration did not take long. There were still 2 hours before the official wrestling ring started. Everyone closed their eyes and recuperated, recovering to their peak condition. In a tall tower in the dueling ring, Gao Yangyu held the registration information of the crowd and distributed it to the surrounding old men. Find a few special people and advertise them. Just say that these people have a chance of breaking the 60-win streak. I want the bets on these people to reach 50 million medial grade spirit stones within 3 days. The few old men said awkwardly, "City Lord Gao, will people believe this kind of propaganda?" Gao Yangyu laughed loudly. "Can I trouble you to read through the information first? These are all the peak geniuses of the various nations. This wrestling ring is the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. If you spread this news, I estimate that the ticket sales will double. After saying that, Gao Yangyu revealed a somewhat depressed expression. He slapped his forehead and sighed softly. Unfortunately, I only received the notice a week ago. Furthermore, the rules state that I cannot leak this information in advance. Otherwise, the spirit stones we earned this time would be enough for us to rest for 10 years. After that, an old man came over excitedly with a stack of information. He smiled and said, "City Lord, what do you think of this person? He is the white-robed bladesman Xianxia. He once defeated the geniuses of the noble clans in the great Qi nation. He even defeated the outer disciples of the Holy Lands. Previously, he snatched away a peak superior grade demon core in front of 10-odd half-step martial monarchs in the demon battlefield. They're all very good names. With a little packaging, they will be the biggest names." Gao Yangyu received the information and tossed it on the table without even looking at it. He said coldly, "Don't bother with this brat. No one is allowed to advertise him. Don't ask for the reason." The few old men exchanged glances. They did not understand what Gao Yangyu meant. 2 hours later, everyone had basically recovered. The earlier match was like a warm-up. After stretching their muscles, their bodies had returned to their peak condition. Gao Yangyu did not appear again. Instead, an older, gray-robed old man led everyone out of the basement and back to the spectator stands. The gray-robed old man stood in front and said, "There are only 10 matches on the first day. Just consider it a warm-up. In the next 5 days, there will be 18 matches every day. Later, all of you will go up one by one according to your assigned numbers." Xiaochun looked at his own medal medallion. There were the words 15 carved on it. It was an average ranking. Dong, dong, dong. The moment the group walked out of the wrestling ring's passageway, they heard the sound of drums that stirred their hearts. The drums sounded like thunder, beating rhythmically. It was unknown what these drums were made of, but the sound was resonant and grand. It made everyone's blood surge and their fighting spirits soar. They felt like their blood was on fire. Xiaoqin looked up and discovered that the drums were coming from the 4 tall towers around the wrestling ring. With the sound of these drums, the atmosphere of the crowd had already been stirred up. The crowd was very excited and surging endlessly. This is the peak grade heavenly tone war drum. It is said that it is made from the skin and tendons of the 1,000-year-old flood dragon, a rank 10 spirit beast. With the sound of the drum, it can stimulate one's fighting spirit and erupt out with even greater combat prowess than usual. The outstanding talents who knew their stuff all exclaimed in astonishment. A 1,000-year-old flood dragon was as strong as a peak martial sage. Furthermore, it was omnipotent. It was very hard to find one. The gray-robed old man smiled faintly and said, "This is not the heavenly tone war drum. It is the superior grade golden cauldron war drum. Its function is the same as the heavenly tone valleys, but its effects are much weaker. You are not qualified to bring out the heavenly tone war drum. Only rank S wrestling rings would bring out the heavenly tone war drum." The drumming became even more intense, but the old man did not say anything more. "Who is number 1? Quickly come forward." A young cultivator in the crowd took a deep breath and leaped out of the spectator stands. The drumming instantly stopped. The young cultivator performed a cupped fist salute to the spectator stands and said in a loud voice, "Great Chu Nation's purple, brilliant sex Yin Ping seeks your guidance." The gazes of the tens of thousands of cultivators in the spectator stands immediately focused on Yun Ping. Countless senses were directed at him. Some people withdrew their senses and shook their heads in disdain. Some people were interested, and some were deciding whether to go down and fight. Xiao. Not long after, a bald cultivator with a sword on his back flew over from a spectator stands in the south. When he landed, he did not make a sound. Clearly, this person's control over his strength had already reached a certain level. Xiao Chun checked this bald cultivator's cultivation. He was a superior grade martial king. However, his aura was extremely vast. This person probably cultivated a superior grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. He should be quite strong. After the two of them performed cupped fist salutes, they immediately started fighting. At this moment, the drums suddenly started to sound. Then, according to the rhythm of the battle, the drums fluctuated. They grasped the audience's heartstrings tightly, causing the tens of thousands of spectators to be affected by the drumming. They formed a formless connection with the battle. It was like they were in the battle. The battle continued for 15 minutes. Yin Ping easily defeated the bald cultivator. The battle was very ordinary. There was nothing special about it. After the bald cultivator landed, he walked over to Xiao Chun dispiritedly. Then he handed the gray-robed old man 150 medial grade spirit stones. The gray-robed old man explained, "The challenger has to hand over half of the spirit stone reward of the challenged. If he wins, he will obtain 300 medial grade spirit stones." The matches continued. Yin Ping's aura flourished. He won 9 matches in a row. His reward had already doubled to 2,700 medial grade spirit stones. This was a significant sum. As long as Yin Ping won one more match, he would be able to end today's matches perfectly. At the same time, he would be able to obtain 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. The moment the 9th match ended, someone eagerly jumped into the wrestling ring. This person did not control his strength at all. When this person landed, the ground gave off a loud pong-pong sound, kicking up a large cloud of dust. It was very ostentatious. The person who arrived had a sword at his waist. He had a sinister look on his face. He smiled gently and said, "Yin Ping, right? I will take your 3,000 medial grade spirit stones. Remember my name, Xiaoyang." Yin Ping mocked, "Do you think that is possible?" "Don't." The war drums rang out, and the two immediately clashed. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed in the air. Xiaxian said softly, "This Yin Ping's 9 consecutive victories will probably come to an end." The battle had just started. How could Xiaxian come to such a conclusion so quickly? Xiao Chun asked suspiciously, "Why do you say that?" Xiaxian smiled gently and explained, "I have been to Wrestling City a few times. This Xiao Yang is quite famous here. He likes to make a move when his opponent has just obtained 9 consecutive victories. He rarely fails. Hence, he is nicknamed the 10-Victory Terminator." 10-Victory Terminator? Unexpectedly, there is such a nickname. Xiao Chun laughed hoarsely. It looks like without some strength, it would be difficult to obtain such a nickname. Xiaxian nodded and said, "He has been a superior grade martial king for a long time already. His attainments in sword techniques are no weaker than a regular genius. The most important thing is that the state he comprehended is very strange. It is similar to the state of Lamenting Valley. It can affect one's emotions." This was the first time Xiao Chun heard of a state that could affect one's emotions. He could not help but feel interested as he watched the battlefield carefully. As the two spoke, they had already exchanged 10 moves. Yin Ping could tell that his opponent was strong. He also knew that he had exhausted a lot of essence after fighting 9 consecutive battles. It was not good to drag this out. Hence, Yin Ping used every move he made. He wanted to end the battle quickly. However, Xiao Yang appeared very relaxed. He moved around like a monkey, choosing not to clash head-on with Yin Ping. He continuously exhausted Yin Ping's energy and patience. Yin Ping tried to catch his opponent a few times to force him into a head-on battle. However, Xiao Yang nimbly escaped. Xiao Chun muttered to himself as he looked at the other party's movement technique and analyzed it in his mind. What an exquisite movement technique. It seems like he can sense the direction of his opponent's attacks from any part of his body. However, it is useless against my Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. In the face of absolute speed, he cannot use tricks to break through force. Chapter 438. It's time to end this. Lose. Xiao Yang, who had been dodging for a long time, suddenly stopped. His eyes turned incredibly sharp as he thrust his sword forward. The sword whistled, creating a long trail of fiery red light in the air. That was an incredibly dense, fire-attributed essence. However, Yin Ping did not panic. Instead, he laughed. "You are seeking your own death. I have been waiting for you for a long time. You should be the one to lose." Cha! Cha! Just as Yin Ping was about to use his powerful killing move, he suddenly felt fear in his heart. When he saw his opponent's eyes, he felt even more fear. There was no reason for this fear. It lingered on, throwing Yun Ping's mental state into chaos. Originally, he only needed 3 breaths of time to execute his killing move. However, he did not manage to do so for a long time. Compared to the chaotic Yun Ping, Xiaoyang's aura was even more condensed. Xiaoyang knocked away Yun Ping's weapon with his sword. Then, his sword, which contained surging fire-attributed essence, exploded on Yun Ping's chest. Bang! A bloody hole appeared in Yun Ping's chest as he fell to the ground. Blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and a cold sword rested on his neck. Yun Ping was astonished. He could not accept such a result. However, Xiaoyang laughed loudly and said, "I said before, your victory ends here. Come again tomorrow. Pray that you do not meet me then." Xiaoyang sheathed his sword and walked over to the gray-robed old man. He took away the 3,000 inferior grade spirit stones. Before he left, he casually glanced at Xiao Chun. When Xiao Chun felt that gaze, he felt it was strange. It was because that gaze was not friendly. Xia Xian said suspiciously, "This fellow seems to be targeting you. Did you offend him in some way?" Xiao Chun said indifferently, "I'm not sure. However, I'm not afraid. I have already figured out what is going on with his state. Aside from that strange state, this fellow is actually not much stronger than Yun Ping." However, Yun Ping appeared very anxious because of the last battle today. He had wanted to end the fight in one move. In the end, he was led by the nose by his opponent. In the end, when Yun Ping became completely restless, the other party suddenly attacked and hit him with one strike. Yun Ping's defeat was not undeserved. Dong dong dong. The war drums continued to beat. The battles for numbers 1 to 14 were in full swing. In the following battles, there were a few exciting ones. Everyone who came out won at least half of their matches, but none of them managed to win 10 matches in a row. If they didn't lose a match halfway through, then they would lose the crucial final match due to their bad mentality and be ended by their opponents. Who's number 15? Hurry up. Finally, it was Xiao Chen's turn. Xiao Chen gently touched the ground with his toes and landed steadily on the drill ground. "I am the great Qi nation's Xiao Chen. Everyone, please enlighten me." Xiao Chen cupped his hands and said to everyone, "Xiao." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure quickly landed in the wrestling ring. When he landed, the ground trembled violently. It was extremely ostentatious. It was Xiaoyang, who had defeated Yun Ping and was known as the 10 Winds Terminator. Xiaoyang sized up Xiao Chun. When he saw that Xiao Chun did not carry a weapon, only a pair of black gloves, he curled his lips and said, "A fist master? That's good too. I have not fought with a fist master in a long time. Xiaoyang will fight you." Strange. Why is Xiaoyang going down? This fellow rarely appears during the first match of others. I have not seen Xiaoyang in a few years. Xiaoyang appearing in the first match is really rare. Indeed, when did his character change? 300 medial grade spirit stones should not interest him. This brat might have offended Xiaoyang before. This brat is in for a treat. Losing in the first match will be a huge blow to his morale. The cultivators and the spectator stands frequently came to Wrestling City. They were very familiar with Xiaoyang. When they saw him going down in the first match, they were confused. In a room at the top of a tall tower behind the wrestling ring, Gao Yongyu looked expressionlessly at the figures of Xiao Chun and Xiaoyang. He muttered, "Brat, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for slapping Li Xiuzhu in the face. That old fellow is famous for being petty." An old man at the side could not help but say, "City Lord Gao, are you really going to let this brat lose every match? Do you want him to lose 100 matches?" Gao Yongyu shrugged his shoulders and said, "Li Xiuzhu has already spoken. What do you expect me to do? Don't forget, he is in charge of the Heavenly Extermination Union's taxes. There is nothing wrong with offending someone. This brat deserves to be unlucky. Just follow my instructions." The old man nodded slightly. However, he shook his head and smiled bitterly to himself. Losing 100 matches, this brat is truly unprecedented. With such a great humiliation, he will probably be crippled for life. This Li Xiuzhu is too ruthless. He actually thought of such a vicious plan. As Xiao Chun looked at the evil expression on Xiao Yang's face, he did not feel any waves in his heart. Now that Xiao Yang was in this wrestling ring, no matter who he was or why he came here, Xiao Chun only cared about one thing. That was an enemy. There was no need to think about anything else. All he had to do was knock Xiao Yang off the wrestling ring. I'm sorry. Given my status, it is indeed unfair for me to make a move against you. However, I was entrusted to do so. Don't blame me. Right after Xiao Yang spoke, he looked sharply at Xiao Chen's reaction. He wanted to see through this calm youth. However, Xiao Yang was disappointed. From the start to the end, Xiao Chen's mental state did not fluctuate at all. His expression was incredibly calm, as if he did not care about his opponent at all. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "There is no need for you to apologize. You're not qualified to apologize either." Haha, interesting. The corners of Xiao Yang's lips curled up. He smiled and said, "I want to see what capabilities you have to say such big words." Dong, 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 dong. The war drums, which had been silent for a long time, finally started beating passionately once again. It made everyone's blood surge and their spirits surge. When Xiao Chun was in the wrestling ring, he finally felt the might of the golden cauldron drum. The sound of the drum resounded in his ears, and his blood surged uncontrollably. Xiao Chen's aura gathered on its own, rising continuously. It was like he was in an ancient battlefield. His heart was filled with lofty aspirations, and he only wanted to fight with all his might. However, if he did that, he would fall for the wrestling ring's trick. The purpose of the Golden Cauldron Drum was to make the challengers go all out in every match, going all out without realizing it. Every match would result in a lot of unnecessary exhaustion. In the long run, one's essence would be exhausted, and it would be very difficult to continue winning. Xiao Chen's vast spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell in his sea of consciousness. It gave off a drawn-out chime, and he immediately calmed down. Huqi. After observing for a long time, Xiao Yang could not find any openings in Xiao Chun. He took a step forward and drew his sword. He had no choice but to take the initiative to attack. Xiao Chun did not dodge. He took a step forward and punched. A pure energy clashed with Xiao Yang's sword. Bang! Bang! The fist wind and the sword qi clashed continuously, giving off explosions in the air. Xiao Yang passed through the shockwaves created by the explosions and thrust his sword at Xiao Chen's face. Xiao Chun tilted his head slightly and dodged this sword. When the sword brushed past his face, he used 2 fingers on his right hand and flicked the sword heavily. Boom! A huge force came from Xiao Yang's fingers, spreading from the tip of the sword to the hilt. The sword started to tremble. Xiao Yang felt like the sword in his hand was trying to struggle free. His body could not help but be pulled forward by the force of the sword. What a strong force! Xiao Yang had not expected Xiao Chun to be so strong. He did not seem like an inferior-grade martial king at all. Xiao Yang was caught off guard and suffered a small disadvantage. However, he did not panic. Xiao Chun accurately calculated the moment Xiao Chun landed. He shouted and clenched his right hand into a fist, punching out. Xiao Yang had a relaxed expression. He was not too shocked. He executed that strange movement technique again. The instant Xiao Chun moved, Xiao Yang sensed the direction of his attack. Xiao Yang pushed off the ground and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. This strange movement technique, which allowed Xiao Yang to predict the future, had caused Yin Ping's killing moves to miss several times during their fight. Now, Xiao Yang used it on Xiao Chun, dodging in advance. Xiao Chun stopped and stored up power in his fist. He looked at the retreating Xiao Yang and smiled gently. Can you dodge? Blood Flame Shoes activate. Xiao Chen's speed instantly increased to Mach 3. 5. Xiao Yang had just stabilized his footing when he discovered an intense fist wind, accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, flying at him. Retreat. Xiao Yang was startled. He executed his strange movement technique again. He perfectly calculated the direction of Xiao Chen's next attack and quickly retreated in the opposite direction. However, Xiao Chen stopped and changed his direction. Then, he immediately attacked again. Boom! 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 Accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, Xiao Chun punched out with both fists. The fist wind was like a torrential storm as it flew at the retreating Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang executed that strange movement technique to its limits. However, no matter what he did, he could not shake off Xiao Chun. Every time he retreated, he would suffer a sharp fist wind. Xiaoyang brandished his sword and a fiery light flickered. Although he managed to negate a portion of the fist energy, the remaining fist energy struck his body. The accumulated injuries could not be underestimated. When the many cultivators in the spectators' stand saw this scene, astonishment flashed in their eyes. They had not expected this. The originally expected scene of Xiaoyang easily crushing his opponent did not happen. Instead, a nameless brat pressured the 10 Victories Terminator into a miserable state. Scram! Xiaoyang finally realized that his movement technique was useless against Xiao Chun. After Xiaoyang made up his mind, his sword lit up with a fiery light. Then, he clashed with Xiao Chen's fist wind. Xiaoyang accurately calculated the force of Xiao Chen's fist wind. If Xiao Chun dared to clash head-on, he was confident of inflicting a great loss on him. Xiao Chun said indifferently, "You are the one who should scram." The purple chi whirlpool spun rapidly. Surging essence poured into Xiao Chen's right fist through his widened meridians. Boom! The instant the essence and vital chi merged, an intense wind burst out of Xiao Chen's fist, stirring up small tornadoes in the air. Xiao Chen's punch instantly contained 350,000 kilograms of force. Bang! 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 The rapid increase in strength exceeded Xiaoyang's expectations. It was like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. It shattered the fiery red essence energy on the sword, causing it to crumble and fall apart. Chapter 439. Xiao Chen's aura flourished. Dragons and tigers circled around him, roaring endlessly. His fists danced, and in an instant, he had punched more than 100 times. Bang! Xiaoyang's protective essence energy could no longer withstand it. The powerful force shattered it. Xiao Chun smiled coldly and knocked away his opponent's sword light with one punch. Then, he punched his opponent's chest with the other. Xiaoyang vomited a mouthful of blood and fell from the sky. His face was pale, without any color. "Damn it! State of fear," Xiaoyang said with a malevolent expression as he wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. Woo! Woo! A strange aura spread out from Xiaoyang's body. Soon, it encased Xiao Chun. When Xiaoyang felt that Xiao Chun was within the range of his chi field, a cocky smile appeared on his face. As long as Xiao Chun entered this chi field, he would not be able to escape. As long as Xiao Chun entered this aura, he was confident of defeating even a peak superior grade martial king. Even if an inferior grade martial king cultivated a heaven-ranked cultivation technique and had surging essence, he would still be able to defeat him easily. Xiao Chun felt a strange energy like a sponge, trying to penetrate his mind. However, the ancient bell formed by Xiao Chen's spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness shook gently and shattered this sponge-like energy. He did not feel anything. It had no effect on Xiao Chun. Indeed, it is as I guessed. A state that can affect emotions definitely involves mental energy. Xiao Chen's mental energy is comparable to that of a martial monarch. Before Xiao Chun, Xiaoyang's state of fear was simply not sufficient. The drum beats reverberated endlessly, keeping a firm grasp on the rhythm of the battle. It was as if they sensed that the battle had reached its most intense moment. The drummer seemed to be exerting all the strength in his body. Every beat of the drum struck the deepest part of the hearts of the crowd. Everyone's hearts pounded. They were extremely nervous. Fall for me. Xiaoyang smashed the ground with his left palm, and his body shot up. Sparks danced on his sword and quickly turned into a blazing flame, burning endlessly. Xiao Chen's expression was incredibly calm. He watched Xiaoyang fly over and attack with all his might. Soon, he found the weakness of this move. Bang! When he was 3 meters away from Xiao Chun calmly kicked out his foot. The tip of his foot accurately kicked the wrist of the man who was holding the sword. His wrist bone immediately shattered, and the long sword fell to the ground with a clang. The surging fire attribute Yuan Qi immediately turned into countless sparks that scattered around the two of them. His right leg, which was still in the air, did not land on the ground. Instead, it slid downwards, and with a light hook, it landed on Xiao Yang's chin. Xiao Yang spat out another mouthful of blood. This kick sent Xiao Yang tumbling to the ground. Impossible! How could you resist my domain of fear? You must have used some sort of cheating method. Xiao Yang said crazily as he placed both his hands on the ground. Xiao Chun could not be bothered to say more. He directly kicked him 100 meters away, and he slid down a distance on the ground. The drumming stopped abruptly. The result of this battle was self-evident. Bang! Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu, who had been watching the battle closely, was enraged when he saw the result. He slammed his palm on the table made of sandalwood. Damn it! Why is there something wrong with this Xiao Yang? Normally, he can defeat a peak superior grade martial king. Now, he cannot even deal with an insignificant inferior grade martial king. The old man beside Gao Yangyu muttered. Xiao Yang's two trump cards, the butterfly steps and the state of fear, were completely countered by this fellow. It is not strange that he lost. After all, aside from these 2 points, Xiao Yang is only an ordinary superior grade martial king. Gao Yangyu waved his hand and said, I don't care how you arrange it. Since we cannot let him lose 100 matches, we have to make him lose at least 40 matches. Otherwise, we will not be able to answer to Li Xiuzhu. Gao Yangyu's original plan was to send Xiao Yang out and severely injure Xiao Chun in the first match. This would greatly reduce his strength. Then, he could easily make Xiao Chun lose 10 matches in a row. However, the situation had turned around. Xiao Chun did not suffer any serious injuries and easily defeated Xiao Yang. His plan to lose 100 matches in a row was completely ruined. The old man could clearly feel that this Xiao Chun was not easy to deal with. When he heard Gao Yangyu's angry words, he felt immense pressure in his heart. City Lord Gao, how about this? We will not send out any of our people for today's 10 matches. Let him fight 10 matches first. How about we send someone to deal with him after the Elder's Hall thoroughly analyzes his strength? The Elder suggested. Gao Yangyu's expression turned sullen, and his thoughts raced. After a while, he said, We will do as you say. However, we cannot neglect the matters of the others. We still have to advertise them. No matter what, earning money is the most important. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. Xiao Chun crossed his arms and formed a strong wall of qi. A tiger and dragon circled around him, blocking his opponent's strong attack. Dragon hissing, tiger roar. Defeat. Using the momentum and energy of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Xiao Chun brought out the might of the great Dragon Tiger Fist to its limits. The ferocious fist energy caused his opponent to vomit blood. The war drums stopped, but the hearts of the many cultivators in the spectator stands did not stop. What a fellow! This is already his 9th consecutive victory. After defeating Xiao Yang, he became more and more valiant. He did not show any signs of exhaustion. Unexpectedly, he dual cultivates the physical body and essence. Each match is stronger than the one before. I can't tell what his strongest state is. Originally, I thought that Xiao Yang lost because he was careless. It looks like his defeat was not undeserved. After defeating Xiao Yang, Xiao Chen's momentum soared. He won another 8 matches in a row, setting off the first small climax of the wrestling ring. As the war drums beat, the emotions of the spectators were stirred up. The sound of discussion did not stop for a long time. It is possible that he will be the first person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. He is much stronger than Yun Ping, who went up first. Let's wait and see who will choose to go up first. After the consecutive battles in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chen's fighting spirit was completely stimulated. However, his eyes remained calm. No matter how loud the war drums were, Xiao Chen maintained his composure and put in as much effort as he could. After a minute, Xiao Chen's 10th challenger finally arrived. He was also a cultivator who specialized in close combat. He was a peak superior grade martial king. However, his cultivation technique did not seem to be anything special. Although his cultivation realm was high, his aura did not seem very strong. He should only be a medial grade earth-ranked cultivation technique. Good martial techniques were hard to find, but cultivation techniques were hard to find. This was a very common saying in the continent. Even in the strong sects and clans, they only had a few superior grade earth-ranked cultivation techniques. Peak earth-class cultivation techniques were even rarer. As for heaven-class cultivation techniques, they were only passed down from generation to generation in a few top sections. Biming Feng, please advise me. The challenger performed a cupped fist salute and reported his name. As the war drums sounded out, the two immediately started fighting. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them used their fists and feet to fight. Hence, the fight was very intense. Punches and feet flew back and forth. Every move was a head-on clash. However, the other party's attainments and fist techniques were much higher than Xianxia's. His coordination with his fists and feet was much more agile than Xianxia's. Soon, Xianxia received several punches. However, the attacks that Xianxia landed on his opponent were barely half of his opponent's. The Great Dragon Tiger Fist was only a medial grade earth-ranked martial technique. It was not considered a peak martial technique. It was not difficult to understand why an expert proficient in close combat would end up in such a situation. If not for the black gloves increasing Xianxia's attack speed, the situation would have been even more unsightly. However, Xianxia had the advantage in terms of his strong physical defense. His vital qi, in essence, far surpassed his opponent's. The force of one punch was equivalent to 5 or 6 punches from his opponent. When Xianxia's essence and vital qi merged, he could force his opponent back. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Biming Feng's complexion turned pale. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Xianxia was not in a good state, it was still within the limits of what his body could endure. The cleansing of a heaven-ranked cultivation technique had strengthened his flesh, bones, and meridians. This was no joke. I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat. After exchanging another 200 moves, Biming Feng's complexion was completely drained of blood. The qi and blood in his body surged. If he continued, he would suffer severe internal injuries. Xianxia withdrew his hand and retreated, no longer attacking. I'm not weaker than you. It is just that your physical body and cultivation technique are slightly stronger than mine. If I had the same physical condition as you, even 10 of you would not be a match for me. Biming Feng wiped off the blood from the corner of his lips, feeling extremely dissatisfied. Xianxia said indifferently, "A win is a win. A loss is a loss. Why are there so many reasons?" Xianxia found Biming Feng's words laughable. The accomplishments of his physical body could not be explained in one sentence. Before the age of 16, Xianxia could not condense a martial spirit. All the spiritual energy he absorbed poured into his flesh and bones, laying a good foundation for his body. However, because of this, he was mocked for close to 6 years. In the underground world of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, Song Kane nearly killed him with one palm strike, nearly causing him to lose his soul. After Xianxia obtained an earth-ranked body tempering cultivation technique, he finally stepped into the threshold of physical cultivation. Every time he fought for a spirit herb, there were all sorts of dangerous battles. After Xianxia obtained a heaven-ranked body tempering cultivation technique, he suffered 3 types of inhumane torture. However, he endured all of them. The path of physical body cultivation was filled with thorns and thorns. Every step was extremely difficult. Xianxia had relied on his strong willpower to persevere until now. How could it be as simple as the other party made it out to be? What nonsense! Biming Feng tossed over a box of spirit stones and smiled without a care in the world. Ha, it is as you said. The loser does not need to find excuses. However, your good days will come to an end tomorrow. You can take the spirit stones away. I can't be bothered to go over. Xianxia committed the other party's words to heart. He did not say anything more. He put away the spirit stones and headed for the spectator stands. Although Xiao Chun felt suspicious, he was sure that someone was targeting him. Xiao Yang and this biming phone were sent by that person. However, if Xiao Chun took the initiative to ask this fellow, he would not get any results. So, there was no need to ask. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chun return, he handed him the remaining 1,500 spirit stones. He smiled and said, "Congratulations, little brother. You are the first to obtain 10 consecutive victories." Xiao Chun received the spirit stones and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then, he walked to the back of the crowd. So. As he walked, Xiao Chun could feel many gazes on him. There were also all sorts of perceptions trying to probe him. Chapter 440. Strange, he is clearly only an inferior grade martial king. Why is he so ridiculously strong? The outstanding talents of the various nations withdrew their perception. Doubts filled their hearts. The strength that Xiao Chun displayed had already raised their guard. He was definitely a strong competitor in the fight for the ancient desolate tower. They had no choice but to pay more attention to him. Xiaxian, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya all congratulated Xiao Chun one after another. The matches continued. For a long time, no one obtained 10 consecutive victories. This continued until the beast taming abodes Pei Xiaoxian appeared. He finally became the second person to obtain 10 consecutive victories. Furthermore, Pei Xiaoxian had obtained 10 consecutive victories even more effortlessly than Xiao Chun. This attracted even more attention. In every battle, Xiao Chun summoned out 7 or 8 high-ranked spirit beasts. He did not have to do anything himself. Instead, he hid at the side and controlled the spirit beast to surround his opponent. Xiao Chun easily won every battle. He did not exhaust much of his energy. After that, the 3 people who appeared, Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and Mu Xinya, obtained 10 consecutive victories. This brought the atmosphere of the wrestling ring to a climax. Each of these people was more incredible than the last. Each victory was more dazzling than the last. They completely suppressed Xiao Chun's brilliance. Xiao Chun smiled faintly. He did not care too much about this kind of reputation. As long as he could obtain victory using the least amount of energy, it was sufficient. The matches continued until the sky turned dark. Only then did the matches of more than 100 people come to an end. A total of 7 people obtained 10 consecutive victories. They were Xiao Chun, Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, Mu Xinya, Pei Xiaoxian, Xiaxian, and the holy fire manners Lung Yun, whom Xiao Chun was wary of. However, Lung Yun did not pay any special attention to Xiao Chun because of the dispute between Xiao Chun and Old Qin. It was clear that he did not care. Not far from the wrestling ring, there was a small and exquisite courtyard. This was where the crowd would be staying for the next 5 days. Night fell completely, and the sky was filled with dazzling starlight. Xiao Chun sat cross-legged in his courtyard and cleaned up the hidden injuries from today's matches. In every battle, no matter how strong a martial artist was, he or she would leave behind more or less hidden injuries. If they were not cleaned up in time, they would become hidden injuries. At that time, it would be very troublesome to deal with them. Xiao Chun had developed this good habit a long time ago. After every battle, he would promptly clean up his internal injuries. An hour later, Xiao Chun opened his eyes. All the internal injuries in his body had recovered under the nourishment of the essence qi. Xiao Chun was not in a hurry to sleep. He still had many things to do. He slowly replayed the battle during the day in his mind. Thinking back to the beginning, he got up and started practicing alone in the room. He wanted to see what he didn't do well enough so that he could be better prepared the next time he encountered the same situation. Although my physical body is strong, I can't keep up with the martial techniques of my fists and legs. The medial Great Earth ranked Great Dragon Tiger Fist can no longer keep up with my rhythm. In the end, Xiao Chun concluded. The last battle with Biming Foam was the best proof. When facing a cultivator who also specialized in fists and legs, Xiao Chun was at a complete disadvantage in terms of techniques. If it were not for his strong physical body, he might have had to draw his saber. Xiao Chun muttered to himself, After this matter is over, it looks like I need to find a peak Earth-ranked fist technique to practice. It was already late. Xianxia did not dwell on this. He took out 2 medial-grade spirit stones and held them in his hands. Then, he entered into a state of cultivation. The next morning, Xianxia woke up early. The moment he left the courtyard, he ran into Xianxia and Xianxia, who had gone out together. After they greeted each other, the 3 of them headed to the wrestling ring together. Along the way, Xiaoro did not seem to be in good spirits. She had only won 3 matches yesterday. Her lack of combat experience was a fatal flaw. This was especially so when she met with cultivators with dense killing chi. Before the fight even started, she was already afraid. However, others would not be able to help her. If she could endure it, she would be able to grow quickly in the wrestling ring. If she could not endure it, she would not be able to walk out of the shadow of defeat. It would be difficult for her to improve in the future. Whether it was a blessing or a disaster depended on her. Xiaochun, I heard some news about you, Xiaoxian suddenly said, just as they were about to enter the wrestling ring. Xiaochun stopped and said, Is it about someone taking special care of me in the wrestling ring? Xiaoxian nodded. She had a worried expression on her face as she said, Li Xiuzhu is famous in the Heavenly Extermination Union for seeking revenge for the smallest grievance. He is very narrow-minded. Back then, when you embarrassed him in front of everyone, he already spoke to Gao Yangyu. Indeed, it was Li Xiuzhu's doing. It was as Xiaochun had guessed. Thank you. However, half-step martial monarchs cannot participate in the rank A wrestling ring. It should not be a problem for me to obtain 60 victories. Xiaoxian shook her head and said, It is not as simple as you think. In order to prevent people from obtaining too many consecutive victories, the wrestling ring has a special group of cultivators below half-step martial monarch to snipe the participants. Although these people are not half-step martial monarchs, they all have their own consummate skills. Just like Xiaoyang, there are also some old monsters that have lived for more than 100 years. They are truly undefeatable people below half-step martial monarch. Xiaoxian continued, Think about Gao Yangyu. If he specifically targets you and sends someone to severely injure you in the first match of the day, what will happen to the next 10 odd matches? Seeing that Xiaochun did not seem to mind, Xiaoro said, My senior sister has already told you so much. Why are you not worried at all? Xiaochun smiled bitterly and helplessly. I am very worried. However, there's no need to show it on my face. Furthermore, worrying is useless. I will deal with whatever comes my way. In any case, I must obtain the 20 spots in the ancient desolate tower. No one can stop me. Thank you for reminding me. Let's go in. Xiaoxian sighed softly to herself. It was indeed as Xiaochun said. So what if I worry? It will not solve the problem. Everyone else had already arrived at the spectator stands reserved for the participants of the wrestling ring. Xiaochun found a desolate corner. After he sat down, he ignored the gazes of the others and sat down cross-legged. Then, he started to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Is there any use in clinging at the last minute? When the beast taming abodes pay, Xiaoxian saw this scene. He could not help but laugh. The others shook their heads as well, expressing their disagreement. What could they do during the day? They might as well observe their opponent's strength. Even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu felt that there was no need. Unless they wanted to make a breakthrough, cultivating now would be useful. However, that was not the case for Xiaochun. Furthermore, after advancing to Martial King, it was not easy to break through a bottleneck. There were many geniuses who could not break through even after half a year. After watching the wrestling rings for a day, Xiaochun had a rough understanding of everyone's strength. If not for Xiaoxian, Xiaochun might have continued watching for another day. However, he now felt a sense of danger. Xiaochun would never fight a battle he was not confident of winning. Only by breaking through to the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer would he be confident of obtaining 60 victories. Thus, from now on, he could not waste any time. As for what others thought, why should he care? Dong, dong, dong. Amid the drumming, Xiaochun's mental state was as calm as a lake. There were no fluctuations at all. He focused on cultivating the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Xiao Chan separated a strand of his spiritual sense and placed it on the gray-robed old man. Cultivating was one thing, but he could not forget about the wrestling rings. As Xiao Chan circulated his vital qi throughout his body, strands of hot energy came from the top of his head. That was the excess energy that came from circulating his vital qi. Time slowly went by. Xiao Chan turned a deaf ear to the noise and liveliness of the wrestling ring. It was like he was in a forest, quiet and peaceful. Number 15, go up quickly. After some time, Xiao Chen's strand of spiritual sense heard the old man's voice. Then he slowly opened his eyes. When the gray-robed old man saw the calm Xiao Chan, a strange look flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything. Standing in the wrestling ring, Xiao Chan performed a cupped fist salute to the surroundings and said, "I am the great Qin nation Xiao Chan. Everyone, please enlighten me." In the tall tower in the distance, Gao Yangyu watched expressionlessly as Xiao Chan entered the wrestling ring. He said to the old man beside him, "How is the person you mentioned? Are you confident of severely injuring him in the first match?" According to the rules of the wrestling ring, everyone could only fight twice in a day. Although Gao Yangyu had hired many experts, the wrestling ring did not have enough strength. Although Gao Yangyu had hired many experts, there were many participants. Furthermore, each participant had to fight 18 matches. It was impossible to place all the experts he hired on Xiao Chan. Thus, the first match was the most crucial. As long as he could severely injure Xiao Chan in the first match, Gao Yangyu would not have to waste his resources on the remaining matches. For the sake of the Spirit Stone reward, the spectators would also fight. Defeating the severely injured Xiao Chan would not be a problem. If Gao Yangyu lost 18 matches in one day, he would be able to deal with this troublesome Xiao Chan in 2.5 days. The old man knew the frustration and rage in Gao Yangyu's heart. He patted his chest and guaranteed, "City Lord, don't worry. The elders analyzed the 10 matches yesterday. This person is extremely strong, and his physical body's defense is extraordinary. However, his palm techniques are not very exquisite. As long as we find someone with a stronger physical body, we will be able to crush him easily," Gao Yangyu said sullenly. "Can you guarantee that?" The old man said with certainty, "There is absolutely no problem. If he cannot withstand severe injuries, City Lord, you can severely injure me." Compared to that person, Xiao Chen's physical body is on a completely different level. When Gao Yangyu heard this, he was slightly relieved. When Xiao Chan entered the dueling ring, the previously calm dueling ring immediately turned noisy as everyone discussed the dueling ring. Although Jiang Zimo and the others had stolen the limelight from Xiao Chen's performance the previous day, he was still the first person to set off a climax. Everyone was still filled with anticipation. Bang! After a while, a tall and stout man carrying a huge axe leaped out from his seat. As this person flew, he did not give off any fluctuations of essence. Unexpectedly, he was someone who cultivated the physical body. Bang! When a stout man landed on the ground, he gave off a loud sound and kicked up a cloud of dust into the air. Xiao Chen peered through the dust and saw this person's appearance. He could not help but reveal a smile. "Bai Li Shi, you actually dare to appear before me. You are extraordinarily courageous." Chapter 441. Who else could the cultivator that the old man mentioned be other than Bai Li Shi? In the ancient desolate land, only Bai Li Shi fulfilled the criteria. Bai Li Shi smiled somewhat embarrassedly and said, "Before I came up, I really did not know it was you. They did not tell me your name." Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "Why should I care so much about you? If you want to fight, fine. Just return the medial grade secret treasure to me first." Bai Li Shi cursed helplessly. "Damn it. Every time I run into you, nothing good ever happens. I just heard that there are rank or wrestling rings here, so I wanted to come and earn some money. Who knew I would run into you?" Since Bai Li Shi knew that Gao Yangyu wanted to deal with Xiao Chun, naturally, he did not intend to make a move. Although Bai Li Shi was greedy, talkative, and short-tempered, he was not an ungrateful person. Since Bai Li Shi had recognized Xiao Chun as a friend, he would not betray him. Furthermore, Bai Lishi had taken a medial-grade secret treasure from Xiaochen previously. Logically or emotionally, he would not help an outsider deal with his friend. Damn it, you could just casually defeat me in a few moves. That way, I will be able to report back. However, let me make this clear first. You're not allowed to hit my face, chest, or lower body. The most important thing is not to hurt me. Bai Lishi had a bitter expression on his face as he nagged. Xiaochen smiled faintly and said, "No problem, as you wish." Hence, the tens of thousands of people present saw an exaggerated scene that no one had seen in the hundreds of years since Wrestling City was built. Xiaochen's figure flashed and arrived behind Bai Lishi. He merged his essence and vital qi into his body and kicked Bai Lishi's butt. Bang! There was a loud sound as Bai Lishi shot up into the air like a cannonball. The wrestling ring was several kilometers away from the spectator stands, but Bai Lishi flew over it. The fiery pain from his but nearly caused Bai Lishi to collapse. The pain made his facial features scrunch up tightly. He was not allowed to hit her face, chest, or lower body, other than hitting her, but Xiaochen really couldn't think of where else to kick. As for not hurting him, that was nonsense. How could it not hurt when hitting someone? In any case, this guy's body was stronger than his. A full-powered kick wouldn't hurt him. Bang! When the people below saw Bai Lishi's falling body, they quickly dodged to the side. His huge body immediately smashed the stone seats into smithereens. F***CK. Bai Lishi crawled to his feet and cursed. Then, he quickly ran out of the wrestling ring. Gao Yangyu's men would definitely cause trouble for him. He had no choice but to run faster. He would not even have the chance to vent his anger at Xiaochen. He felt extremely depressed. The audience's jaws dropped. They were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. They didn't expect this to happen. The person with an even wider jaw than them was the old man beside Gao Yangyu. His face was filled with astonishment, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He had never imagined that such a scene would occur. "You filthy thing!" Gao Yangyu flew into a rage and kicked the old man, breaking several of his ribs. The other old men in the room remained silent, not daring to say anything. Even though the commotion was over, the matches had to continue. Xiaochen had already won 11 matches in a row. The rewards for defeating him were considerable. Although the rewards would not catch the attention of some of the peak experts, they were still a great source of income for many cultivators. In the following 17 matches, Xiaochen only used vital qi. He did not even use his essence. Xiaochen did this so that he could break through to the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. In Bai Lishi's Cultivation book, he had written about the key to quickly tempering the physical body. One of the most important points was to use pure vital qi to fight. Feeling the circulation of vital qi in the body and comprehending the mysteries of vital qi in battle was the fastest. In the 17 matches, as long as there was no life-threatening or serious injury, Xiaochen chose to use vital qi to fight his enemies. The people who fought today were clearly stronger than the previous day. Many people were already familiar with Xiaochen's combat techniques and thought of countermeasures. Every match was very difficult. Wounds slowly appeared on Xiaochen's body. He was no longer as relaxed as the previous day. Some cultivators even found some of the mistakes that Xiaochen had made, wanting to make Xiaochen pay a heavy price. Unfortunately, Xiaochen had carefully analyzed his matches the previous night. He would not make the same mistakes again. Furthermore, he could make use of the arrogance of these people to beat them at their own game, achieving an unexpected result. This fellow has a strong talent for combat. Although every match looked like it was not easy for him to win, he did win all of them. Let's wait and see first. If Jiang Zimo and the others do not perform well, I will bet 5,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Unfortunately, there is too little information on him in Wrestling City. They did not advertise him at all. On the contrary, Ding Fengqiu and the others did their best to advertise him. Xiaochen's successive victories gave the crowd some anticipation for Xiaochen's strength. Everyone started discussing him. After the 18 matches ended, Xiaochen paid a significant price. He was even in a somewhat sorry state. However, he still managed to walk forward step by step, obtaining all the victories. Xiao Qin's clothes were tattered, and wounds of various sizes covered his body. Everyone could tell that Xiao Qin had not won easily. I think we should not bet on him. When a medial grade spirit stone reward breaks 10,000, it will attract some experts. When it reaches 100,000, all the peak experts will come out. He is already having such a hard time now. He will not be able to do it tomorrow. The day after that will be even more difficult. After the 18 matches ended, Xiao Qin became the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories. Although his strength was acknowledged, the situation was not very good to look at. Many people believed that he would be defeated after he accumulated enough spirit stones to break his winning streak. Xiao Qin suppressed the injuries in his body and walked over to the gray-robed cultivator. Then, he received the 7,400 medial grade spirit stones that belonged to him. In addition to the 3,000 that he obtained yesterday, Xiao Qin had already obtained more than 10,000 inferior grade spirit stones. This was equivalent to a tenth of his wealth. The gray-robed old man handed the spirit stones to Xiao Qin with some heartache. He said, "Congratulations, you're the first person to obtain 28 consecutive victories." Xiao Qin smiled faintly and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then, he received the spirit stones and returned to his corner. Xiao Qin sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries. Today's fight was twice as intense as yesterday's. Furthermore, Xiao Qin did not use his essence. There were even more hidden injuries on his body. He had to deal with them as soon as possible. However, after using his vital qi to fight 17 consecutive high-intensity matches, Xiao Qin gained a new understanding of the way of cultivating the physical body. If nothing unexpected happened, the cultivation speed of the Firmament Body Tempering Art's 4th layer would definitely increase by another layer. Several people in the crowd looked at Xiao Qin and shook their heads. They still felt that doing so would not be of much use. Haha, no wonder he works so hard. It is not easy to win every match. It would be strange if he did not work harder. The people of the Great Qi Nation are not very talented. Their brains are not very good, either. If cramming at the last minute is useful, then what is the point of working hard normally? That's right. With one look, I can tell that he does not put in much effort normally. Otherwise, why would he still think about cultivating before a fight? Paying attention to his opponent's fighting style and techniques is what he should be doing now. How foolish. When they saw Xiao Qin sit down cross-legged again, they all mocked him. Actually, some of their words contained jealousy for Xiao Qin's consecutive victories. This was especially so for the people who fought before Xiao Qin. They had not obtained consecutive victories. Furthermore, they did not think that they were weaker than Xiao Qin. Even Xiao Qin could obtain consecutive victories, but they could not. The disparity in their hearts could be easily imagined. Now that they saw Xiao Qin's strange actions, they could not help but mock him. This was especially so for Yun Ping, who was the first to fight. His consecutive victories had ended in the last match. He was in a bad mood, so the one who spoke the nastiest words was him. Even this kind of trash can obtain consecutive victories. His luck is really F***ing good. Xia Xian, Jiang Zimo, Mu Xianxia, and the others who were on good terms with Xiao Qin did not find this strange. Furthermore, they knew that Xiao Qin would not care, so they could not be bothered with this group of people. However, Xiao could not help it. Back then, Xiao Qin had helped her obtain an iron medallion. This had improved her impression of him significantly. Furthermore, Xiao Qin was still young and had pure thoughts. When he saw the crowd continuously ridiculing him, he could no longer endure it. He said, "You people cannot obtain consecutive victories, so you go and mock others. Is there any meaning to it? You are really shameless." Yun Ping laughed loudly. "We are speaking the truth. How are we mocking him? Furthermore, what is the point of having consecutive victories? He just needs to obtain 60 victories. That's right. He just needs to obtain 60 victories. With his strength, he already had such a difficult time winning today. Can he still obtain consecutive victories tomorrow? Furthermore, you are just a little girl. What qualifications do you have to criticize us? You did not even obtain 5 victories yesterday. Ha ha ha. When the group of people saw that Ruru had seen through their thoughts, their expressions became very unhappy. One by one, they pointed their spears at her. Chapter 442. Xiao Rou's delicate face flushed red with anger. So many people were talking about her. Even if she wanted to, she would not be able to win. Xiaoxian pulled Xiao Rou behind her and looked coldly at the crowd. A murderous intent gathered in the depths of her eyes. She said sullenly, "Is there any point in a group of men bullying a little girl?" When the crowd felt Xiaoxian's murderous intent, they did not say anything. After all, Xiaoxian's strength was clear for all to see. Furthermore, she had become famous long ago. She was one of the peak geniuses of the great Xian nation. It was not a good thing to offend her. The matches continued, but it no longer had anything to do with Xiao Chun. He was completely immersed in cultivating the firmament body tempering art. The mockery and rumors of the outside world entered Xiao Chen's ears. He simply ignored them. They were just a bunch of jumping clowns. Xiao Chun only quickly digested the comprehensions he gained today and used them to break through to the fourth layer of the firmament body tempering art. Xiao Chen's improvement was much greater than he had imagined. Vital qi flowed through his entire body, surging in his 300-odd acupoints. The blue dragon hidden in his acupoints enjoyed this vital qi. Every time his vital qi surged, Xiao Chun could feel the greedy expression on the blue dragon's face. After the blue dragon martial spirit was shattered by Song Kei's palm strike, it scattered throughout the acupoints of his body. As Xiao Chen's vital qi grew, the blue dragon qi sealed in his acupoints would automatically open up. Such a reason was also an important reason why Xiao Chun could not give up on cultivating his physical body. The strength of the Azure Dragon energy was the best proof of that. The Azure Dragon tattoo on his right arm was the best proof. Time slowly went by, and the sky slowly turned dark. Xiao Chun had already cultivated for 14 to 16 hours. The matches in the wrestling ring also slowly came to an end. The 7 people who obtained consecutive victories from the previous day all advanced to the next round. Their victories were magnificent and effortless. This was a stark contrast to Xiao Chen's arduous battles. This made the crowd and the spectator stands even more certain that Xiao Chun would not be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. The fight had ended. According to the rules, the contestants could leave. Xiao Chun got up and returned to his courtyard. After dinner, Xiao Chun went to a relatively open area in the courtyard and started to think about his battle plan for the day. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Great Dragon Tiger Fist had too many flaws. There were too few moves, and the transition between offense and defense wasn't fast enough. As a result, when they encountered martial artists with exquisite moves, they would fall into a passive position. "Looks like I have to make some changes tomorrow," Xiao Chun thought to himself. "I'll make some improvements to my fist technique first." With his current realm, he was still unable to create his own fist technique. However, it was not a problem for him to make some changes that suited him. 2 hours later, Xiao Chun finally finished modifying the Dragon Tiger Fist. He then continued to charge towards the 4th stage of the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. He felt that he wasn't far from the lesser mastery of the 4th stage. At the same time, in the tall tower of the wrestling ring, in Gao Yangyu's room, a group of old men were busily tabulating the information. "City Lord Gao, we have already tabulated the bets for today. Ding Fengqiu and the other 5 people you mentioned have already bet more than 5 million medial Great Spirit Stones. They should have no problem breaking 10 million tomorrow." An old man holding a stack of information said carefully. Gao Yanyu had been in a bad mood the entire day. When he heard the tabulation, his expression warmed up slightly. He smiled and said, "As expected, the day after tomorrow is the last day to place bets. In that case, we will release the news that we are candidates for the ancient desolate tower tomorrow. It is not impossible for the bets to break 50 million medial Great Spirit Stones." The room in the tall tower was very large. 7 cultivators with strong auras sat in a corner to the west, resting with their eyes closed. Among the 7, some had white hair and eyebrows. It was unknown how long they had lived. Others had killing intent written all over their faces. Even with their eyes closed, one could feel a horrifying killing intent. There were also some with electric currents flickering around their bodies, small tornadoes, or strands of flames appearing out of nowhere. Clearly, these people had comprehended their respective states to the limit. Even with their eyes closed, they could still emit energy without them realizing it. When they heard that the bets this time might break 50 million medial Great Spirit stones, joy flashed on the faces of the seven. City Lord, what should we do about that brat called Xianxia? Should we invite the 7 guest elders to come out? Any one of them should be able to crush him easily. Gao Yangyu glanced at the 7 people in the corner and shook his head. No, each person can only fight twice. This is only the 3rd day. This is too much of a waste. The old man continued. In that case, should we invite Shifeng to come out and let him cripple Xianxia in an instant? He won't even have time to admit defeat. Gao Yangyu shook his head and said, that is even more impossible. Shifeng is the treasure of the ancient desolate tower. If someone really obtained more than 60 consecutive victories, do you want me to go bankrupt? Never mind. Don't bother about this matter. I will make a move personally and make a trip to Desolate City tonight. On the morning of the 3rd day of the wrestling ring, Xianxia sat on his bed and suddenly opened his eyes. The acupoints on his left palm and wrist suddenly burst open. 2 strands of dragon chi flew out and filled Xiaoqian's left hand. Bang! Xiaoqian clenched his left hand into a fist and punched the air. His vital chi surged out and suddenly exploded. Ripples appeared in the air. As the ripples spread, the entire room trembled slightly. Xiaoqian revealed a joyful expression after his consecutive victories. He stood up from his bed and smiled. I finally reached small perfection in the firmament body-tempering art's 4th layer. Unexpectedly, my vital chi increased by 10,000 kilograms of force, and I managed to burst open 2 acupoints. If the 4th layer reached consummation, it would be possible to increase his strength by 50,000 kilograms of force. The effects of a heaven-ranked body-tempering cultivation technique were indeed extraordinary. Right now, Xiaoqian's vital chi was already very vast. Every increase of 5,000 kilograms of force was incomparably difficult. Back then, Bailisha had been stuck at this stage for decades. Xiaoqian was very fortunate to be able to obtain a heaven-ranked body-tempering art right after he reached this bottleneck. The sky was already bright. Xiaoqian headed for the wrestling ring and entered the spectator stands. When the gray-robed old man found Xiaoqian, he immediately said, Xiaoqian, give me your iron medallion. It has been changed to number 125. Number 125 was the last person to fight. Xiaoqian did not ask any questions and directly handed over his iron medallion. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiaoqian's calm expression, accepting the change and immediately leaving without saying anything, he felt a pressure in his heart for some reason. This fellow is so calm that it is scary. To Xiaoqian, there was no difference between number 15 and 125. As for what schemes there were, the gray-robed old man did not care. In this wrestling ring, the other party had the final say. Xiaoqian did not have any chance to argue over such a small matter. After arriving at his own corner, Xiaoqian ignored the gazes of the others. He continued to sit cross-legged and did his best to cultivate the firmament body-tempering art's 4th layer. This fellow is trying to make a last-minute effort again. How foolish. The others watched coldly as Xiaoqian moved. After a few taunts, they ignored him. The facts had already proven that comprehending the firmament body-tempering art's 4th layer in battle was very helpful. Hence, Xiaoqian did not need to care about the gazes of the others. The matches began. This day's matches were even more intense than the previous 2 days. The first 10-odd people did not manage to obtain even half of their victories. After 18 matches, even Yinping only managed to obtain 9 victories. This was not surprising. After all, he had fought so many matches in a row. The people in the spectator stands were already familiar with the unique characteristics of their martial techniques. If they were not like Xiaoqian, thinking about every match, the matches on the 2nd day would be incredibly difficult. It was reasonable for them to lose. Strange, they have already changed so many numbers. Why is that Xianxia not going up yet? Why do you care about him? Maybe they changed their numbers. You did not even bet on him. Look, Ding Fengqiu is coming up. That's right. I bet 5,000 medial grade spirit stones on Ding Fengqiu. I bet that he can win 50 matches in a row. Haha, you are too timid. I bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones that he can win 60 matches in a row. The payout is double yours. Haha, you are too timid. I bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones that he can win 60 matches in a row. The payout is double yours. Some of the spectators felt that it was strange that Xianxia did not go up. However, it did not cause too much of a commotion. When the popular Ding Fengqiu went up, all the questions about Xianxia were forgotten. Dong, dong, dong. When Ding Fengqiu entered the arena, he felt the atmosphere of the crowd. The drums in the surroundings suddenly exploded out. In the 28 matches, Ding Fengqiu dealt with his opponents within 50 moves. He used the Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique to kill people from a kilometer away. Ding Fengqiu easily obtained victory without suffering any injuries. He was very popular. He was also the most popular candidate on the betting lists. I am Ding Fengqiu of the Great Chu Nation's Heavenly Sword Gate. Please give me your guidance. The white-robed Ding Fengqiu held a sword and cupped his hands. Right after Ding Fengqiu spoke, someone immediately came down to challenge him. Now that Ding Fengqiu had won 28 matches in a row, the reward for defeating him would be enough to tempt some ordinary experts. Bai Yinfeng, sorry for the offense. The person who came was also a swordsman. Right after he spoke, he took the initiative to attack. He quickly rushed at Ding Fengqiu. With the heavenly sword technique, once Bai Yinfeng put some distance between them, he would not lose. He would only have a chance if he got close. Ding Fengqiu pushed off the ground. Contrary to Bai Yunfeng's expectations, he rushed at him as well. A surging sword intent surged out. Before his sword was drawn, a sharp light already appeared. Xiao! Ding Fengqiu used 2 fingers as a sword and pointed them forward. 18 blade-like sword qi appeared behind him. Wong! Wong! The sword qi buzzed in the air like they were real weapons. They carried a sharp state of massacre and kicked up 18 strong winds as they flew at Bai Yunfeng. Ding dang! Ding dang! Bai Yunfeng's expression changed slightly as he retreated. The weapons clashed with the sword qi, giving off metallic clangs and countless sparks. Using qi as a sword. An expert in the spectator stands exclaimed in shock. Using qi as a sword was an extremely profound technique in the heavenly sword technique. It turned the air into a sharp sword and could be used at will. This technique had nothing to do with cultivation realm or talent. Instead, it had a very high requirement for comprehension ability. Rumor had it that after it reached great perfection, a sword sage could create tens of thousands of qi swords out of thin air. The qi swords were very solid, containing the will of the cultivator. Chapter 443. With 10,000 swords, no matter how strong a person was, they would be riddled with holes. Under Ding Fengqiu's control, the 18 qi swords danced around and formed a storm of swords, forcing Bai Yunfeng to retreat continuously. Puxi! Puxi! The qi swords were astonishingly fast, and there were many of them. Bai Yunfeng could only do his best to protect his vital points. The other parts of his body were injured by the swords, bleeding profusely. Combine! Ding Fengqiu shouted and his aura suddenly gathered. The 18 qi swords merged and formed a real sword in the air. A scarlet light spread out on the sword. That was Ding Fengqiu's strong state of massacre. He quickly formed hand seals with his right hand. The scarlet sword moved like a beam of light and flashed by. A bloody hole appeared in Bai Yunfeng's chest. He vomited a mouthful of blood and fell over. Boom! 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 Ding Fengqiu easily defeated Bai Yunfeng and used qi as a sword to end his opponent with one strike. Such strength caused the crowd to erupt into an uproar. Defeat! 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 The defensive sword technique used qi to control the sword. It could be executed alternately or at the same time. Ding Fengshou's aura soared into the sky along with the golden cauldron drum. He won 18 consecutive victories. Including the victories of the first 2 days, Ding Fengshou had 46 consecutive victories. He was only 14 more victories away from tying the highest record in the history of Wrestling City. Following that, more contestants went up. However, Ding Fengshou suppressed them. They could not pique the crowd's interest. Only when Jiang Zimo went up did the atmosphere become lively again. Jiang Zimo did not disappoint the crowd. Although he did not have it as easy as Ding Fengshou, who only used 50 moves in each match, Jiang Zimo performed very steadily from start to finish. He obtained the final victory and became the second contestant to obtain 46 consecutive victories. However, the next contestant from the Holy Fire Manor, Lung Yun, was not as lucky. Someone found his weakness and ended his winning streak. It was a pity. Xianxia also ran into an extremely strong bladesman. The two of them fought an intense battle for hundreds of rounds. They were evenly matched. In the end, they could only end up in a draw. According to the rules, their winning streak ended as well. Gao Yangyu rushed into the tall tower, looking travel-worn. He quickly said, "Are we late? Has that brat gone up yet?" Someone immediately replied, "Not too late." As instructed, he was moved to the end. The desolate city was very far from Longyang Island. With Gao Yangyu's strength, he would need to find someone to go back and forth. One night would not be enough. Therefore, he could only come up with this plan and move Xiao Chen's order to the last. Gao Yangyu said, "Did this kid ask why?" "No, it was very peaceful." Gao Yangyu laughed softly. "This brat is rather tactful. He knows who is in charge here." "City Lord, are there no problems this time?" the old man asked with interest. Someone who could make Gao Yangyu personally go to Desolate City to look for was definitely not simple. Gao Yangyu nodded gently and said coldly, 40,000 medial grade spirit stones to borrow someone from the wrestling ring in Desolate City. He cultivates a peak earth-ranked fist technique. His physical body and speed are pretty good. I can't be bothered to continue playing with him. Let's just cripple him in one match, Gao Yangyu said casually. The setting sun was like fire, illuminating the clouds in the sky. The matches in the wrestling ring were slowly coming to an end. The gray-robed old man looked at Xiao Chun, who was in the corner, and said, "Number 125, it is your turn." Xiao Chun opened his eyes and glanced at the old man indifferently. Then, he slowly walked into the wrestling ring. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Chen's expression, he was astonished. Why does it seem like every time this brat meditates, his strength improves a little? Furthermore, Xiao Chun is clearly only an inferior grade martial king. Yet, the gray-robed old man could not understand him. He could not understand him. "I am the great Qi nation's Xiao Chun. Please give me your guidance." Xiao Chen's voice, which was neither soft nor loud, resounded in the wrestling ring. It immediately caused a commotion. I nearly forgot about this brat. I thought he had withdrawn from the competition and was about to leave. Indeed, no matter what, he is now one of the 5 people with consecutive victories. I wonder if he can maintain this. I would like to know as well. This fellow always looks like he is using his full power. However, in the end, he is able to pull through. It is truly unfathomable. As the wrestling ring came to an end, many of the spectators already had thoughts of withdrawing. When they saw Xiao Chun, they became more interested. Bang! A cultivator in black robes shot out from the spectator stands. After he landed, his sharp aura immediately created a whirlwind in the wrestling ring, causing Xiao Chen's hair to flutter. "I am the Desolate City's Baijian. I am here to seek advice from you." Baijian took out a pair of shiny metal gloves and slowly put them on. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he looked at Xiao Chen coldly. Unexpectedly, Baijian was a cultivator from the Desolate City. Furthermore, he was a boxing master that specialized in dealing with Xiao Chun. Suddenly, Xiao Chun understood why he changed his iron medallion to number 125. This Gao Yangyu really put in a lot of effort. Xiao Chun raised his head and looked at a tall tower in the distance. There was a pair of eyes looking at him coldly from there. Every time he appeared, he could clearly feel it. When Gao Yangyu saw Xiao Chen's gaze in the tall tower, he he felt a strange chill. He shook his head and dispelled this chill. Gao Yangyu smiled coldly and said, "No matter how much you struggle, you will not have a chance this time. This is a boxing master that specializes in dealing with you. You have no chance in terms of punches and kicks." Boom! There was an explosion and a strong wind blew in the air. Baijian had already put on his gloves and was sending a punch at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's feet were firmly glued to the ground as he looked at this punch. Then, he used his right fist, which was covered in a black glove, to meet the punch. Bang! When the two fists met, there was a violent tremor. The air seemed to stop flowing for an instant. In the next moment, it exploded. Countless spider-like cracks appeared on the ground around the two of them. Pieces of rock floated up into the air before exploding and turning into dust. A strong wind blew and kicked up the dust, covering the two's figures. The crowd's vision was immediately affected. Boom! 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 Suddenly, Baijian shouted 3 times and punched. 3 waves of energy surged out, each wave stronger than the one before. The two, who were originally evenly matched, immediately lost their balance. This sudden burst of energy forced Xiao Chun to take 3 steps back. The qi and blood in his body could not help but surge. Finally, the 3 waves of energy merged together and exploded out with an even stronger force. Baijian's body left the ground. This ferocious and berserk punch was like a falcon hunting its prey. It chased closely after Xiao Chun, whose qi and blood were surging. Baijian's gaze was cold and calm. There were no fluctuations at all. In his eyes, Xiao Chun was just prey. Baijian only had one goal: to injure and cripple Xiao Chun, not giving him a chance to admit defeat. In a rush, Xiao Chun could only merge his essence and vital qi. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched again. Bang! Countless long gorges appeared on the ground. The energy from the collision of the 2 fists kicked up an even stronger storm. Sand and rocks flew everywhere, and a strong wind howled. Xiao Chun retreated again. This time, he took more than 10 steps back before he could stand stably. Blood leaked out of the corner of his lips. Although Baijian's fist force was not as strong as Xiao Chen's, by stacking 3 layers of energy and using this technique, Xiao Chun could not clash head-on with his essence and vital qi. Bang! 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 Baijian did not show any mercy when he gained the upper hand. He quickly pressed forward and sent out hundreds of fist images with his fists, attacking Xiao Chun relentlessly. Baijian controlled the rhythm of the fight. Xiao Chun could only follow his attacks. However, the gloves in Baijian's hands seemed to be a secret treasure. His attack speed was even faster than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chun was at a complete disadvantage. After exchanging a few hundred moves, half of Baijian's fist winds landed on him, forcing him to retreat. Strong explosive power, brilliant techniques, lightning-fast attack speed, and an incredibly calm mental state. In terms of fist techniques, Baijian completely suppressed Xiao Chun. Interesting. It looks like he is not satisfied until I die. Baijian used his full power in every move. It was clear that he would not stop until he crippled Xiao Chun. If he made any mistakes, he would not be able to recover from this setback. He would lose countless times in a row. Xiao Chun smiled coldly to himself. Unfortunately, I was never a fist master. Using a fist master to deal with me? Isn't that a joke? Roaming Dragon's 9 transformations split. After retreating for a long time, Xiao Chen's figure suddenly flickered, and he split into 9 clones. These clones headed in 9 different directions, quickly escaping from Baijian's attacks. The 9 clones looked exactly the same. Amidst the dust and chaotic winds, it was hard to tell which one was the real one. Baijian mocked. Cloning techniques are unorthodox. Before absolute strength and speed, they are useless. Why are you, a fist master, learning this? Break for me. Xiao Chun said calmly. Absolute speed? Do you have it? Blood Flame Shu's secret technique, activate. Xiao Chun shouted, and the black-winged blood flame eagle patterns on his shoes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, Xiao Chen's speed increased by 4 times the speed of sound. Kassier. The instant the 9 clones merged, a saber appeared in Xianxia's hand. The saber's edge was sharp, and it gave off a cold light. He quickly executed, drawing the saber. A dazzling bolt of lightning flashed through the air, filled with dust. Xiaochun wanted to hack Baijian in half with his saber. Baijian's previously relaxed face revealed a horrified expression. Damn it! Why didn't Gao Yangyu tell me that this fellow is a bladesman? Baijian's punch was extremely fast. Originally, he had intended to break all of Xiaochun's clones in one go. However, he had not expected that Xiaochun did not even think of using his clones to confuse him. Xiaochun used an even faster speed to clash with Baijian's attack. Furthermore, it was not a fist technique, but a saber technique with a startling aura. Even if Baijian wanted to retreat, he did not have the opportunity to do so. His opponent's explosive speed reached 4 times the speed of sound. It was not something that Baijian could dodge. He could only do his best to avoid being hit in the vital areas. A miserable cry resounded, accompanied by a spurt of blood. Xiaochun's saber strike chopped off one of Baijian's arms. Baijian lay on the ground, his left hand covering his wound. He trembled as he said, "How hateful! You are actually not a fist master." When fist masters fought with bladesmen, they all had different strategies. Furthermore, there were 2 completely different sets of strategies. Baijian had used the strategy of fighting a fist master against a bladesman. It would be difficult for him not to suffer a tragedy. Xiaochun smiled faintly and said, "Sorry, I never said that I was a fist master." Chapter 444. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu and the old man beside him heard a heart-wrenching scream from the dust-filled wrestling ring. The 2 of them could not help but reveal smiles. The old man quickly said, "Congratulations, City Lord. You finally dealt with this brat." Based on that sound, he must have lost at least 1 arm. Gao Yangyu had a relaxed expression. He smiled and said, "Naturally, the person I found is more reliable than that by Lishi you found." The 40,000 medial Great Spirit Stones were not spent for nothing. Knowing that Gao Yangyu was in a good mood, the old man flattered. City Lord's eyes are naturally far-sighted, able to see 1,000 kilometers away. When you make your move, you hit the nail on the head, eliminating any future problems. Haha, you really know how to talk. However, I like it. Haha, come, let's go and take a look at the information on the bets. Gao Yangyu laughed loudly. Just at this moment, the dust in the wrestling ring slowly settled. The 2 of them stopped and turned around, preparing to see Xiaochun's sorry state. However, the situation in the wrestling ring was beyond their expectations. One of Baijian's arms was broken, and he lay on the ground in pain. Xiaochun had a faint smile on his face. He looked calmly at the 2 people in the tall tower, as if nothing had happened to them. The smiles on the 2's faces froze. The old man's body trembled slightly as he said in a quivering voice, "City Lord, it seems like the one who got crippled is the person you invited." Bang! Gao Yangyu's expression turned furious. He kicked the old man's chest and said angrily, "This old man has eyes. Do I need you to tell me?" Scram! The old man's face was filled with pain as he complained to his heart. The ribs on his chest had not fully recovered yet. Now, they were all broken again. Humph! When Gao Yangyu saw Xiaochun's faint smile, he snorted coldly. Then, he smacked the window heavily again. Gao Yangyu turned around and walked to the western corner of the room. The old man on the ground just got up. Gao Yangyu's eyes were filled with disgust when he thought about what the old man said about farsighted, able to see 1,000 kilometers away. Gao Yangyu kicked the old man again, knocking him into the wall and causing him to faint. Trash! If you had not gone to find that by Lishi, we would not have waited until today to deal with that brat. When Gao Yangyu arrived at the western corner, he looked at the 7 cultivators with extremely strong auras. In the end, his gaze landed on an old man with white hair and beard. He said indifferently, "Old Bai, I'll need you to make a move earlier this time. Help me kill him tomorrow." Old Bai slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light shot out from his eyes. He said in a calm voice, "As you wish." Baijian, anyone who went to Desolate City's wrestling ring would be familiar with this name. The Desolate City was the link that connected the four great empires. It was one of the two great hearts of the sky martial continent. It was as famous as the capital of the great Jin Empire, the Wind City. Since Baijian was able to make a name for himself there was no need to doubt his strength. However, it was unexpected that he was an expert in boxing. When the dust settled, Baijian fell at Xianxia's hands, crippling one of his arms. His life would be ruined in Longyang Island's wrestling ring. The one who ended all of this was the great Qin youth who still had a calm and indifferent expression, causing everyone to look down on him. The matches continued. Xiaochen also figured out how Gao Yangyu dealt with him. Gao Yangyu would send an expert to deal with Xiaochen every day for the first match. As long as Xiaochen could injure Xiaochen severely in the first match, he would continue to lose the next few matches. This was the best way to conserve resources. Gao Yangyu probably did not have enough resources on hand. He could not possibly place everyone on Xiaochen. In this selection, there's also Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo, peak geniuses like them. If they broke their 60 consecutive victories, they would definitely die. If Xiaochen managed to break his 60 consecutive victories, there would be horrifying bets placed on him. No matter how rich he was, he would not be able to afford it. Hence, in the following matches, Xiaochen did not intend to continue using his saber. He continued to use his vital qi and the modified Great Dragon Tiger Fist to fight. Like the previous day, Xiaochen won every match in a sorry state. As of now, he had more than 30 victories. As long as he won a few hundred, he would be able to obtain more than 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. Naturally, those who could afford half the challenge fee were not mediocre. Otherwise, they would not have squandered their money so casually. Xiaochen's victories were even more arduous than the previous day. The wounds on his body were already horrifying. However, as long as he could endure, and his opponent was not a peak fistmaster, Xiaochen would persist in using only his vital qi. After the firmament body tempering art reached small perfection, his vital qi had increased by 20,000. Although it was not obvious, Xiaochen could feel the improvement. Compared to the previous day, Xiaochen's comprehension of the increase in his vital qi had become even deeper. Fight! 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 Holding on to the thought of winning, Xiaochen persevered with the sound of the war drums. As long as his opponent was not defeated, he would not fall. Complete victory! After 18 matches, Xiaochen obtained complete victory once again. His winning streak now reached 46. Although Xiaochen was in a sorry state and covered in wounds, his eyes remained calm. He did not care about the crowd's astonishment and disbelief. Xiaochen dragged his somewhat fatigued body over to the gray-robed old man and received the 1,3,800 medial grade spirit stones that he had obtained today. This was a crazy number. This was the charm of consecutive victories in the arena. Those who did not have a winning streak would not be able to do so. Even though these people had obtained 17 victories today, they had only obtained 50,000 medial grade spirit stones. Compared to people like Xiaochen who had obtained consecutive victories, they were far from it. If Xiaochen continued winning, the number of spirit stones he obtained tomorrow, the day after, and the day after that would reach an even crazier number. The expression on the gray-robed old man's face twitched a few times. It was clear that he felt pained. However, he still smiled bitterly and said, "Congratulations on obtaining 46 consecutive victories." Xiaochen nodded gently and thanked the gray-robed old man. Then, he ignored everyone's gazes and walked out of the wrestling ring, heading for his courtyard. The internal injuries that Xiaochen had suffered today were more severe than the previous 2 days combined. It would be difficult for him to recover in a short time by relying on his essence. Xiaochen had no choice but to take out the spirit herbs for treating injuries that he had obtained from the herb garden on Xian Island. He took out the spirit herbs that were 500 years old and above. Then, Xiaochen categorized them according to how they treated internal and external injuries. Finally, he chose 2 700-year-old spirit herbs that did not clash with each other. Then, he decocted them and consumed them. After that, Xiaochen sat cross-legged and circulated his essence to speed up the release of the medicinal energy. With the assistance of the spirit herbs and Xianxia's somewhat monstrous physique, the wounds on his skin healed at a visible rate. The wounds on his skin were slowly healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The internal injuries and blocked qi and blood in his body were also slowly clearing up. After 2 hours, Xiaoqian opened his eyes and vomited a mouthful of black blood. He immediately felt much more relaxed. His internal injuries had completely recovered. Looking at the remaining spirit herbs on the table, Xiaoqian said softly, "Spirit herbs are indeed good stuff." The internal injuries that would have required at least a week were completely healed in 2 hours with the assistance of these 2 spirit herbs. Unfortunately, there are too few of them. There are still 2,000-year-old spirit herbs. I will leave them for the day after tomorrow and tomorrow. After the wrestling ring ends on the last day, it will not affect the overall situation. After Xiaoqian left the room and ate dinner, he started his daily routine. He carefully simulated the fights that happened during the day. This was especially so for the fight with Baijian. After he simulated it several times, the conclusion he came to was somewhat depressing. If Xiaoqian did not use the Lunar Shadow Saber, he would not be a match for a peak fist master like Baijian, no matter how he modified the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. This made Xiaoqian even more determined to obtain a peak Earth-ranked fist technique or palm technique. Only then would he be able to bring out his strong, vital qi and physical body perfectly. The night deepened and the silver moon climbed up the treetops, sending down a gentle light. Xiaoqian sat in the courtyard and started to infuse the comprehensions he gained during the day into the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Using pure vital qi to fight, comprehending the wonders of cultivating the physical body during battle was like Bai Lishi had said. It allowed one to improve very quickly. Every day after the fights, Xiaoqian would gain a new understanding of vital qi. Now, he could cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer with greater proficiency. Xiaoqian finally understood how Bai Lishi managed to cultivate the 4th layer in 2 months. Aside from talent, Bai Lishi's several dozen years of combat experience with vital qi was not something Xiaoqian could compare to. Time slowly went by. In the quiet night, there were the cries of insects, birds, or people whispering to each other. While it looked peaceful, it was actually very noisy. In the end, whether it was quiet or not depended on a single thought in one's heart. There was no distinction between day and night. During the past few days, Xiaoqian cultivated day and night. He seemed to have comprehended something in terms of mental state, becoming calmer and steadier than before. Bang! When the sun rose on the 2nd day, Xiaoqian opened his eyes. The 3rd acupoint on his left hand exploded open and turned into a strand of azure-colored dragon qi filling his left arm. A light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes as he looked at the 3rd acupoint on his arm. Xiaoqian revealed a joyful smile. He muttered to himself, "I opened another acupoint. It looks like I can open 2 more acupoints before I reach great perfection. If I reach consummation, I might be able to open all 12 acupoints on my left arm." When Xiaoqian arrived at the wrestling ring, he continued to cultivate as usual. The participants in the spectator stands who had mocked Xiaoqian for the past few days did not know what to do. They felt very conflicted in their hearts. No matter what they said, they could not erase Xiaoqian's glorious 46 consecutive victories. If they continued to say that Xiaoqian was ignorant and had low talent, they would be slapping themselves in the face. Even a foolish person like Xiaoqian, with such low talent, managed to obtain 46 consecutive victories. What about the people that they did not? Wouldn't that make them even more ignorant and have even lower talent, even worse than trash? Yun Ping said with some hatred, "I don't believe that he can still obtain consecutive victories today. How can an ignorant person who is cramming at the last minute obtain 50 consecutive victories?" Chapter 445. He is just lucky. How can someone from the Great Qi Nation obtain more than 50 consecutive victories? That's right. Why are you pretending to be noble and virtuous? He will eventually taste defeat. Everyone felt jealous. When they heard Yun Ping's words, they all agreed. When Xiao saw this, she felt very angry. She said, "Senior sister, how can they do this? To think they are the outstanding talents of the various places. They do not have any magnanimity at all." Xiaoxian smiled faintly and said, "You will understand when you see more of them in the future." Xiaoxian had been out adventuring since the age of 14. She had seen too much of the dark side of the world. The things that Xiao saw were just a drop in the bucket. They could no longer cause any ripples in Xiaoxian's heart. Xiao looked at Xiao Chun, who was immersed in cultivation. She asked, "Senior sister, do you think that fellow will be able to obtain consecutive victories today?" Xiaoxian shook her head slightly, indicating that she did not understand. It was hard to say. Xiaoxian had a draw yesterday, so her winning streak had ended. The people who fought yesterday were all peak martial kings. Furthermore, they did not lack combat experience. Xiaoxian had experienced it herself. She did not believe that Xiao Chen's victories could be explained by luck. Xiao Chun was strong. However, when Xiaoxian saw how difficult it was for him to win every match, she could not see through Xiao Chun. It seemed like if he could continue winning, he would lose the next match. She could not understand him at all. Ding Fengqiu and Jiang Zimo looked at Xiao Chun with unfathomable gazes. Their hearts were filled with doubts. However, Pei Xiaoxian ignored Xiao Chun. He did not care about him at all. He walked over to Jiang Zimo and smiled. "Brother Jiang, with our strength, we should be able to continue winning today." Jiang Zimo shook his head and said, "It is hard to say. 48 consecutive victories is a threshold. The experts hired by the wrestling ring should be coming out soon. If we continue winning like this, the spirit stones we win are small. However, the spirit stones from the people outside will be enough to bankrupt Gao Yongyu." Pei Xiaoxian did not care and said, "Let's wait and see. Unless a half-step martial monarch comes out, I do not believe that anyone can defeat me." Jiang Zimo smiled gently and did not say anything. Jiang Zimo had seen many peak experts below half-step martial monarch. There were many such people in the myriad fiend palace alone. With Pei Xiaoxuan's attitude, he would definitely lose today. The spectators' stands in the Colosseum were filled with people. There were even situations where 2 or 3 people were sitting on the same seat. With Gao Yangyu's promotion, the news that this wrestling ring was the first round of selections for the ancient desolate tower quickly spread. As a result, many cultivators on Longyang Island received the news and rushed over in large numbers. Today's ticket prices had increased by several times, and they were all sold out. The supply could not meet the demand. Moreover, the 4th day of the Colosseum was the true climax of the event. The participants who obtained consecutive victories had already accumulated more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. To be able to afford such a challenge fee, one's own strength was a kind of proof. It could be imagined that the fights would be incomparably intense. The combination of the two resulted in the situation of 2 or 3 people sitting together in the audience seats. 5 participants obtaining 46 consecutive victories at the same time. This is the first time something like this has happened in Wrestling City on Longyang Island. Wrestling City has been around for close to 1,000 years, but the highest winning streak was only 60. Furthermore, that was 100 years ago. This is the first time I've seen so many people obtain 46 consecutive victories. That is normal. Think about who is qualified to participate in the ancient desolate tower selections. How could any of them be mediocre? Let's see who will obtain 60 consecutive victories in the end. I bet half of my wealth on Ding Fengqiu. I bet on Pei Xiaoxian. That fellow can order around spirit beasts. Few people of the same cultivation realm would be a match for him. Haha, I bet on Pei Xiaoxian as well. The spirit beasts are undefeatable. With more than 10 spirit beasts surrounding him, it would be hard to break through. Before the wrestling ring started, the discussions about the wrestling ring never stopped. Aside from the ancient desolate tower, most of the discussions focused on who would obtain 60 consecutive victories. Most of the topics were focused on who would be able to obtain 60 consecutive victories. After all, they had bet real money on these people. The victories of these people were closely related to their interests. Dong! As the war drums rang out, the wrestling ring officially started. As the first participant, Yunping went up first. I'm the great Chu Nation's Yunping. Everyone, please give me some pointers. After Yunping landed, he performed a cup-fist salute in all directions. However, even after a few minutes, no one was willing to go up. This made him feel somewhat embarrassed. As of now, Yunping had only accumulated 5 consecutive victories. Defeating him would not give him many spirit stones, so no one was interested in him. After 10 odd minutes, someone came down to challenge him. This person did not even look at Yunping and immediately started fighting. Bang! 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 After 100 moves, this person's sword left a 2-centimeter-long wound on Yunping's chest. The wound was so deep that his bones and internal organs could be seen. Yunping used his trump card and turned the tables at the last moment. However, due to the severe wound on his chest, Yunping lost again and again in the next 10 odd matches. Eventually, he lost 17 consecutive matches. Boos came from the entire wrestling ring, making Yunping feel ashamed. The following matches were rather boring. There was nothing to see. Only when Pei Xiaoxian went up did thunderous cheers resound in the wrestling ring. Pei Xiaoxian smiled faintly. He enjoyed this feeling. He raised his head and said, I am Pei Xiaoxian of the Beast Taming Abode. Everyone, please give me some pointers. Xiao. Right after Pei Xiaoxian spoke, a stout man wearing black soft armor with a black wolf tattoo on his neck and a mace on his back quickly descended from the spectator stands. This was a stark contrast to Yunping, who had not appeared for 10 odd minutes. I am Tuoba Luyan. I am here to experience your great moves. Pei Xiaoxian looked at the mace on Tuoba Luyan's back and the black wolf tattoo on his neck. Then, he touched the ring on his hand and mocked. Unexpectedly, you are a barbarian warrior. I have defeated quite a few people. It looks like there will be one more today. However, Tuoba Luyan ignored Pei Xiaoxian's belittling words. After he spoke, he took out the mace on his back. The black wolf tattoo on Tuoba Luyan's neck seemed to come to life as it quickly spread over his face. When Tuoba Luyan's entire face was covered by the wolf tattoo, he suddenly shouted and rushed at Pei Xiaoxian. Hu Qi! Tuoba Luyan moved as fast as lightning and swung his mace. The huge mace tore the air in half. It was very mighty. Ignorant. Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly and retreated gently. Then, he raised the ring in his hand and prepared to summon a spirit beast. He only needed 2 hand seals to summon a rank 7 spirit beast. After that, he could summon 2, 3, or 4 spirit beasts. If a rank 7 spirit beast was not enough, he could summon a rank 8 spirit beast. He could easily grind anyone to death. Xiao. However, just at this moment, the wolf tattoo on Tuoba Luyan's body came out and formed the image of a black wolf, encasing Tuoba Luyan. The instant the image of the black wolf appeared, Tuoba Luyan's speed doubled again. Bang! The mace struck Pei Xiaoxian, who had not completed the last hand seal. Pei Xiaoxian was immediately flung into the air like a sandbag. Pain! Pei Xiaoxian vomited a mouthful of blood. He had an extremely pained expression on his face. This strike had broken several of his ribs. Damn it! Why is this fellow so fast? Pei Xiaoxian thought in horror. He did not give me any time to summon a spirit beast. Boom! 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 Tuoba Luyan did not give Pei Xiaoxian any time to react. His mace moved so fast that not even an afterimage could be seen. In the blink of an eye, Pei Xiaoxian was struck more than 10 times. Pei Xiaoxian was like a sandbag, easily toyed with by Tuoba Luyan. He could not react at all. Every time Pei Xiaoxian tried to form the final hand seal, he would be interrupted by the mace, preventing him from summoning any spirit beasts. It's over. Pei Xiaoxian is going to lose. This Tuoba Luyan is simply too fast. Damn it. I should have thought of it long ago. As long as this fellow cannot summon a spirit beast, he will lose half of his strength. To think I even bet 10,000 medial grade spirit stones on him. Me too. I am in an even worse state than you. I bet 20,000 medial grade spirit stones, and now it's all gone. When the spectators saw the situation in the wrestling ring, they all started cursing. This was a serious loss. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu revealed a faint smile. Tuoba Luyan indeed does not feel any pressure when dealing with Pei Xiaoxian. Gao Yangyu turned his head back and said to the group of old men at the table, "It is time to reap the harvest. How much did you bet on Pei Xiaoxian?" 2 million medial grade spirit stones. The smile on Gao Yangyu's face became even wider. If Pei Xiaoxian lost, these 2 million medial grade spirit stones would all be his. Very good. I remember that the next contestant with consecutive victories is Ding Feng Shou, Gao Yangyu continued. The old man leading the group nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed Ding Feng Shou. He bet a lot, a total of 6 million medial grade spirit stones." Gao Yangyu smiled faintly and said, "The Heavenly Gate defensive sword is indeed not easy to deal with. However, there is still a chance of a draw." Pei Xiaoxian was covered in wounds. He weakly returned to the spectator stands. He was severely injured and could not continue fighting, so he could only give up. Pei Xiaoxian had lost 18 matches in a row. His expression was very unsightly. The wrestling rings continued. The challengers today were all very strong. As a result, few of them had more than a 50% chance of victory. The crowd finally felt that 60 consecutive victories were not that easy to obtain, even if they were not consecutive victories. After 3 days, the spectators had already figured out their strength and moves. However, they did not know anything about their opponents. If they were like Yin Ping and were severely injured in the first match, they might end up with consecutive defeats every day. When the crowd saw Pei Xiaoxian, who was injured and forced to give up for a day, the unease in their hearts intensified. If even Pei Xiaoxian could not avoid such an outcome, then wouldn't it be even more dangerous for them? The crowd started to panic. The waters of this wrestling ring were much deeper than they thought. The crowd looked at Xiao Chun, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating calmly. They sighed and said, "This fellow is really damn calm." Chapter 446. Another person is losing consecutively. How many is this? Including Yunping and Pei Xiaoxian, there are already 10. The people fighting today are too strong. Indeed, they have figured out all our moves. Damn it, if this goes on, it will be very difficult to win 60 matches. The matches continued. Aside from the cultivators who still had trump cards up their sleeves, the other outstanding talents ended up in a miserable state. They did not even manage to win 10 matches. Some even lost 18 matches in a row. The atmosphere of the arena became even more horrifying. The gray-robed old man said expressionlessly, "Number 56, Ding Feng Shou." Ding Feng Shou's figure floated up and landed on the wrestling ring. He cupped his hands and said, "Heavenly Sword Gates Ding Feng Shou seeks everyone's guidance. Ding Feng Shou is finally coming up. He better not lose. I bet 50 or 60,000 medial grade spirit stones on him." "Me too. Don't be like Pei Xiaoxian. Otherwise, we won't even be able to cry." That should not be the case. The Heavenly Gate defensive sword technique is not clear. Furthermore, he has grasped the technique of using qi as a sword. When the spectators saw Ding Feng Shou enter the wrestling ring, they started discussing him. After all, the number of people who bet on him was much higher than Pei Xiaoxian's. Bang! A middle-aged cultivator wearing battle armor landed firmly on the ground. He waved his hand and 3 palm-sized pagoda shields flew out and danced around him. "I, Mo Yin, am here to seek advice from you." When Ding Feng Shou saw the 3 small pagoda shields, he frowned slightly. Based on the aura of the shields, they seemed to be medial-grade defensive secret treasures. Using qi as a sword, Ding Feng Shou shouted, and 18 qi swords appeared behind him. He pointed forward with 2 fingers. Ding dang, ding dang. There was a series of clanging sounds as the 3 palm-sized shield flew up, down, left, and right, blocking all the sword qi 1 meter away from Mo Yan's body. Ding Feng Shou's expression sank. He could not help but increase his speed. The angle at which he attacked also became more crafty. However, the shields seemed to be able to sense danger automatically. No matter where the qi sword came from above, left, right, or turning, it would be able to block the sharp qi sword at the last moment. Since I cannot find an opening, then I will make one. Using qi as a sword merge. Ding Fengqiu could not help but become angry after attacking for a long time. A surging sword intent rushed into the sky from Ding Fengqiu's body. There seemed to be countless sword hums in the air, creating a strong wind as they danced around wildly. The 18 qi swords merged into one and pierced toward Mo Yin. Clang, clang. With a thought from Mo Yin, one of the palm-sized shields instantly grew to over 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, covering his entire body. The qi sword pierced the tower shield, causing clanging sounds. Sparks flew in all directions, and a surging sword intent surged. And Mo Yin, who was 1 meter behind the tower shield, was forming hand seals with both hands. His expression did not look relaxed, and his feet were firmly planted on the ground. Hoochie hoochie! The sword intent was vast and mighty, like a gushing river. Ding Fengqiu controlled the qi sword over and over again, sending it crashing into the tower shield. Every time the tower shield crashed into the tower shield, it kicked up a strong wind. The sword hummed in the wind, giving off a woo-woo sound. The strong sword intent seemed very solid. As the strong wind tried to merge with it, it seemed like it was trying to invade Mo Yan's body. However, they were all blocked by the other 2 palm-sized shields. Interesting. Still not breaking? State of massacre merge. Ding Fengqiu snorted coldly, and the qi sword immediately turned scarlet. An aura of massacre quickly spread throughout the place. In an instant, the air seemed to solidify. Ding Fengqiu's aura rose to another level. Bang! The scarlet qi sword pierced the tower shield violently. There was a loud sound, and Mo Yin was knocked back 100 meters along with the tower shield. Boom! After Mo Yin landed, the force of the sword was transmitted to the ground, creating a huge pit. Although Mo Yin was pale, he did not suffer any major injuries. When Gao Yangyu saw all this, he smiled faintly and said, "It is useless. A regular medial-grade secret treasure would not be able to block your sword. However, when combined with the Mo clan's special secret technique, breaking it will be as difficult as ascending to heaven." When the spectators saw the fight enter a stalemate, they all started to feel anxious. Even the drum beats, which normally sounded very passionate, sounded very irritating. Bang! 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 Ding Fengqiu executed all sorts of killing moves. Like a torrential storm, he forced Mo Yin to retreat continuously. A horrifying sword intent spread throughout the place. This increased the might of each sword strike by at least 20%. However, Mo Yin defended like a tortoise. The 3 shields moved up and down, changing sizes as they blocked Ding Fengqiu's killing moves. Kassier! Ding Fengqiu sheathed his sword and heaved a sigh of relief. He wiped away the sweat on his forehead and sighed. "Never mind, you can go down. This match is considered a draw." Ding Fengqiu had already attacked for 4 hours. However, his opponent's defense was simply too shocking. If this continued, he would exhaust too much essence. He would have to give up on the remaining 17 matches. Ding Fengqiu could only helplessly choose a draw. This person was here to deal with his defensive sword. He was indeed not easy to deal with. Ha 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 ha! Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu laughed heartily. After Ding Fengqiu said this, he had earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. Congratulations, City Lord. You have earned another 6 million medial-grade spirit stones. A few old men stood up and congratulated. Gao Yangyu could not hide the smile on his face. He said in high spirits, "The next person with consecutive victories seems to be Jiang Zimo. How much did he bet?" "It is less than Ding Fengqiu's. However, it is still 3 million. Gao Yangyu said sullenly, "The non-phase divine technique is indeed difficult to deal with. However, it should not be a problem if I spend some resources on him." Ding Fengqiu's consecutive victories came to an end. However, he won the remaining 17 matches. He had a total of 63 victories. Given this, regardless of the results of the matches tomorrow and the day after, Ding Fengqiu had obtained the qualifications to appear in the first round. The spectators all felt that it was a pity. If Ding Fengshou had not ended in a draw in his first match, he might have broken the record of 60 consecutive victories. The sound of cursing in the crowd was even louder than when Pei Shaoxian lost. This was because there were simply too many people who bet on Ding Fengshou. In the end, Ding Fengshou did not even manage to obtain 50 consecutive victories. He fell on the 47th match. The people who bet on him had lost everything. When Ding Fengshou passed by Jiang Zimo, he said, "The 60 consecutive victories will depend on you. The endurance of your non-phase divine technique is sufficient for you to continue smiling proudly." Jiang Zimo shook his head and smiled. "It will be difficult. My non-phase divine technique wins by endurance, but it also loses by endurance." After a few matches, Jiang Zimo entered the arena. His first opponent was a 100-year-old old man with extremely dense essence. When Jiang Zimo felt this person's aura, his heart sank slightly. The old man's greatest advantage was that every one of his palm strikes contained 100% of its might. However, he only exhausted 10% of his essence. Thus, if an ordinary person fought with him and went all out, he would exhaust his essence in no time. However, he would still have an abundance of essence. This was the strangeness of the non-phase divine technique. It was one of the 3 inferior grade heaven-ranked cultivation techniques of the Myriad Fiend Palace. However, this old man who had lived for an unknown period of time was very problematic. The other party might be lacking in everything, but he definitely would not lack essence. Bang! 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 After the two greeted each other, they immediately started fighting. They clashed head-on, exchanging blows with each other. Both of them used their full strength. Strong essence surged in the dueling ring. Every time the palm winds clashed, a huge pit would appear in the dueling ring. Intense explosions rang out incessantly, completely suppressing the sound of the towering war drums. The two fought tirelessly. The might of the palm winds that erupted from the two were about equal. The only thing that mattered was who could exhaust their essence first. After 1,000 moves, the shock waves of the two's battle riddled the vast arena with holes. There was not a single place that was unscathed. The old man's complexion slowly paled. His strength seemed to run out. As for Jiang Zimo, his face did not turn red, and he did not pant. There was no change in him at all. The air buzzed from the palm winds, but the might did not weaken at all. Bang! The two exchanged another palm strike. This time, they were not evenly matched. The old man was knocked back several dozen steps, but Jiang Zimo only took 3 steps back. "You can't hold on anymore?" Again, Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and flew forward. Then, he sent a palm strike at the old man's chest. The palm wind was still as sharp as before. Its might did not weaken at all. With one palm strike, the old man vomited blood and was defeated. The second match continued. In the end, another old man over 100 years old appeared. Jiang Zimo smiled bitterly. After exchanging 1,000 moves with him, the other party's essence was exhausted. He could no longer keep up with Jiang Zimo's might and was defeated in one move. The third match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. His aura was deep and drawn out. With one look, it was clear that he was a cultivator with rich essence. Jiang Zimo exchanged another 1,000 moves with him. His opponent's essence could no longer keep up, and Jiang Zimo defeated him again. The fourth match continued. The one who appeared was another old man over 100 years old. When Jiang Zimo saw the old man's relaxed expression, his lips twitched slightly. He felt extremely depressed in his heart. Although Jiang Zimo had expected that the other party would find many cultivators with rich essence to take turns fighting him, he had not expected Gao Yangyu to be so disgusting. However, Jiang Zimo did not expect Gao Yangyu to be so disgusting. He actually looked for old fellows who were over 100 years old. Every time they fought, it would take more than 1,000 moves. No matter how powerful the phaseless divine art was, he would tire himself to death if this went on. Jiang Zimo waved his hand helplessly and said, "You may go down. I admit defeat for this match." When the old man heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled and said, "Many thanks, little friend." I'm just a bag of old bones. It will be even harder for me to endure 1,000 moves than for you youths. After 49 consecutive victories, Jiang Zimo did not manage to reach 50 consecutive victories. Another mournful wail resounded in the crowd. As long as Jiang Zimo passed 50 consecutive victories, he would be able to obtain some money. It was just that the payout was small. Who knew that Jiang Zimo would not be able to make it past the final step despite being so close? After that, Xianxia appeared. The crowd rekindled their last hope. Xianxia was as famous as Jiang Zimo. Perhaps she would be able to obtain 50 or even 60 consecutive victories. Chapter 447. However, Xianxia did not want to use the energy that the Heavenly Wolf King left behind. That would leave her in a weakened state for a long time. In the end, Xianxia lost to Gao Yangyu's sneak attack, stopping at 48 consecutive victories. AI. When Xianxia was defeated, several thousand people in the large spectator stand sighed. No one managed to break through even after 50 consecutive victories. What more 60? This time, we have lost everything. Gao Yangyu's mood became exceptionally good after the final threat was eliminated. He smiled and said, "Tabulate the total amount of medial Great Spirit stones that we obtained in this wrestling ring." After a while, an old man took out a stack of information and said, "There's a total of 20 million medial Great Spirit stones bet on these 4 people. They all stopped at 50 consecutive victories. That is to say, the people who bet on them will not get a single cent. If the person who bet on obtained 50 consecutive victories, then the person who bet on them would obtain 50% of the payout. After that, for every 10 consecutive victories, the payout would double. The payout would be double for 60 consecutive victories, double for 70 consecutive victories, quadruple for 80 consecutive victories, and 16 times for 100 consecutive victories." The odds looked extremely tempting, but unfortunately, if they stopped at 50 consecutive wins, they wouldn't be able to get a single cent. They would lose everything they had. Furthermore, with Gao Yangyu's clever promotion, the wrestling ring this time was the ancient Desolate Tower's first round of selections. This caused the number of bets to soar. After this wrestling ring ended, who knew how many cultivators would be penniless and have to start all over again? Gao Yangyu paused for a while and thought of something. He said, "What is the amount of bets on that, Xiaochun?" The few of them lowered their heads and flipped through the information on the table. Then they said, "Hey, why did it suddenly reach 2 million? Gao Yangyu's expression changed slightly. He said, "Didn't we freeze the bets on this brat? How could there be 2 million bets?" The few of them checked carefully and said, "I found it. Yesterday and the day before, there were only 1 million bets. That should be normal. After all, he is a contestant with consecutive victories. However, today, there is an increase of 1 million. Something is not right." Gao Yangyu sneered. "It looks like someone wants to gamble. Unfortunately, they chose the wrong person. It shouldn't be a problem to use Master Bai to deal with that kid, right? He's the only one with a winning streak now." Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "Old Bai is 150 years old. When he uses his full strength, even I find it hard to deal with him. Even if Old Bai fails, Tuoba Luyin and Mo Yin still have one more chance. Do you think this brat has a chance?" In the spectators' stands, when everyone's gazes were focused on Xianxia, another 2 acupoints on Xiao Chen's left arm exploded. 2 streams of blue dragon energy slowly wandered on his arms and slowly seeped into his skin. Xiao Chen opened his eyes slightly and revealed a faint expression of joy on his face. He said, "I am just short of great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. After today's battle, it looks like I will definitely reach greater mastery. However, I wonder if Gao Yangyu will give me this opportunity. It would be his turn soon." Xiao Chen thought for a while and stopped cultivating. He got up and walked to the front of the spectator stands to watch the matches. The one fighting was Xianxia. She used 2 Mandarin duck sabers. The strength of the challengers in the wrestling ring increased by the day. Today, the strength of the challengers was comparable to the outstanding talents of the various regions. After all, they were all middle-aged cultivators. Although the outstanding talents of the various regions were outstanding, they had not fully matured yet. Furthermore, they had a good grasp of the strength of the challengers. Every match was exceptionally difficult. If they wanted to obtain victory, they had to go all out. Even someone as strong as Xianxia had a hard time winning. There were even a few draws. After the 18 matches ended, Xianxia walked off the wrestling ring, feeling somewhat fatigued. She received the 4,000-odd medial grade spirit stones from the gray-robed old man. Her winning streak had come to an end. She could not accumulate her previous winning streaks. Today, she had only won 15 matches. That was all she could obtain. Xianxia nodded gently at Xiaochun and returned to Jiang Zimo's side. Pei Xiaoxian, who had already recovered from some of his injuries, smiled bitterly and said, "It was not easy to obtain 60 consecutive victories. Now, even the last hope is gone." Jiang Zimo smiled faintly and said, "There is still Xiao Chen's winning streak. Perhaps he still has hope." Pei Xiaoxian mocked. "What ability does he have? He could not even win against Ding Fengqiu." The others all expressed that they did not think well of Xiao Chun. Yin Ping's words were as mocking as ever. "He is beaten to death every day. How could he obtain consecutive victories today? What a joke. Jiang Zimo, your eyesight is too poor." Xiao Chun turned his head and swept his gaze across the people who spoke harshly. Finally, his gaze landed on Yin Ping. Although Xiao Chun had been immersed in cultivation, he had used his spiritual sense to observe his surroundings. This was to ensure that when someone interrupted his cultivation, he would be able to retaliate immediately. These people's numbers were all in front of Xiao Chen's. For the past few days, they had been mocking him non-stop like flies. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still feel impatient. Yin Ping had suffered 17 consecutive defeats today. Furthermore, he had sustained significant sword injuries. He might not be able to recover by tomorrow. Yin Ping was in an extremely bad mood. When he felt Xiao Chen's gaze, he said angrily, "What are you looking at? What are you trying to do? Could it be that I can't even say a few words to you? Who do you think you are?" How annoying. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. He pushed off the ground, and his figure flashed, arriving before Yin Ping. "Pa!" Before Yin Ping could react, Xiao Chun slapped him across the face. The sound of the slap was melodious, stunning everyone. "How dare you hit me?" This slap caused Yin Ping's face to swell up. Blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. Most importantly, it was done in front of everyone. This slap caused Yin Ping to lose all face. There is a saying that one should not hit the face when hitting someone. However, Xiao Chun did not seem to care that much. "Kassier." Yin Ping grasped his sword hilt with his right hand and revealed a murderous intent. He was about to draw his sword and chop at Xiao Chun. "Ha!" Xiao Chun did not give Yin Ping any chance to draw his sword. He slapped Yin Ping's left cheek and sent him flying. The spectator stands fell silent. Several people gaped in shock as they looked at Xiao Chun in disbelief. It was like this was the first time they met this fellow. At this moment, Xiao Chun was extremely cold. His killing chi was withdrawn. Although it was not released, everyone felt a chill. Compared to the usual calm and indifferent Xiao Chun, he was like a completely different person. "Ah!" A miserable shriek rang out as Xiao Chun kicked Yin Ping's chest. That spot happened to be the wound that Yin Ping suffered today. Yin Ping's internal organs had just recovered a little when Xiao Chun kicked him. The intense pain was a small matter. If Yin Ping's injuries worsened, he would not be able to participate in the next 2 days of the competition. That was to say, Yin Ping was completely disqualified from the first round of selections. This guy's kick must have been intentional. Several people in the field thought in their hearts. His attack was really not ordinary ruthless. You can say whatever you want, but after you make a move, he will beat you up until you are disqualified from the selections. The people who normally mock Xiao Chen quickly hid in a corner, avoiding Xiao Chen's gaze. Xiao Rou looked at Yin Ping, who was lying on the ground in pain and despair. She snorted coldly and said, "Serves him right. Let's see if this fellow still dares to speak so viciously." When Ding Fengqiu saw the situation, he was not surprised. He had never thought that Xiao Chun was someone who acted normally, someone who would have any reservations. Otherwise, Xiao Chun would not have attacked Jin Wuji so mercilessly that day after learning his identity. Just because Xiao Chun had withdrawn his sharpness did not mean that he did not have it. Just because he did not have a temper did not mean that he had a good temper. This was Xiao Chun. As a bladesman, Xiao Chun's sharpness could not be reduced. His pride cannot be broken. He wanted to condense his qi into saber intent. How could he allow others to humiliate him? Ding Fengqiu withdrew his gaze and stopped thinking. He only raised Xiao Chun's position in his heart. Like Jiang Zimo, Xiao Chun was one of Ding Fengqiu's biggest competitors for the 20 spots. When Pei Xiaoxian saw this scene, he felt a chill run down his spine. He felt an inexplicable chill. When Pei Xiaoxian thought about how he had just recovered from his injuries, he summoned out a spirit beast. He felt that it was not safe, so he summoned out another spirit beast. Then, he walked to a corner and started to treat his injuries. After doing all this, Xiao Chun ignored Yin Ping, who was lying on the ground, groaning. Then, he turned his gaze back to the wrestling ring. This person was already crippled and could not enter the ancient desolate tower. He would never be a threat to Xiao Chun. As long as Xiao Chun continued to grow stronger, the sect behind Yin Ping would not offend Xiao Chun for the sake of a second-rank genius. Even if Yin Ping made a move against Xiao Chun, he still had 2 medallions to use. Xiao Chun did not have to worry about making a move against Yin Ping. After Xiao Chun caused such a commotion, the atmosphere turned strange. The originally lively discussion stopped. It was like everyone was afraid of Xiao Chun. After a while, the voice of the gray-robed old man rang out. Number 125, prepare to go out quickly. Xiao Chun leaped up gently and landed in the wrestling ring. After he left, many of the people in the wrestling ring heaved a sigh of relief for some reason. It was like a heavy stone had been lifted from their hearts. I am Xiao Chun of the Great Qi Nation. Everyone, please give me some pointers. The sky slowly turned dark. The setting sun cast a fiery red glow over the wrestling ring, coating Xiao Chun's body with a faint red glow. Xiao Chun maintained a calm expression, neither happy nor angry. Just like that, Xiao Chun appeared before the crowd once again. Xiao Chun, this fellow is coming up again. Can he continue to win? Every time Xiao Chun won, he paid a heavy price. He was like a small leaf in a storm. In the storm, Xiao Chun was beaten into a mess. He rose and fell, but he persisted until the end every time, obtaining a victory that belonged to him. Would he continue to win? No one would say that he could. However, if they gave the opposite answer, no one would say that Xiao Chun would definitely lose. At this moment, Xiao Chun and the crowd in the spectator stands were all unfathomable. They were filled with boundless mysteries. It was hard to say whether Xiao Chun would win or not. Chapter 448. Of the 7 people with consecutive victories, only this person is left. Unfortunately, no matter what, it has nothing to do with me. I only bet 500 medial grade spirit stones on him. I bet less than you, only 200. I bet all of my bets on Ding Fengqiu. Me too. I bet most of my bets on Jiang Zimo. I only bet 700 medial grade spirit stones on him. Let's wait and see. If he loses today, all his consecutive victories will come to an end. It will be like the wrestling ring ended early. When Xiao Chun entered the arena, with his familiar voice and expression, the many cultivators in the spectator stands perked up again. Many of them already had the mentality of watching the last match. After today, there would be no more consecutive victories. The greatest charm of the wrestling ring would be gone. It did not matter whether they watched or not. Hu Qi, Hu Qi. A strong wind blew in the arena. The wind howled and kicked up a cloud of dust, filling the air. This was a strong wind created by pure aura. Even though this person was here, his aura was already so strong. This person was not simple. Xiao Chun squinted his eyes and looked at the old man slowly descending from the sky. The person landed firmly on the ground. His hair and eyebrows were white, and wrinkles appeared on his face. He looked old, and his voice was somewhat hoarse. He said indifferently, "Bai Mufeng, here to seek advice." It is actually Bai Mufeng. This old fellow has not come out for decades. I thought he was dead. I seem to remember this fellow. 50 or 60 years ago, he would often end the winning streaks of cultivators. After that, there was no news of him. Unexpectedly, he reappeared today. 50 years ago, he was already a superior grade martial king. How horrifying is his cultivation now? He should be strong enough to kill Xianxia. This time, it's all over. His last winning streak is about to end. When the spectators in the spectator stands saw the white-haired old man announce his name, they all shook their heads in regret. Originally, they thought that Xianxia would be able to obtain a few more consecutive victories. Now, they no longer held any hope. The reason for this was that the difference in cultivation was too great. Boom! Bai Mufeng did not pay attention to the surrounding voices. After he finished speaking, a 1-meter-long sword appeared in his hand, and he waved it. A thick sword chi that was over 20 meters long swept out with boundless momentum. As the sword chi surged, it seemed as if even the air was being split in half. Xianxia tapped the ground with his toes and quickly dodged to the side, temporarily avoiding the attack. Boom! As soon as his foot left the ground, the thick sword chi crashed into the ground. With a loud bang, the sword chi created a long ravine that was half a meter deep. What a guy! The treasured sword hasn't aged. Instead, it's surging even more. Seeing this scene, the audience on the stage cried out in surprise. Boom, boom, boom. A strong wind blew, and Bai Mufeng's figure flickered. He brandished his sword 4 times in a row, and the 4 strands of sword chi intertwined with each other, spinning continuously. Every sword chi was more than 20 meters long. Like a windmill, they descended from the sky and pressed down on Xianxia. Whirlwind sword chop, Bai Mufeng's famous consummate skill. The power of the sword descends from the sky. You can't dodge this move, you can only face it head-on. Unexpectedly, this old fellow is still so strong. I remember that he could only brandish his sword twice in the past. Now, he can brandish his sword 4 times. Seeing this whirlwind sword chop, a sword expert immediately started explaining. Xianxia looked up and saw that the 4 strands of sword chi were spinning rapidly. He could no longer see their outlines. He could only see blurry shadows. The power of the sword condensed in the sky, carrying a supreme might as it slowly pressed down. Xianxia felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. He had no way to dodge. Even a mountain is pressing down. Where can you hide? The whirlwind sword chop has reached such a level. What an exquisite sword move. Xianxia frowned slightly. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, I can't dodge it. Since I can't dodge, I will break it for you. Xianxia shouted, and the acupoints on his palm burst open. Boom! A strand of dragon chi gathered in his right arm. In that instant, Xianxia felt like he was filled with boundless strength. He could even shatter a mountain. The dragon chi gathered in his 5 fingers, and he clenched his left hand into a fist. Then, Xianxia soared into the sky at the center of the whirlwind sword chop. You overestimate yourself. So what if you can break it? Bai Mufeng snorted coldly. The essence in his body surged, and his clothes fluttered continuously. Who? The air started to surge along with the fluttering of his clothes. It formed a strong wind that howled back and forth in the dueling ring, rising and falling like waves. Whirlwind sword chop, 5 swords. Whirlwind sword chop, 6 swords. Whirlwind sword chop, 7 swords. Bai Mufeng's aura rose continuously. A strong wind blew, and the sky changed color as he brandished his sword continuously. Boom, boom, boom. The whirlwind sword chop grew larger and larger as it flew at Xianxia. As the sword chi spun, it stirred up a horrifying storm. The ground split open and huge chunks of soil flew into the sky, unable to withstand the horrifying force. Damn it! What is this Bai Mufeng trying to do? He is clearly trying to kill Xianxia. Someone in the crowd exclaimed. As the strong wind blew, several martial saint cultivators in the spectator stands could not stand stably and started to sway. However, Bai Mufeng did not stop. In the end, he sent out a whirlwind sword chop consisting of 10 strands of sword chi. Only then did he slow down. Who? Bai Mufeng panted continuously. After he sent out these 10 whirlwind sword chop, he seemed to have aged 10 years. His entire person also became extremely weak. He could no longer exert any strength. Layers upon layers of whirlwind sword slashes, each larger and stronger than the previous one, looked like a continuous mountain range that overlapped with each other. The expressions of the various outstanding talents in the spectator stands changed. This was especially so for those cultivators who were not on good terms with Xianxia. They all had joyful expressions on their faces. They could tell that the might of these 7 whirlwind sword chop was boundless. An ordinary martial king would not be able to withstand it. It was very likely that Xianxia would die under these layers of whirlwind sword chop. How could they be happy? Jiang Zimo, Xiaxia, and the others all had worried expressions on their faces. They had not expected such an intense scene to occur in the wrestling ring. Xiaoqian's expression was calm. He ignored the strong wind and the rocks flying around him. He punched the center of the pinwheel's sword chop, which was at the very front, where the sword chi intersected. Break! The whirlwind sword chop shattered and a huge force surged into Xiaoqian's body, causing his internal organs to churn. The shattered sword chi were like knives raining down on Xiaoqian's body, leaving behind bloody wounds. Boom! The second acupoint on Xiaoqian's left arm, below his palm, exploded. The 2 strands of dragon chi merged and shattered it with one punch. Then, he followed up with the second whirlwind sword chop. The third acupoint exploded. Once again, Xiaoqian broke through an even more powerful pinwheel sword chop, slashing his way through. When the final 5 strands of dragon chi gathered, Xiaoqian had already broken through the whirlwind sword chop formed by the 9 strands of sword chi. Only the last strand of sword chi remained. It was also the strongest, the whirlwind sword chop with 10 strands of sword chi. Xiaoqian's clothes were already in tatters from the shattered sword chi. Wounds of various sizes covered his body. There was not a single part of him that was unscathed. If not for his strong physical body, just the shattered sword chi would have torn Xiaoqian to shreds countless times over. When Xiaoqian saw the final whirlwind sword chop, he shouted. The blue dragon tattoo on his right arm suddenly came alive. His right fist, which he had not used, finally exploded out. Bang! A dragon might spread out, completely suppressing that mountain-like aura. There was a loud sound, and the entire wrestling ring could not help but tremble a few times. Whoosh! The whirlwind sword chop, formed by the 10 strands of sword chi, shattered into countless strands of sword chi. They fell to the ground like rain. Amid the rain of sword chi, Xiaoqian descended from the sky and punched at Bai Mufeng. When Bai Mufeng saw Xiaoqian break the 10 whirlwind sword chop, his eyes filled with shock. He had not expected such an ending. Bai Mufeng wanted to resist, but he discovered that he had already exhausted all his essence on the whirlwind sword chop. He did not have any strength left. Bang! With a punch, Bai Mufeng's aged body floated into the sky like a kite with a broken string. Wuxia! Wuxia! The rapidly descending sword chi struck Bai Mufeng's body like rain. Soon, thousands of holes appeared on his body, leaving behind countless bloody holes. When Bai Mufeng landed, he was completely dead. A strong wind blew. The spectators could not accept this fact. Bai Mufeng was actually killed by the shattered sword chi that he sent out. Damn, he's still alive. Yun Ping endured the intense pain as he looked at Xiaoqian, who was still standing. His heart filled with hatred. Xiaxia and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were astonished at Xiaoqian's strength. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yangyu's expression remained calm. He looked at the bleeding and injured Xiaoqian, who was panting. He said, "Tell Tuoba Luyan to prepare to fight. Don't give this fellow any time to vent. I do not want him to lose. I just want him to die." The strength that Xiaoqian displayed made Gao Yangyu not hold much hope of defeating Xiaoqian in one go. Bai Mufeng originally did not have much lifespan left. He was already very satisfied that he could reduce Xiaoqian to such a miserable state. When the other old men in the room saw Gao Yangyu's cold expression, they all felt a slight chill. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu did not lament the death of one of his subordinates. Such cold-bloodedness made everyone tremble in fear. Dida! Dida! Blood dripped from Xiaoqian's wounds onto the ground. Pain spread throughout his entire body. It was hard to imagine that a martial king could send out 10 layers of whirlwind sword chops. Even with Xiao Qian's essence, he would not be able to sustain the exhaustion of this move. Only an old monster like Bai Mufeng, who had lived for more than 150 years, could do this. Unfortunately, Bai Mufeng had not expected Xiao Qian to have the Blue Dragon's chi. That was the power of a half-step martial monarch's full power strike. This was also a trump card that Xiao Qian would not use unless he had no other choice. Once he used it, he would be able to break any killing move under half-step martial monarch. Even so, Xiao Qian found the injuries somewhat unbearable. Although the external injuries looked horrifying, they were small matters. It was just some pain. After enduring it for a while, it would pass. With Xiao Qian's mental state, it would not affect his combat. Chapter 449. The more serious ones were internal injuries. Every time he destroyed that round of sword slashes, the intense shockwave would shake his internal organs. After accumulating so many times, his 5 viscera and 6 bowels had suffered considerable damage. If he continued to fight, his injuries would worsen. Chi. Right at this moment, clumps of red light, invisible to the naked, I floated out from by Muron's corpse. The amount of red light was actually about the same as the high-ranked blood demons that Xiao Qian had killed in the past. Moreover, it was much less baleful and did not have as many negative emotions as the demon dwellers. In an instant, it made Xiao Qian's entire body feel a lot more comfortable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Scarlet Throne in Xiao Qian's sea of consciousness started to surge. Xiao Qian felt the energy he expended recovering continuously. Inside the throne, the pool of blood was also growing in circles. Xiao Qian cut off the pleasure and spat out a mouthful of black blood. He suddenly felt much more relaxed. Xiao! A heavy sound rang out. It was the second challenger. Xiao Qian's eyes had already recovered their clarity. When he looked up, he saw that it was Tuobo Luyun, who had defeated Pei Shaoxian. Tuobo Luyun removed his mace, and the black wolf tattoo on his body slowly spread out. He said sullenly, "Sorry, I do not like to take advantage of others. However, this is a wrestling ring. To you, there is no such thing as fairness." Xiao Qian said indifferently, "There is no need to say anything more. Ever since I entered the wrestling ring, I have never thought of true fairness." Hu Qi. Xiao Qian activated the blood flame shoes and moved as fast as lightning. Tiger and dragon roars came from his fists as he took the initiative to attack. The other party's black wolf tattoo was a little strange. Xiao Qian did not want to give the other party too much time. He wanted to stop the black wolf tattoo from spreading. Bang! Tuobo Luyun calmly swung his spiked mace to receive Xiao Qian's fist. The fist and the spiked mace clashed violently. With a loud bang, a ripple immediately spread in the air. Xiao Qian used the rebound force from the mace and flipped in the air. The fist wind howled as it punched at Tuobo Luyun's head. Tuobo Luyun reacted very quickly. He took a step back and swung his mace at Xiao Qian again. Bang, bang, bang. Using the rebound force from the mace, Xiao Qian moved up and down. His fist winds were like lightning as he continuously attacked Tuobo Luyun with the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. Tuobo Luyun's black wolf tattoo was forced to stop spreading. He could only continue to face his enemies. He increased his strength a few times. Tuobo Luyun wanted to swing his staff at Xiao Qian so that his black wolf tattoo would appear. However, Tuobo Luyun was blocked by Xiao Qian. Why is this fellow so strong? Tuobo Luyun could not take down Xiao Qian after attacking for a long time. Slowly, he started to feel frustrated. Tuobo Luyun was a barbarian warrior, and that black wolf was the totem of his tribe. If he could not summon it, his strength would be halved. Tuobo Luyun knew that Xiao Qian was very strong. However, Tuobo Luyun did not care much about it. After all, he was a barbarian warrior famous for his strength. However, when he clashed with Xiao Qian, he realized that his strength could not reach Xiao Qian at all. If not for the special material of his mace, he might have been suppressed by Xiao Qian. Boom! 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 The Great Dragon Tiger Fist worked with the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art. Xiao Qian was like a soaring blue dragon. As Xiao Qian moved up and down, he forced Tuoba Luyin to retreat continuously, forcing him to retreat continuously. This cannot continue. This fellow does not seem to be injured at all. I have to knock him back in one strike and summon out my totem. Wolf Fong break. Tuoba Luyin shouted and brandished his mace. A black wolf appeared, looking very solid. It carried a vicious aura as it swung at Xianxia. The black wolf's strange eyes looked at Xianxia. It looked like a beast god, making one's heart tremble. This strange energy actually has a mental attack as well. Xianxia smiled faintly to himself. Unfortunately, it is useless against me. It is time to end this. Boom! Not intending to hide his strength, Xianxia merged his vital qi and essence. His strength immediately reached 400,000 kilograms of force. The surging energy in his fist wind could not help but explode. Bang! 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 The black wolf was instantly shattered by the explosive energy. It only managed to resist for a moment. Tuoba Luyin laughed loudly and said, "I did not expect you to be hiding your strength. Unfortunately, I am too late." In a short time that the black wolf blocked, the tattoo on Tuoba Luyin's body had already spread out. The image of a black wolf slowly appeared behind Tuoba Luyin. Too late? I don't think so. Xianxia shattered the black wolf. The instant Tuoba Luyin summoned his totem, Xianxia placed his right hand on Tuoba Luyin's chest. Wuxia. The palm sword shot out and a bowl-sized hole immediately appeared in Tuoba Luyin's chest. Blood leaked out of the corner of Tuoba Luyin's mouth, and his eyes filled with shock. The image of the black wolf that was about to form behind Tuoba Luyin slowly scattered. He had not expected that, just as the situation was about to turn around, Xianxia would immediately end the battle. Bang! Xianxia sent out another palm strike. His vital qi and essence merged, and Tuoba Luyin was knocked back by Xianxia. Tuoba Luyin could no longer get up. The palm sword circled around and returned to Xianxia's palm once again. 48 wins in a row. Can he keep winning? When the many cultivators in the spectators' stands saw Tuoba Luyin lying on the ground, their emotions surged. This was Tuoba Luyin, who had defeated even Pei Xiaoxian. Unexpectedly, Tuoba Luyin lost to Xianxia. Furthermore, he did not even have the chance to use his totem. Pa! Gao Yongyu smacked the windowsill violently. His expression turned sullen again. After that, he calmed himself and said, "Don't be afraid. I still have Mo Yin. He is someone that even Ding Fengshou could not defeat." Right now, the only people Gao Yongyu could use were Mo Yin and Shifeng. The experts he hired had all been used up on Jiang Zimo and the others. If Gao Yongyu had known that Xianxia would be so difficult to deal with, he might have reconsidered his arrangements. When will Shifeng return? Gao Yongyu asked, feeling somewhat frustrated. As the main character of the wrestling ring, Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. Even Gao Yongyu could not control her. Shifeng could come and go as she pleased. She did not care about the wrestling ring at all. City Lord, Shifeng left 2 days ago. The earliest she will return is tomorrow. Gao Yongyu said angrily, "Bastard, to think I gave her such a high reward. She did not even give me face at such a crucial moment. If I let Xianxia continue winning, I will lose at least 1 million medial grade spirit stones." Back in the wrestling ring, Xianxia watched as Mo Yin summoned out the 3 shields and stopped moving. He smiled faintly and said, "Are you planning to use the tortoise tactic?" As the shield danced in the air, Mo Yin said indifferently, "Is it a good tactic to end your winning streak?" Xianxia withdrew his smile and stomped on the ground ferociously. Bang! A crack immediately appeared in the ground. A wave of qi blades flew rapidly towards Mo Yin as the crack extended. Mo Yin formed hand seals with both hands, and the 3 palm-sized shields quickly enlarged. Then, he stomped on the ground as well. A formless energy spread out, and the crack stopped 3 meters in front of shields. Dang! 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 Seeing that this move did not work, Xiaoqian's figure flashed, and he quickly punched at Mo Yin. When the fist wind struck the shield, it gave off a loud sound. Xiaoqian's fist turned numb. However, Mo Yin, who was inside the shield, only turned slightly red. He was not affected at all. This shield should be a medial-grade secret treasure. Furthermore, the other party should know some defensive techniques. Otherwise, he would not be so difficult to deal with. Xiao Chun used his pure vital qi to attack several hundred times. However, he could not take down Mo Yin for a long time, so he could only give up and continue using brute force. Mo Yin sneered from behind the shield. "Are you feeling pain in your hand? Come on, I won't fall before your own arm is crippled." Xiao Chun could not help but feel angry. This fellow is too noisy. He is just like a tortoise. No, he is even harder to deal with than a tortoise. When Ding Fengqiu saw this scene, he shook his head slightly. He had personally experienced the might of this shield. That defensive power could only be described as monstrous. Ding Fengqiu even suspected that even a half-step martial monarch would not be able to do anything to this fellow. 49 consecutive victories. As long as he wins one more, he will reach 50 consecutive victories. Is he going to end like this? The cultivators and the spectator stands who had placed some spirit stones on Xiao Chun thought in dissatisfaction as they looked at the clueless Xiao Chun. 3 palm-sized shields floated quietly beside Mo Yin. Mo Yin had a relaxed expression as he looked at Xiao Chun with some mockery. Why is he out of energy? Or is his hand really crippled? Xiao Chun closed his eyes and ignored the other party's words. He started to think of a countermeasure. Ding Fengqiu has the art of controlling swords and an even stronger state of massacre. Even so, he could not break this person's shield. This meant that those under half-step martial monarch would not be able to break this person's shield with pure offensive power. I have to think of another way. It would also be hard to break through with speed. That shield had the ability to automatically capture the enemy's movements. Unless one's speed was Mach 4, it would be useless. If one cannot break through with speed or strength, this shield would be a headache for those under half-step martial monarch. It felt like there was no way to break through it. No wonder even someone as strong as Ding Fengqiu could only end up in a draw. I got it. After a while, Xiao Chun opened his eyes and his lips curled up in an arc. He finally thought of a countermeasure. If I cannot break it with speed or strength, can I block a physical attack? Can I block a mental attack? Right now, Xiao Chun's mental energy was very strong. It was as strong as a martial monarch's. Although Xiao Chun's attack methods were lacking and he needed a long time to prepare, it was not suitable to use in a proper battle. However, it was very suitable for someone like Mo Yin, who took the initiative to ask for peace. As long as the other party revealed an opening, Xiao Chun would be able to break through immediately. Without the protection of the shield, this guy was just a piece of trash. Suddenly, the mental energy in Xiao Chun's sea of consciousness started to surge. After a while, it formed a deity. Under Xiao Chun's control, it left the sea of consciousness and flew towards Mo Yin. Xiao Chun left the sea of consciousness and headed for Mo Yin, who was behind the shield. Qi. When a formless deity pierced through the shield, Xiao Chun was surprised to discover that the deity's glow weakened significantly. This shield actually had the effect of weakening mental energy. Chapter 450. Fortunately, it was only weakening and not blocking. Xiao Chun had achieved his goal. Mo Yin, who was inside the shield, looked at the helpless Xiao Chun. He felt very pleased with himself and was about to say a few mocking words when he suddenly discovered that the scene before him had changed. However, he suddenly realized that the scene in front of him had suddenly changed. On the barren land, a deity with supreme majesty stood in midair. What's going on? Wasn't I in Wrestling City? How'd I end up here? Mo Yin thought to himself as he looked around blankly. Oh no, this is an illusion. Mo Yin reacted quickly. He quickly bit the tip of his tongue and felt a wave of pain. Then, the illusion before him slowly disappeared. However, when Mo Yin recovered his senses, he discovered that Xiao Chun had already entered the shield at some point in time. Now, Xiao Chun was standing less than half a meter in front of him. How did you get in? Mo Yin exclaimed in horror. However, after Mo Yin finished speaking, he suddenly understood what was going on. Mo Yin must have lost control of the shield when he was distracted, allowing Xiao Chun to take advantage of it. Bang! Bang! Xiaoqin used his fist to answer Mo Yan's question. He sent out an unending stream of fist winds, causing Mo Yan to howl in pain. Who asked you to be so arrogant? Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because I have a turtle shield? Now, I am beating you. Mo Yan did not even have a chance to dodge in the narrow space. After he was beaten half to death, Xiao Chun finally stopped. When the spectators saw this, they felt it was strange. They did not know how Xiao Chun managed to find a loophole in the seemingly flawless shield a moment ago. However, after a while, the spectators realized that Xiao Chun had won. He had already obtained 49 consecutive victories. The spectators immediately erupted in thunderous cheers. After defeating 3 of the opponents that Gao Yangyu arranged, Xiao Chun's next opponents were more normal. They were no longer ridiculously strong. Xiao Chun continued to use his vital qi to fight. He felt that the firmament body-tempering art was about to reach great perfection. As long as he did not encounter a situation that he could not handle, he would not merge his essence and vital qi. Xiao Chun would not merge his essence and vital qi. As he fought battle after battle, Xiao Chun's consecutive victories started to accumulate crazily. 50, 51, 52, 53. Dong! War drums resounded endlessly. Dragons roared and tigers roared in the wrestling ring. Xiao Chun's aura flourished. Although it was still difficult for him to win, he managed to persevere and win. When Xiao Chun achieved his 60th consecutive victory, the entire wrestling ring erupted with excitement. Several of the cultivators who had voted for Xiao Chun stood up excitedly. 60 consecutive victories. This fellow really obtained 60 consecutive victories. He finally recouped some of his capital. Who could have thought that he would break the record of 60 consecutive victories? Yin Ping's, Xiao Chun's expression became extremely complicated. They clenched their fists and bit their lips. Was it envy, jealousy, or shame? There was no way to describe what they were feeling now. He felt like he was envy, or Xiao. Was Xiao. Chun was he, and was Chun. And was Chun, Xiao Chun, and he was. His entire body was filled with boundless energy. Every part of his body was a sharp weapon that could injure others. During the battle, Xiao Chun's understanding of vital qi reached a whole new level. He felt that he was already very close to great perfection of the firmament body-tempering art's 4th layer. In fact, as long as Gao Yangyu interfered with the crowd and sent out cultivators to deal with them, Gao Yangyu would not be able to defeat them. If Jiang Zimo and the others fought normally, it would not be a problem for them to obtain consecutive victories. These geniuses cultivated the best cultivation techniques and martial techniques in the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, they had strong comprehension ability and talent. Xiao Chun had reached the peak in every aspect. He would find few opponents under half-step martial monarch. From the fact that Ding Fengqiu and the others could continue winning after their consecutive victories, it was clear that they were not geniuses on the same level as Yin Ping and the others. As long as they could break through Gao Yangyu's sniping, they would be able to continue their winning streak. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, Jiang Zimo and the others' winning streaks ended. Ding Fengqiu looked at Xiao Chun, whose robes were stained with blood and his body riddled with wounds. He felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This fellow is always so unremarkable. He is neither hot nor cold. However, when he explodes out in the end, he startles everyone. Xiao Chun won every match with great difficulty. There were no highlights at all. It gave the impression that he would not be able to last until the next day. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, Pei Shaoxian, and Mu Xinya's winning streaks all ended because of Gao Yangyu's sniping, only Xiao Chun persisted. Only he had persisted all the way. Just like in the past, he had won miserably and painstakingly, but he had truly won 60 matches in a row. He didn't use any flashy moves, nor did he use any threatening postures. He was just like that, ordinary and indifferent as he continued to win his way through the battles. Xiao Rou's final eruption exceeded everyone's expectations. Xiao Rou smiled happily and said, "Senior sister, Xiao Chun has obtained 60 consecutive victories. Let's see if those people still dare to say anything. Xiaxian looked at Xiao Chun and sighed softly. Unexpectedly, after everyone lost, he is the only one with the last laugh. Boom! Boom! When Xiao Chun fought his final opponent of the day, he opened another 3 acupoints on his left arm. 3 streams of azure-colored dragon qi filled his arms, and all the bones and joints in his body started to crackle loudly. All the muscles in his body pulsed, and his blood surged. The most primitive vital qi that came from his bones continuously filled Xiao Qin's entire body. Xiao Qin's face lit up in joy. He thought to himself, unexpectedly, I broke through in the middle of a fight. I have reached great perfection of the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Xiao Qin clenched his fists and felt all the energy in his body gather together. Not only did Xiao Qin open 3 acupoints, but his strength also increased from 255,000 kilograms of force to 600,000 kilograms of force. When his opponent saw that Xiao Qin was in a daze, he rejoiced in his heart. He sent out an unparalleled saber light at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, "Break for me." Xiao Qin clenched his right fist and punched at the sky. There were 2 bang sounds. That dense saber light shattered, and the fist wind exploded. Xiao Qin unleashed a total of 600,000 kilograms of force, forming a whirlwind in the air. He pulled his opponent into the air and spun him around. Defeat. Xiao Qin pushed off the ground and punched with both fists. A tiger and a dragon appeared. The roars of the tiger and the dragon resounded throughout the entire arena. The energy of the tiger and dragon struck the bladesman, who was pulled into the air by Xiao Qin's vital qi and sent him flying back more than a kilometer. After obtaining the final victory, Xiao Qin obtained his 64th consecutive victory. He was now the only gladiator with a winning streak. When Xiao Qin felt the cheers of the entire arena and the gasps of the crowd, he remained calm. He did not have many fluctuations, just like before. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Qin return victorious, he felt a pang in his heart. He took out boxes of spirit stones while trembling slightly. After 64 consecutive victories, Xiao Qin would be able to obtain close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. At this moment, the madness of his consecutive victories finally revealed itself. Even a regular half-step martial monarch would not have such a large sum of medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man saw Xiao Qin store the spirit stones into the medial-grade universe ring, he did not congratulate Xiao Qin like he usually did. The gray-robed old man felt a myriad of emotions in his heart. He had not expected this youth to go so far. Close to 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones was just a small sum. The gray-robed old man was very clear on Xiao Qin's 60 consecutive victories. Gao Yangyu, the banker of the betting area, had lost at least 2 million medial-grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu probably felt like chopping Xiao Qin into pieces. Congratulations! Jiang Zimo and the others said with a smile as they walked over to Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin smiled gently and politely cupped his hands in thanks to everyone. As for those envious gazes, he chose to ignore them. If Xiao Qin had not mercilessly crippled Yinping, there might still be some discordant voices in the crowd. Unfortunately, these people already knew of Xiao Qin. Under his indifferent appearance, there was a sharp aura. It was not that Xiao Qin did not have a temper or strength. It was just that he could not be bothered with them normally. Furthermore, with Yinping's fate before them, who would dare to seek trouble for themselves? They only glanced at Xiao Qin with envy before quickly withdrawing their gazes. Inside the tall tower, Gao Yangyu was not as berserk as everyone expected. Instead, his expression was so calm that it was scary. The atmosphere in the room was very stifling. When the subordinates at the 2 sides saw the expressionless Gao Yangyu sitting in the middle, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Everyone knew that in the wrestling ring that just ended, Gao Yangyu had lost 4 million medial-grade spirit stones. Originally, he had only bet 1 million medial-grade spirit stones on Xiao Qin. However, someone suddenly increased it to 1 million, doubling Gao Yangyu's losses for no reason. If Xiao Chun continued to win tomorrow and achieved his 70 consecutive victories, the payout would double again, reaching 4 times. Then his losses would reach 800 medial grade spirit stones. Gao Yangyu had only earned 20 million medial grade spirit stones. After deducting the various costs and bribing his subordinates, he had only earned a few million medial grade spirit stones. He had only obtained a few million gold coins. If Xiao Chun continued to win, he would really go bankrupt, and his reputation would be tarnished. After a while, Gao Yangyu tapped the table with his finger a few times. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Why are you all not saying anything? Are you just sitting there waiting for death?" The group of old men exchanged glances, not daring to say anything. Gao Yangyu snorted coldly. Then, he turned to the nearest old man on his left and asked, "Are you sure Phone will return tomorrow?" The old man broke out in a cold sweat. He said in a trembling voice, "It is hard to say. She said that she would return tomorrow. However, if she really does not return, there is nothing we could do about her." When Gao Yangyu heard this, his face sank slightly. A strange light flickered in his eyes, as though he was making a decision. If Phone arrived tomorrow, all she had to do was end Xiao Qin's winning streak at 70 consecutive victories. Although she would suffer heavy losses, she would still be able to earn a few 100,000 medial grade spirit stones. However, if she came late and Xiao Chun reached 80 consecutive victories, she would suffer a great loss. She would have to cough up all the money she had earned over the past few years. This was the first time Gao Yangyu encountered such a situation since he took control of Wrestling City. The Rank A wrestling ring was held only once every 3 years. In the past wrestling rings, there had never been so many geniuses. At most, there would only be 2 or 3 people competing. Even so, everything was still within Gao Yangyu's control. He had successfully defeated all the other popular characters. Chapter 451. However, they did not expect that an inferior grade martial king, whom they did not pay much attention to, would slip through their net. They had failed to assassinate him multiple times. No, I cannot afford to lose. There is no chance of that happening. It was not easy for me to reach my current position. I have worked hard for most of my life. If I lose the vast resources of Wrestling City, I will never be able to advance to Martial Monarch. Gao Yangyu finally made up his mind. He said, "Tomorrow, put up a notice to activate the 100 victory rule. If we're going to play, let's play it big." The moment Gao Yangyu said this, the expressions of all the old men changed. They were clearly astonished. Once the 100 victory rule was activated, if Xiao Chun obtained 100 victories, then the people who bet on him would receive 32 times their bets. This was double the original 16 times. However, the requirements were stricter as well. If Xiao Chun did not obtain 100 victories, the people who bet on him would not receive a single cent. "City Lord, isn't this a little too big?" an old man asked, trembling with fear. Gao Yangyu said indifferently, "I am free to think about it. Most people cannot afford to play with the 100 victory rule. Once the 100 victory rule is activated, at least half of the people will stop playing early." Gao Yangyu was right. 60 consecutive victories had already allowed the people who bet on him to double their bets. The risk of a 100 victory rule was too great. Since the establishment of the wrestling ring, no one had heard of anyone obtaining 100 victories. Even the Rank A wrestling ring, no one had ever obtained 100 victories. The highest record was 80 consecutive victories in the core island of the Northern Archipelago. After the 100 victory rule was activated, most people would calmly choose to stop while they were ahead. An old man said worriedly, "However, that extra 1 million medial grade spirit stones, it is clear that someone wants to make a wild gamble. He might not stop." Gao Yangyu smiled coldly and said, "It is best if he stops. If he does not, I will make him lose everything. Those who go against me will not have a good ending." The crowd thought about it carefully and felt that this was a good idea. As long as they could end the 100 victory rule, they would only lose 4 million medial grade spirit stones. However, if Gao Yangyu failed, the payout of 32 times was terrifying. Not only would Gao Yangyu be finished, but they would also be finished as well. Gao Yangyu's expression eased up as he said, "Don't overthink. Go out and do your things. Give Shi Feng 2 days. How could she not return in time? You still don't believe in her strength." When everyone thought of Shi Feng's horrifying strength, they calmed down, feeling that she would not fail. "Then we'll start to prepare for the publicity. I promise that before tomorrow's game starts, everyone will know about the winner's token. I'll leave first." After the old man finished speaking, he slowly left. Soon, only Gao Yangyu was left in the room. Seeing the final person disappear from his sight, Gao Yangyu's expression immediately turned grave. Killing intent filled his eyes. Under that terrifying aura, all the decorations in the room started to shake uncontrollably. Xiaoqun had spent most of his life in the ancient desolate land. Unexpectedly, an insignificant inferior-grade martial king forced him to take out the all-conquering medallion. When Gao Yangyu thought about Xiaoqun's mocking smile at him in the wrestling ring, he could not suppress his rage. If not for the Heavenly Extermination Union, Gao Yangyu would have broken the wrestling ring's rules and personally killed Xiaoqun. How hateful! Bang! 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 Gao Yangyu felt depressed as he smashed his palm on the table. The flower pots, water bottles, and wind curtains in the room all exploded. Early the next morning, Xiaoqun entered the spectator stands punctually. As usual, he went to his corner and started cultivating again. When fighting with vital qi, Xiaoqun's physical body cultivation improved rapidly. In a mere 4 days, he already reached great perfection in the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer. Now that he was at the pinnacle of perfection, he would be done with the cultivation of the 4th level, and he would be able to start on the 5th level. After this opportunity, it would be very difficult to encounter such a high-intensity battle in the future. Xiaoqun intended to use the remaining 2 days to make one final push to peak consummation of the 4th layer. Now that they saw Xiaoqun's actions, no one dared to say that Xiaoqun was making a last-minute effort. If they said that, it would be like slapping their own faces. Those who said that in the past all felt their faces turn red. As time ticked by, the duels in the dueling ring continued in full swing, accompanied by the rumbling drums. However, the spectators did not pay much attention to the wrestling ring. Occasionally, they would look at the spectator stands where the contestants were. Clearly, the matches in the wrestling ring no longer attracted the crowd's attention. Unexpectedly, Gao Yangyu took out the all-conquering medallion. This is the first time in the history of Wrestling City, right? However, achieving 100 victories is too difficult. In the entire ancient desolate land, I have never heard of anyone in the other wrestling cities in the surrounding islands obtaining 100 victories. Indeed, I have already withdrawn all my bets. I have already earned 5,000 medial grade spirit stones. I don't want to lose out on something small. Me too. Otherwise, if I fail to achieve 100 victories, I will lose everything. However, I still want to see how many consecutive victories this Xiaoqun can obtain. Perhaps it is not impossible for him to obtain 100 victories. The focus of everyone's discussion was on the all-conquering medallion that Gao Yangyu took out. Their gazes were on the spectator stands, waiting for Xiaoqun to make his next appearance. Unfortunately, Xiaoqun was the last to make his appearance. They had been waiting for a long time. When the sun set again, a cultivator with sharp eyes shouted, "Xiaoqun is coming out." Everyone immediately looked over and raised their heads in anticipation. The great Qi nation's Xiaoqun seeks everyone's guidance. A familiar voice resounded throughout the wrestling ring once again. Then, a war drum resounded, and the entire wrestling city erupted into an uproar. Using vital qi to fight his enemies, Xiaoqun used his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist. After 3 days of practice, he had become more familiar with it. Furthermore, he discovered that when he used his vital qi to execute the fist technique, he could perfectly materialize the mysterious phenomenon of a dragon and tiger. Its might was much stronger than when he used his essence. The dragon and tiger roared as Xiaoqun tested out his many ideas in front of his opponents. After the consecutive battles, Xiaoqun's understanding of vital qi rose to new heights. This allowed Xiaoqun to benefit a lot. Xiao Chun did not view consecutive victories as important. To him, the most important thing in these 100 battles was cultivation. The rewards of consecutive victories were very tempting. However, he could not fight for the rewards. Instead, he fought for cultivation. Xiao Chun continuously improved himself through the battles. He had never forgotten that this was only the first round of selection for the ancient desolate tower. The second round of selection would be the truly intense battles. At that time, he would have to face peak experts like Ding Fengqiu and Xianxia. There were 5 or 6 people in his group. Xiao Chun did not dare say that he could defeat them all. If the other groups worked together, the situation would be even more dangerous. After all, there were only 20 slots for the ancient desolate tower. If Xiao Chun could not enter the next floor, it would be very difficult for him to obtain those 20 slots. Boom, boom, boom. Dragon and tiger roars accompanied the rumbling of the war drums. Xiao Chun brought out his 300,000 kilograms of vital qi to the limits. His figure flickered, and when he landed on the ground, cracks would appear on the ground beneath his feet. The circulation of vital qi was much faster than that of essence. Furthermore, Xiao Chun attacked very quickly. This resulted in Xiao Chun's attacks being very sharp. After he could use his vital qi to execute the Great Dragon Tiger Fist, Xiao Chun's fighting style was different from before. Xiao Chun's aura soared, suppressing his opponent. His strong physique gave him the capital to clash head-on. He won another 6 matches. Xiao Chun already has 70 consecutive victories. This fellow's strength seems to have improved significantly compared to the past 3 days. Did you all notice? He seems to be using this wrestling ring as a place to test something. A cultivator with good observation skills asked when he saw that Xiao Chun was no longer in a sorry state. Now that you mentioned it, I noticed it as well. I remember that the great Qi nation Xiao Chun is a bladesman. He even has the title White Robe Bladesman. Today, there is a white robe. However, I do not see a saber. I noticed that he has been using his fists and legs. I thought I heard wrong. Could it be that he was in such a sorry state a few days ago just to test the results of his cultivation of his fists and legs? Then, he succeeded after 3 days? After the first cultivator spoke, the discussion about Xiao Chun's sudden turnaround suddenly increased. If this was really the case, everyone found it inconceivable. These people had clearly seen the injuries that Xiao Chun suffered in the past few days. It was hard to imagine that Xiao Chun had to endure such inhumane pain just to test out a certain aspect of his cultivation, and had to hide his identity as a bladesman. In the end, an old man sighed softly. This youth is talented and has perseverance. He can endure torture. What's more, he has a calm state of mind. There have never been too many fluctuations because of the rewards for consecutive victories or difficult battles. In this budding age of geniuses, he will definitely be one of the most important characters on stage. Xiao Chun's performance today had indeed surpassed many people's expectations. He had been in a sorry state for the past 4 days. It was rare for Xiao Chun to suppress his opponent and force him to retreat, holding the advantage from start to end. Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and the others exchanged glances. They all felt somewhat astonished in their hearts. At the top of the tall pagoda in the distance, a graceful girl wearing black leather armor had appeared beside a drummer at some point in time. She carried 2 short swords crossed on her back, and she wore a half-black mask, revealing only her face above the bridge of her nose. She looked very mysterious. The skin that was exposed outside the leather armor was very delicate. It was as white as snow and looked very delicate. The figure under the black leather armor was exquisite and very alluring. The black armor girl looked at the 2 people fighting intensely in the distant wrestling ring. She looked at the white-robed youth with interest. Her deep eyes revealed a pensive expression. She muttered softly, "He is so strong just by relying on his vital qi." No wonder Gao Yangyu felt such a headache. Chapter 452. After Shi Feng spoke, she gently floated down. Then, she somersaulted nimbly through a window and arrived at the place where Gao Yangyu and the old man were discussing. "Everyone's sorry, I am late." When the old man in the room saw the girl who suddenly appeared, His face immediately lit up in joy. He said, "Shifeng, you finally made it back." Gao Yangyu looked at the girl, and his expression was terrifyingly gloomy. He said coldly, "Do you know how much I lost when you left on your own?" Shifeng smiled faintly under the mask. "I know. A few million medial-grade spirit stones." Gao Yangyu snorted coldly and said, "Don't forget what your adoptive father promised me. He still has not returned the favor he owes me." When Shifeng heard this, her expression sank. She said, "What my adoptive father promised you was that he would do his best to help you once in the rank A wrestling ring. However, he did not say when." Gao Yangyu raged in his heart. However, due to this girl's identity, he calmed himself down and said, "Very well, it's up to you. Just help me end him before he obtains 100 consecutive victories. After that, I will be even with your adoptive father." Back in the wrestling ring, after Xianxia dealt with his opponent with his final strike, the 5th day of the wrestling rings came to an end. Today's wrestling rings surprised everyone. Xianxia held the upper hand throughout the match. In the end, he obtained 18 consecutive victories. Xiaoqian's winning streak also reached a shocking 82 consecutive victories. The strength that Xiaoqian suddenly displayed caused several people to regret not persisting. If Xiaoqian really obtained 100 consecutive victories after the victory token was activated, the payout would be 32 times. 10,000 medial-grade spirit stones would become 320,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When the gray-robed old man took out the spirit stones, his expression was no longer one of conflict. Instead, it was one of utter pain. He said with a smile that was uglier than crying, "Congratulations on obtaining 82 consecutive victories." 82 consecutive victories meant more than 200,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Xiaoqian was already numb to this number. Originally, Xiaoqian only had slightly more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Now he had accumulated more than 500,000 medial-grade spirit stones. When Ding Fengqiu, Jiang Zimo, and the others saw Xiaoqian slowly walk into the spectator stands, they were not surprised at Xiaoqian's consecutive victories. Without Gao Yangyu's sniping, both of them had obtained consecutive victories. It was completely reasonable for Xiaoqian to continue his winning streak. However, Xiaoqian sighed. Unexpectedly, Xiaoqian came to the wrestling ring to test his strength. Furthermore, he succeeded. The second round of selection would probably be even more difficult to deal with in the arena point battle. As for the others, they were not so lucky. Many of them found it difficult to even obtain a single victory today. In order to obtain 60 consecutive victories, they used all their skills. It was a starry night. As usual, Xiaoqian deliberated over the battle during the day. Over the past 4 days, he would drag his injured body back to the small courtyard. Today, Xiaoqian finally gained something. He could already use his vital qi to execute martial techniques, achieving the same effect as essence. If he had a fist technique that was on par with the Wuxia saber technique, Xiaoqian was confident that he could achieve the same might as the Wuxia saber technique with just his vital qi. Of course, this was assuming that the Wuxia saber technique did not have a state. Xiaoqian discovered that when he used his vital qi, he could not merge his state with his fist technique. As far as Xiaoqian knew, Bai Lishi did not have a state either. It would be very difficult for a physical body cultivator to use a state. This was also the next problem that Xiaoqian had to overcome. However, that was a problem for the future. The thing at hand was to cultivate the firmament body tempering art's 4th layer and strive to reach peak consummation the next day. On the last day of the rank A wrestling ring, thousands of cultivators gathered outside the wrestling ring before it even started. Even though Gao Yangyu had doubled the price of the tickets, they were still sold out immediately. It was extremely popular. If Gao Yangyu could defeat Xiaoqian in this 100 victories, he would be able to earn a lot from the ticket sales alone. However, if he lost, no matter how many tickets he sold, it would not be enough to cover the losses. Unless he spent all his savings, someone else would take over the wrestling ring. Gao Yangyu looked at Shifeng, who was in the room, and said, "If you win, I will give you the appearance fee of 500,000 medial grade spirit stones not a single cent less. Feng said indifferently, "There is no need. Since I promised to make a move, I will definitely do my best." When Gao Yanyu heard this, he felt slightly more at ease. If Feng used her full power, even he would feel some fear. The doors of the wrestling ring opened, and the crowd that had been waiting for a long time immediately swarmed in, snatching their seats. Dong! 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 The war drums rang out, and the first-ranked Yunping went up first. His complexion was extremely weak, and his chest ached. Xiaochen had used at least half of his strength in that kick, further injuring Yunping. Without miraculous medicine, it would be difficult for Yunping to recover in a short period of time. If nothing unexpected happened, Yunping would lose 18 matches in a row. He would be eliminated in the first round of selections. Indeed, in just 3 matches, Yunping had used his essence carelessly, aggravating his injuries and forcing him to give up. However, the spectators did not pay any attention to Yunping's matches. They could not even be bothered to boo him. They just quietly left the wrestling ring. Some of the following contestants won, and some lost. There were many interesting matches. The matches of Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others were as intense and extraordinary as before. They were very exciting and worth watching. However, they did not receive much attention. They were not much better than the matches of Yunping and the others. When Jiang Zimo returned to the spectator stands, he looked at Xiao Chun, who was still immersed in his cultivation. Then, he sighed to himself. Today, even Jiang Zimo and Ding Fengqiu had become side characters. Now, Xiao Chun was the only main character in this wrestling ring. Everyone was waiting for Xiao Chun to appear. They wanted to see if he could break the record, create history, and leave behind the legend of 100 victories. Time passed without stopping. The sun rose, and the sun rose high in the sky, blazing hot. Then, the sun set in the west, and dusk approached. Several people started to get impatient from waiting. They started to feel anxious in their hearts. Some of them even cursed the gray-robed cultivator. Why did he move Xiao Chun from number 15 to 125 for no reason? Why did he make everyone wait for so long? No matter how much time passed, what would come would come. When dusk fell, the gray-robed old man finally said, "Number 125, quickly enter the wrestling ring." Xiao Chun stopped cultivating and opened his eyes. He got up and floated gently. His figure flickered, and he landed in the wrestling ring. The great Qi nation's Xiao Chun, please give me your guidance. A familiar voice, familiar white robes, and familiar expression. Xiao Chun appeared in the wrestling ring once again. Roar, roar, roar. The crowd, which had been silent for a long time, immediately erupted with Xiao Chun's appearance, suppressing the continuous drumming. Jiang Zimo, Ding Fengqiu, and the others did not care about fame. However, when they saw the enthusiastic atmosphere around Xiao Chun's appearance, they felt some envy in their hearts. When they thought about how silent they were when they first appeared, they still felt some envy in their hearts. After all, the two of them did not think that Xiao Chun was stronger than them. Indeed, Xiao Chun had improved very quickly in the past 6 days. They had not stagnated, either. However, their comprehension of combat was not as obvious as Xiao Chun's. Up in the tall tower, Gao Yongyu looked at Xiao Chun. His eyes looked like they were about to spew fire. He said coldly, "Heavenly tone drums." Right after Gao Yongyu spoke, someone immediately passed on Gao Yongyu's words. The war drums on the 4 towers immediately changed to the heavenly tone drums, which were high-ranked war drums made from flood dragon skin and dragon tendons. Boom, boom, boom. The drumming stopped for a moment, and when it started again, everyone in the field could clearly feel the difference. Not only was the sound louder and more imposing, but it also contained a mental fluctuation that made everyone's chi and blood surge and filled their fighting spirit. Although the Golden Cauldron drum also had such an effect, it was clearly inferior to the current drum sound. When the drums in the 4 towers merged together, the crowd in the spectator stands actually felt an urge to enter the arena and fight. Their hearts unconsciously pounded along with the drum sound. This is the heavenly tone drum, the war drum that is only used in the rank S wrestling ring once every 10 years. Unexpectedly, Gao Yongyu used it on Xiao Chun. Gao Yongyu is really generous. The heavenly tone drum can make people want to fight involuntarily. During the fight, they will unconsciously bring out their full strength. It looks like Gao Yongyu put in a lot of effort to obtain 100 victories. 100 victories, 100 victories. I hope that Xiao Chun can create a miracle. The hearts of the crowd and the spectator stands surged along with the drum sound. As they looked at Xiao Chun, they treated him like he was their own incarnation. After 5 minutes, no one in the spectator stands had challenged Xiao Chun yet. Now, challenging Xiao Chun would require more than 100,000 medial-grade spirit stones. Without a certain level of confidence and wealth, it would be very difficult for anyone to make up their minds. Not everyone could afford to lose such a large sum of spirit stones. After another 5 minutes, Xiao Chun's first opponent finally appeared. It was a middle-aged man over 40 years old. He held a sword in his hand, and his footsteps were very steady. His eyes were like swords, and his sword intent seemed solid as it shot toward Xiao Chun. I am Xianxia. I am here to seek advice from you. Right after the middle-aged man spoke, the sword intent was already less than a meter in front of Xiao Chun. A strong wind blew, causing Xiao Chun's hair to flutter nonstop. When Xiao Chun felt this sharp sword intent, the qi in his heart automatically left his body and welcomed it. Bang! The sword intent and Xiao Chun's qi, which was about to condense in a saber intent, clashed, giving off a melodious sound. It was like a real saber and sword colliding. The two forces dispersed with a loud bang, forming strands of cyclones in the sky, and ripples spread out from them. The two moved at the same time. Before the qi whirlpool scattered, they executed all sorts of killing moves at each other. Dang! 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 Dragon roars and tiger roars resounded, accompanied by the hum of Zhong Zishi's sword. The intense battle started. Their figures flashed, and their speed was extremely fast. Their fists and swords clashed. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Surging sword qi flew everywhere, and surging vital qi shot everywhere. As the two fought, the ground was soon filled with scars. Who? The two of them moved quickly in the arena, not giving way to each other. Everywhere in the sky and on the ground was a battlefield of the two of them. After 300 moves, there was an intense energy fluctuation in the air. Sword qi spread out and surrounded the two of them. A horrifying energy fluctuation exploded out. Chapter 453. It looked like hundreds of flowers were blooming in the air, creating ripples. Explosions rang out continuously in the air, causing space to ripple. No one could see the situation at the center. The crowd watched this scene anxiously. They knew that this was the deciding move of the two. They were eager to know who would emerge victorious. Someone is coming out. Everyone's gazes immediately turned to that direction. They saw a middle-aged man slowly descending from the sky with a long sword in his hand. It was Zhong Zishi. The crowd's hearts tightened. Could it be that Xiao Chun lost? Wuxia. After Zhong Zishi landed, he staggered and vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed his sword into the ground, doing his best to maintain his posture. The crowd heaved a sigh of relief and continued to look up. After all the energy fluctuations scattered, they saw Xiao Chun floating in the air with an indifferent expression. Xiao Chun's gaze was calm. There was only a faint sword wound on his left arm, leaving traces of blood. Clearly, he was only lightly injured. Wuxia. I admit defeat. Zhong Zishi, who was on the ground, vomited another mouthful of blood. He finally gave up and left the arena. Xiao Chun slowly landed on the ground. He ignored the commotion of the outside world. His spiritual sense turned into an ancient bell and eliminated the interference from the heavenly tone drum. Xiao Chun closed his eyes and rested, quietly waiting for his second opponent. The first opponent of the day had nearly caused Xiao Chun to suffer a great loss. The spectators did not see the decisive move in the air. They only felt the surging energy fluctuations, but did not know how dangerous it was. If Xiao Chun had not activated the secret technique of the blood flame shoes, it would not have been as simple as a minor injury. His entire arm might have been chopped off. No, I cannot drag out the following matches. After the 100th match, Gao Yongyu will definitely make a move. Since he dared to activate the all-around victory medallion, he must be completely confident. I have to ensure that I'm strong enough to deal with the final match. I should not exhaust too much essence and vital qi. Xiaochen opened his eyes and looked at his second opponent. His previously calm gaze turned extremely sharp. Xiaochen had already decided to finish the next 16 matches within 50 matches. He would merge his essence with his vital qi, even if he had to use the 2 strands of dragon qi in his arms. As long as Xiaochen did not expose his identity as a bladesman, it would be fine. He needed to ensure that he had sufficient essence, vital qi, and mental fortitude to face the final, most difficult battle. Fight! The heavenly tone drum rang out, and Xiaochen took the initiative to make an unprecedented move. After the firmament body tempering art reached great perfection, his pure physical strength was already 350,000 tons of force. When vital qi and essence merged, it could reach a terrifying 400,000 kilograms. With a punch, a dragon roared and a tiger roared. A strong wind howled. After fighting like this, Xiaochen finally revealed all of his strength aside from being a bladesman. Every battle ended within 50 moves, and if he discovered the opponent's obvious weakness, he would end the battle within 20 moves. By the time the 17 battles were over, the sky had turned completely dark. It wasn't because the battles had dragged on for too long. Instead, after every battle, someone would have to wait for a long time before someone made up their mind to challenge them. The closer it was to the end, the longer they had to wait. Thus, the matches lasted more than twice as long as usual. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a surging pillar of fire soared up from the surrounding pagodas, illuminating the dark wrestling ring slightly. The drummers beside the pillar of fire beat the heavenly tone drum rhythmically, not letting out a single sound from the start to the end. Xiaochen had obtained 99 consecutive victories. Surprisingly, the spectators outside did not make any noise. They were very quiet. Great waves surged in the spectators' hearts. Who could have imagined that the miserable cultivator that no one thought highly of back then would make it this far, obtaining 99 consecutive victories? As long as Xiaochen won one more match, he would be able to create a new record. Everyone tacitly stopped talking. Some of them could not bear to make a sound, afraid that they would disturb the white-robed youth in the wrestling ring, who was no more than 20 years old. Amidst the deathly silence, a nimble figure slowly floated down to the center of the field under the illumination of the fiery light. This person wore tight-fitting black leather armor, exposing her fair skin. Coupled with her devilish figure, she looked very alluring. However, when people raised their heads to look at the person's face, they discovered that the person was wearing a black mask that covered half of his face. Feng. A melodious voice uttered these 2 simple words, but they caused a huge commotion in the spectator stands. The previous record holder of 60 consecutive victories, Feng. Why is she here? I remember that 3 years ago, after she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she mysteriously withdrew from the competition. Otherwise, she might have been the first person to break the record. No wonder Gao Yongyu dared to activate the all-in-one victory medallion. 3 years ago, Feng already obtained 100 consecutive victories. Now that 3 years have passed, her strength must have undergone a qualitative change. Interesting. The contestant with 60 consecutive victories from the previous 5-nation youth competition against the current Xiaochen. This can be considered a true battle between the peak. In the somewhat dark spectator stands, the expressions of the crowd became very excited. 3 years ago, Feng's appearance had been startling. She had left a deep impression on everyone. At that time, many people thought that she would break the record of 60 consecutive victories. Who knew? After she obtained 60 consecutive victories, she would mysteriously vanish. Only now did she reappear. Unexpectedly, she had become a challenger, trying to stop Xiaochen's 100 consecutive victories. Victory and defeat were now filled with endless suspense. As Xiao Chun looked at the girl before him, he shifted his gaze to the two crossed short swords on her back. Based on the scabbards, the short swords were about 1 meter long and 2 fingers wide. This was the first time Xiao Chun saw a cultivator using 2 short swords. Furthermore, the other party's aura was extremely strange. With one glance, Xiao Chun could not make out Feng's cultivation, what cultivation realm she was at. It was like she was shrouded in a fog that could even block spiritual sense from probing her. This was the first time Xiao Chun had seen such a situation with someone of the same generation. Normally, only martial monarchs could cause a situation that Xiao Chun could not see through. Dong, dong, dong. The heavy sound of war drums rang out. The heavenly tone war drum, which could make one's blood surge and fill one with fighting spirit, lost its effect before these two. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. His gaze was as calm as still water, calm and peaceful. Under the mask, Feng's expression was unfathomable. However, her eyes were as calm as the surface of a lake, incomparably calm. Fierce flames swayed in the cool breeze from the tall pagodas in the surroundings. When the flames shone on the two's faces, they flickered. Xiao! For a moment, the surrounding wind suddenly stopped flowing, and the flickering flame also stopped swaying. It was like the two had agreed on this beforehand. Their figures flashed at the same time, and, after a while, they started fighting. Cassier. Feng drew the 2 3-meter-long swords on her back. The blades were cold and gleaming with a bone-piercing chill. Feng held the 2 short swords and spun them around. She moved around Xiao Chun, moving up and down like a leaf in the wind. As she moved around, hundreds of afterimages appeared. The sword lights on the afterimages were dazzling. They looked both real and fake at the same time, making them hard to grasp. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He quickly swept his gaze through the countless figures, trying to find Feng's true body. However, when Xiao Chun scanned the afterimages with his spiritual sense, he found that every afterimage seemed to be shrouded in a black fog. There was no way to find the other party's true body. Since Xiao Chun could not find her, then he might as well break them all. Xiao Chun shouted, and a dragon and a tiger mysterious phenomenon quickly appeared around him. Boom! 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 Xiao Chen's hands danced around, bringing his attacking speed to its limits. Countless fist images filled the sky. Every time a fist wind appeared, the air would be filled with countless fists. Every fist wind was accompanied by the roars of a tiger and a dragon, causing Xiao Chen's aura to soar. Cassier! Cassier! Xiao Chun shattered the afterimages into pieces. Wuxia! The shattered afterimages turned into a powerful gust of wind that wreaked havoc in the area. They formed a terrifying storm that roared continuously. When Xiao Chun saw the final afterimage, he revealed a faint smile. He merged his vital qi and essence and punched. However, to Xiao Chen's surprise, the final afterimage shattered and turned into countless air currents that scattered with the wind. Oh no! Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. His intuition told him to punch to his right. Bang! The fist wind exploded, and Feng appeared in front of him from nowhere. A sword light flickered on her short sword as she ruthlessly hacked at Xiao Chen's fist wind. A strange expression flashed in Feng's eyes. She found it strange that Xiao Chen managed to guess where she would appear. However, his hands did not stop moving at all. The short sword in Feng's left hand spun around and gripped tightly. Then it gave off a sharp, cold light as it chopped down at Xiao Chun. The sword light struck Xiao Chen's right fist, forcing him to move back. When he saw the other short sword chopping down, he quickly tilted his body to the side. Wuxia! When Feng's left hand missed, she swung her right hand out. The short sword immediately gave off a cold light as it swept at Xiao Chen's face. Feng's movements were very smooth, not pausing at all. Feng's attack speed was actually not slower than Xiao Chen's. Furthermore, the angle of attack was even more crafty. Xiao Chen did not have time to catch his breath. He quickly tilted his head back. The short sword stuck close to his face and quickly flashed by, chopping off a few strands of Xianxia's hair. Chi! Chi! Feng pressed forward with every step. Every strike was aimed at Xianxia's vital points. Her two swords danced around quickly, suppressing Xianxia so much that he did not even have a chance to catch his breath. When a spectator saw the two of them fighting in close combat, their hearts leaped. At this moment, if Xianxia made even the slightest mistake, he would immediately die. Feng is indeed Feng. Almost no one in the same cultivation realm can break her dual sword style. She is much stronger than she was 3 years ago. Indeed, it was the same 3 years ago. Any cultivator that she managed to get close to could only last 50 moves at most before being defeated. Every sword strike is a killing move. Every sword strike is extremely dangerous. If one cannot dodge it, they will immediately die. One can imagine how much mental pressure the person fighting her must be under. Xianxia is in danger. It looks like 100 consecutive victories is something that I can only hope for. Fortunately, I took away the wager in advance. Otherwise, I would have nothing left. When a spectator saw Xianxia dodging every step of the way, they could not help but shake their heads and sigh. In the end, it was too difficult to achieve 100 consecutive victories.